Chapter 491. Was it easy for her to find a corpse similar to Xian Hongyu's? Now Xian Hongyu was still complaining. Master, what should I do? Ning Shu asked with a wooden face. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu. Put the corpse away. Why would I want to die? Ning Shu could only pick up the sack and put the corpse into it. Looking at the ashen-faced corpse, Ning Shu chanted Ba in his heart. Xian Hongyu walked to the candlestick and lit the curtain with a candle. Seeing this, Ning Shu hurriedly threw the corpse into the tunnel and jumped into it. Xian Hongyu also jumped down and covered the floor with his body. It was dark in the tunnel. Ning Shu took out a match and walked in front of Xian Hongyu while holding the sack. She said, Master, follow me. Xian Hongyu nodded. Ning Shu dragged the corpse of a man without saying a word. She was so tired that she wanted to die. She wanted to find a corpse to replace Xian Hongyu so that people would think that Xian Hongyu was burned to death. Even if they found out later that the corpse was not Xian Hongyu, they would have run far away. But Xian Hongyu was too proud to use this method. He was more willing to let his life and death be a mystery. Ning Shu curled his lips. You have nothing now. So what if your life and death is a mystery? It's the same whether you are dead or not. Ning Shu exhaled a long breath after they got out of the tunnel. He flew up to the roof and saw the fire in the direction of the palace. The fire was so big that it lit up half the sky. The whole capital was in an uproar because of the fire in the palace. Ning Shu put the sack on his shoulder and prepared to go out. Where are you going? Xian Hongyu stood in a dilapidated room surrounded by dust and cobwebs. But he was still so handsome, and his brilliance lit up the whole room. Ning Shu said, I will put this corpse back in the memorial hall. She stole it from the memorial hall. Xian Hongyu's face was expressionless. Ning Shu carried the sack over the wall and left. When he returned, he saw Xian Hongyu sitting on a stool, propping up his chin and looking at the flickering oil lamp on the table. Seeing that Ning Shu had returned, Xian Hongyu coldly said, When are we leaving? The security tomorrow will definitely be tight. Master, the city gate is now closed. We can only leave tomorrow morning. Ning Shu said. Xian Hongyu didn't say anything. Seeing Ning Shu standing there in a daze, Xian Hongyu said, I'm going to bed. Was he asking her to step down? Ning Shu turned around and left. 11. Where should I sleep? Xian Hongyu was somewhat angry. When Ning Shu came in, he saw that there was indeed no place to rest. Everywhere was dirty. He said, Master, it's going to be dawn soon. Bear with it and don't sleep. Xian Hongyu remained silent with a cold face. Mistress, we must disguise ourselves when we leave the city. Someone as graceful as you will definitely be recognized. Xian Hongyu still didn't say anything. Ning Shu looked at Xian Hongyu's face for a while. The originally slanted eyebrows had turned into slanted eyebrows. His face was smeared with powder, and his complexion became waxy yellow. In addition, Xian Hongyu's brocade clothes were too eye-catching. Ning Shu found a set of coarse clothes for Xian Hongyu to change into. Xian Hongyu glanced at the coarse clothes and then glanced at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said with a serious face, Mistress, this is all to get out of the city. Please bear with it. Xian Hongyu changed into coarse gray clothes. Although the disguise wasn't very good, there were still some differences between Xian Hongyu and the previous Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu also fiddled with himself for a while. An ugly woman came out. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu and immediately looked away. Other than necessary conversations, Xian Hongyu didn't talk to Ning Shu at all. The palace caught fire, and it was the place where the third prince lived. After a long time, they finally extinguished the fire, only to find that the third prince wasn't inside. No matter how big the fire was, it wouldn't burn a living person to death. Xian Xiaotian snorted. Shangguan Qingro, who was beside him, pouted, her face full of grievance and sadness. Xian Xiaotian, you just won't believe that nothing happened between me and Xian Hongyu. How long are you going to be angry with me? Xian Xiaotian rubbed his forehead and didn't say anything. He turned and left, sending people to search for Xian Hongyu's whereabouts. Xian Xiaotian felt that Xian Hongyu was like a flea jumping around all day. He didn't even have time to deal with him, and he already caused trouble. Xian Xiaotian couldn't wait to catch Xian Hongyu and break all the bones in his body. By the time Xian Xiaotian sent people to search, Ning Shu and Xian Xiaotian had already left the capital and were sitting on a horse. Master, can you lower your head a bit? This subordinate can't see the road ahead clearly. Ning Shu said to Xian Hongyu, who was sitting in front. Xian Hongyu lowered his body slightly. Why does this prince have to sit in front? Why is there only one horse? Ning Shu held the reins in one hand and the whip in the other. This subordinate sits in the back. If there are pursuers, this subordinate can block the attack for master. There's only one horse because this subordinate can only afford one horse. Ning Shu really didn't have any money on him. The money to dig the tunnel had been gathered by Ning Shu from all over the place. He even secretly took some things from Xian Hongyu's residence to sell. Xian Hongyu, who was sitting in Ning Shu's arms, was speechless. Ning Shu planned to return to the base to see how the child was doing. Ning Shu felt a bit guilty about the child. Outside the forest, there was no way to ride a horse. They could only walk. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu. Are we going to the training grounds? Ning Shu grunted. Although Xian Hongyu was a noble prince, he was also a person with great martial arts skills. It was very easy for him to walk through the forest. They're all dead. Why are you still alive? Xian Hongyu suddenly asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu hugged his sword and said, they said this subordinate betrayed master and didn't let this subordinate participate in the assassination. Xian Hongyu didn't say anything. Ning Shu was very curious about what happened between Xian Hongyu and Shangguan Qingru. After all, the two of them had disappeared for a long time. Master, what happened between you and Miss Shangguan? Ning Shu asked. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu and let out a cold chuckle. His sallow face coupled with such a smile made him look even more sinister and treacherous. Nothing happened between us. I didn't touch her. Xian Hongyu's voice was filled with satisfaction and schadenfreude. Ning Shu was speechless. Nothing happened. Why are you so happy? Crazy. This prince told Xian Xiaotian that Shangguan Qingru has a mole on her back. Xian Hongyu sneered. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu looked at Xian Hongyu strangely. How immoral would he have to be to do something like that? He purposely told Xian Xiaotian that he and Shangguan Qingru were no longer innocent. They had already done that. But Shangguan Qingru felt wronged. Nothing happened. Why didn't Xian Xiaotian believe her? Whether or not it happened, who could say for sure? Chapter 492. Ning Shu was very surprised. According to Xian Hongyu's personality, why didn't he do anything to Shangguan Qingru? Didn't Shangguan Qingru's body belong to him? Ning Shu walked in front of Xian Hongyu and asked, Master likes Miss Shangguan a lot. Xian Hongyu said calmly, I like her a lot, but she betrayed me, so I have to punish her. What your highness wants belongs completely to me, but Shangguan Qingru is already dirty, Xian Hongyu said calmly. Ning Shu, Shangguan Qingru is dirty. She's dirty just because she didn't marry you. This prince has thought of a new method. Didn't she want to live happily with Xian Xiaotian and grow old together? I want them to be suspicious of each other and have this thorn in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Xian Hongyu raised his chin slightly and said. Ning Shu, so wicked. Xian Hongyu's attitude towards Xian Xiaotian was that there was something between him and Shangguan Qingru, but he didn't touch her. No matter how Shangguan Qingru explained, no matter how she said that there was nothing going on between her and Xian Hongyu, the thorn in Xian Xiaotian's heart was already planted and couldn't be removed. Every time this topic was brought up, the thorn would be stabbed deeper. Ning Shu looked at Xian Hongyu and asked, Master really didn't do anything to Miss Shangguan? Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu. 11. You're talking too much. Ning Shu closed his mouth and didn't say anything else. The two of them passed through the forest. After walking for half a day, they finally arrived at the training ground. There was no one in the base. It was very spacious. There were some daily necessities that should last for a while. Xian Hongyu found his stone room with familiarity. This stone room was unique to Xian Hongyu. It was very big inside and had a complete set of study tables and furniture. Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu. 11. I'm hungry. Then I'll go hunting. Ning Shu turned around and left the cave. She quickly traversed through the forest and arrived at the she-wolf's territory. She wanted to see how the child was doing. Before Ning Shu went to the capital, the little wolves were still little wolves, but now they had grown very big. A few wolves were playing in front of the wolf den, and among them, there was a dirty child. He was crawling on the ground, crawling or sitting like a wolf, and his long hair was so dirty that it was tangled in knots. This child should be almost 1 year old, but he had no intention of walking. Instead, he crawled and walked like a wolf. He even wanted to jump like a wolf. Perhaps it was because he had been with the wolf for too long, but his eyes were a little cold. He even mimicked the wolf and bared his teeth, howling out of tune. Ning Shu walked over and picked up the child, holding him under his arm. The child was frightened by Ning Shu. Ning Shu roared and struggled violently. He even used his teeth to bite Ning Shu. Ning Shu pressed his head down to make him behave. His hand stroked the child's neck, and the child immediately became obedient, sensing danger. Ning Shu went to the riverside to wash himself. The child looked at Ning Shu and bared his teeth, showing off to Ning Shu. Ning Shu pressed his head down and pressed him into the water, looking at him coldly. The child's whimpers became softer, and he obediently let Ning Shu bathe him, but his eyes were like a wild beast's. Ning Shu washed the child clean. Other than the sword wound on his chest, there were other wounds on his body. Obviously, he had lived with the wolf and was not taken care of. There was a scar on his forehead. Ning Shu sighed. He had left the child behind because he was a rascal. Now that the matter was resolved, he naturally had to let the child return to human life. The child took advantage of the time when he was bathing himself and bit Ning Shu's wrist, not letting go. Ning Shu's face was expressionless. He pinched the tendons on the child's arm. The child did not let go at first, probably because it was too painful. The skin on his wrist was bitten, and blood was flowing out. Such a small child had a fierce strength. Ning Shu held the child under his arm and then hunted a few rabbits for dinner. Back in the cave, Xian Hongyu saw that Ning Shu had such a big child after going out for a trip. He said lightly, "What's wrong with this child?" Seeing a stranger, the child roared at Xian Hongyu. It was a strange tune, and its voice was young. "Wolf baby?" Xian Hongyu smiled and took the child from Ning Shu. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about something. The child was held by Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu whimpered softly. The tune sounded very pitiful, as if it wanted Ning Shu to save it. "I heard that people who grew up drinking animal milk are all gifted," Xian Hongyu said and glanced at the child's lower body. "I heard that the great general of the Qin kingdom is a wolf baby." The Qin kingdom was a neighbor of his own country, and the two countries were about the same strength. "Ning Shu, master, let me take care of this child. He is very wild now." Ning Shu felt that Xian Hongyu was up to no good. Xian Hongyu held the child with both hands. "Well, I have decided to raise this child and see what is so special about him. I will let him fight with the great general of the Qin kingdom in the future." Ning Shu scratched his head. No, Ning Shu wanted to raise the child to be normal, and then find a family for the child to live with instead of her and Xian Hongyu. But Xian Hongyu wanted to raise the child. Was he going to raise the child into a death warrior? "Master, Raising a child is very difficult. Let's send him away. Ning Shu said. There was no need to raise the child into a death warrior. Xian Hongyu had nothing now, and was being chased by Xian Xiaotian. He had no capital to turn the situation around, unless he returned to his fief. Ning Shu said, Master, are we going to the fief next? No hurry. Xian Hongyu put the child on the bed. The child immediately crawled to the corner and confronted Xian Hongyu. He leaned forward and made an attacking posture. Xian Hongyu was very happy. Such a young child has such keen senses. Ning Shu touched her forehead. She regretted bringing the child back. She didn't expect Xian Hongyu to be so interested in the child. But Ning Shu didn't want to give the child to her. The child was already unfortunate, and Xian Hongyu would make it worse. Master, I will find a family for the child tomorrow. It is not suitable for you to raise the child. Xian Hongyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. He said coldly, 11, are you disobeying me? 11 is thinking for you, Master, Ning Shu said indifferently. What kind of person do you want to raise him into? Like I said, someone like the great general of the Qin kingdom. Xian Hongyu looked unhappy. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Ning Shu's disobedience. Ning Shu said, but the child needs parents. Parents? Then I will be the child's father. Xian Hongyu grinned. Obviously, he was very interested in the child and wanted to raise him. Chapter 493. Ning Shu saw that Xian Hongyu was very interested in the child. If she said anything else, Xian Hongyu would kill her. As for Xian Hongyu saying that he wanted to be the child's father, Ning Shu just spat in her heart. She suddenly felt sorry for the child. He was targeted by Xian Hongyu. His fate was full of misfortune. He almost died before, and now he fell into Xian Hongyu's hands. 11, I'm hungry. Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu who stood there motionless. My son is hungry too. Fuck, you want to raise the child. You should cook for yourself. Ning Shu went out of the stone room and killed the rabbit. Considering the child, she cut the rabbit meat into cubes and mixed it with rice to make meat porridge. To be a man of sacrifice, one had to be multi-talented. Not only could he kill, but he also had to be able to cook. He had to do whatever his master wanted. The kitchen was smoky, especially in a cave. The smoke did not disperse easily. Ning Shu choked to death. She barely cooked a pot of rice. Finally, she sprinkled some salt and the porridge was ready. Xian Hongyu looked at the porridge. The rabbit meat inside was snow white. He had no appetite just by looking at it. 11, you're making this for me. It was good enough to have something to eat. Ning Shu rolled her eyes in her heart. She said shamefully, I only know how to make this. Eat it or not, forget it. Although Xian Hongyu did not like to eat, the child on the stone bed smelled the food and climbed over to look at the food in the bowl. Oh, do you like it? Xian Hongyu fed the child a spoonful. It was just out of the pot, so it was very hot. The child's lips immediately turned red. He whimpered pitifully. Ning Shu immediately poured cold water on the child. The child's mouth was already red. She did not know if it would blister. I didn't do it on purpose. Xian Hongyu said, I didn't know it was so hot. You should have tested the temperature first. Fuck off. You should at least blow on the food to test the temperature before you eat. How dare you say that you're the father of someone else? It's not easy for the child to survive. Ning Shu gave Xian Hongyu a fake smile. Xian Hongyu clasped his hands behind his back and looked away. Ning Shu held the bowl and a spoon. He blew on the meat porridge until it cooled down before feeding it to the child. The child liked it very much and ate 2 bowls in a row. For a child of his age, it was a little too much. Good appetite. Xian Hongyu said, by the way, this child should have a name now. What's a good name? Xian Hongyu went to think about the name of the child. Ning Shu ignored him and ate some meat porridge. However, the food she cooked was really not delicious. The rabbit meat had a fishy smell. Ning Shu ate 2 mouthfuls and then stopped. Xian Hongyu thought for a long time and finally came up with a name, Xian Miaxiao. Xian Miaxiao. The word xiao shouldn't be what she thought it was, right? Was it really a good idea to give the child such a name? How did Xian Xiaotian feel when he heard it? Ning Shu's face twitched. He didn't know why, but Xian Hongyu's every move was asking for trouble. He looked cold and elegant, but the things he did always made Ning Shu feel disillusioned. Master, do you think this name is good? Ning Shu asked Xian Hongyu. This bastard not only asked for trouble, but also asked the child who didn't know anything to do it. Xian Hongyu's face was cold. He was very dissatisfied with Ning Shu's reaction. Does it not sound good? If Xian Miaxiao doesn't sound good, let's call him Xian Tu Xiao. Ning Shu, pfft, although I know you hate Xian Xiaotian, you can't do this. Ning Shu felt that Xian Hongyu was doing it on purpose. Master, as long as you're happy. Ning Shu grinned. Xian Hongyu said that he wanted to raise the child. He said some obscure knowledge to the child and the child curled up in a ball to sleep, completely ignoring Xian Hongyu. To this, Ning Shu could only say, as long as you're happy. Xian Hongyu obviously didn't have any experience in taking care of a child. All these things fell on Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu had to feed the child every day, bathe him, and let him try to stand up and walk. When he spoke, his lips were more exaggerated. He wanted the child to stop howling like a wolf. Even when he cried, it sounded like a wolf's whimper. Xian Hongyu was only responsible for holding books and educating the child. All day long, he would talk to the child about things that even Ning Shu couldn't understand. Taking care of a child was very frustrating. It made Ning Shu very frustrated, especially when the child only knew how to crawl like a wolf. He wasn't used to pulling him up and even opened his mouth to bite people. When he was relieving himself, he wouldn't call for help. He would crawl wherever he went and poop. Then, he would be covered in feces. Ning Shu didn't know how difficult it was to raise a child. It was simply mentally and physically exhausting. When he talked to him, he was ignorant and didn't know anything. Ning Shu silently chanted the clear heart mantra. When she thought about how she was partly responsible for the child's current state, she suppressed the anxiety in her heart. After a period of feeding, the child became more familiar with Ning Shu. They were closer, but he still couldn't speak. Occasionally, Ning Shu would hold his hands. He could walk upright for 2 steps, but he couldn't walk more. There wasn't much food left in the cave. Ning Shu planned to go out to get some daily necessities. He also wanted to find out what was going on outside. Ning Shu instructed Xian Hongyu, Master, I'm going to buy some food. Xian Miaxiao, please take care of him. Xian Hongyu coldly grunted, Go ahead. I can take care of him. Ning Shu didn't believe that Xian Hongyu could take care of the child. Master. Ning Shu looked at Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu and said as if he was doing him a favor, go and come back early. Ning Shu, Master, I don't have money to buy anything, Ning Shu said. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu and went to the stone room to take 2 silver ingots for Ning Shu. Go and come back early. Ning Shu took the silver ingots. Xian Hongyu was indeed rich. This was one of Xian Hongyu's dens. Buy a few dishes when you come back, Xian Hongyu said. Xian Hongyu wasn't someone who had a strong appetite. He was probably doubting his life after eating Ning Shu's food all this time. Ning Shu took the silver ingots and left. He first bought the things he needed to buy. Then, he began to inquire about what happened in the capital. The news he received made Ning Shu dumbfounded. Xian Hongyu was dead. Chang'e Palace caught fire. Xian Xiaotian immediately announced that King Ding, Xian Hongyu, had been burned to death. Then, Xian Hongyu had been buried. Ning Shu frowned. Xian Xiaotian's move directly cut off Xian Hongyu's escape route. Xian Hongyu could no longer return to his fief. After all, Xian Hongyu was dead. If Xian Hongyu returned to his fief, he might even be arrested. Impersonating a relative of the emperor was a serious crime. Xian Hongyu was really courting death. He lost his woman and his noble status. In the future, he wouldn't be able to say his name openly. Chapter 494. Ning Shu wasn't in the mood to buy groceries for Xian Hongyu. He bought some food and went back. Ning Shu carried the food back. As soon as he entered the stone room, he smelled a stench. Ning Shu knew that a child had pooped. Xian Hongyu stood in the corner, his body covered in black gas. He just watched the child crawl on the floor. Wherever the child crawled, the child's feces would be stained. Ning Shu was speechless. Even if he didn't wash the child, he wouldn't have messed up the room like this. Hurry up and take him away, Xian Hongyu said coldly to Ning Shu. Fuck, this is your son. His surname is Xian. Since he wanted to be a father, he had to bear the responsibility of being a father. Ning Shu put the child in the water, washed him, and placed him on the stone bed. Xian Hongyu was looking for the things Ning Shu bought. Ning Shu asked, "Where are the groceries I asked you to buy?" Ning Shu was still in the mood to eat at this time. She said, "Master, something bad has happened." Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu coldly. Ning Shu told Xian Hongyu everything he heard. When Xian Hongyu heard the news, he was expressionless. Ning Shu didn't know what he was thinking. He asked, "Master, what should we do now?" Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu and didn't say anything. Ning Shu saw him like this and went to cook. Xian Hongyu really didn't have anything now. No, he still had her, a loyalist, and a son. Ning Shu was feeding Xian Miexiao when Xian Hongyu came out of the stone room. His expression was indifferent. He was still as handsome and cold as ever. Xian Hongyu asked Ning Shu to scoop rice for him. When Xian Hongyu ate, his every move was elegant and noble. Even in the stone room, looking at him made people feel like they were in a jade palace. Ning Shu looked at the silent Xian Hongyu and asked, "Master, what should we do next? Can you stop asking me what to do?" Xian Hongyu said coldly. Ning Shu pursed his lips. "See, even your claws are numb." Since things were already like this, Xian Hongyu should just live an ordinary life. After all, Xian Xiaotian was the emperor. The two of them were not on the same level. If Xian Xiaotian wanted to kill Xian Hongyu, it would be a piece of cake. "Master, don't talk." Xian Hongyu interrupted Ning Shu. Ning Shu could only keep his mouth shut. The next day, Xian Hongyu woke up early in the morning and said to Ning Shu, who was cooking breakfast in the smoky fire, "Clean up my face. I want to enter the city." Ning Shu asked, "Master, why did you enter the city?" 11. You talk too much, Xian Hongyu said coldly. Ning Shu pursed his lips and disguised Xian Hongyu with his poor disguise skills. Xian Hongyu was good-looking and had an elegant temperament. It was not easy for him to disguise himself. Temperament was something that was emitted from the bones. After a while, it was barely possible. Ning Shu could not help but say to Xian Hongyu, "Master, it is very dangerous for you to enter the city like this. Why don't I go with you?" Ning Shu had to keep Xian Hongyu alive. At least when she left this world, Xian Hongyu would be alive. As for whether Xian Hongyu lived or died after she left, she did not care. Xian Hongyu looked coldly at Ning Shu. "What danger can there be? I am not going to barge into the palace." "You will." Ning Shu felt that with Xian Hongyu's death wish, he would definitely do such a thing. If he was caught by Xian Xiaotian, Ning Shu did not think that he could get him out again. Most likely, Xian Xiaotian would kill Xian Hongyu immediately to prevent him from causing any more trouble. Ning Shu's heart was filled with apprehension. "Don't be impulsive. Ning Shu exhorted. Master, you must be careful. Xian Hongyu nodded and looked at Xian Miexiao, who was crawling on the ground. He said, take care of him. I will be back soon. After Xian Hongyu left, Ning Shu felt very anxious. He was afraid that Xian Hongyu would cause trouble. Xian Hongyu finally came back in the afternoon. Seeing that he had returned safely, Ning Shu was relieved. Seeing the smile on Xian Hongyu's face, Ning Shu felt very uneasy, very uneasy. Master, do you want to eat? Ning Shu asked Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu waved his hand. Ning Shu smelled a faint smell of alcohol on him. He must have eaten outside. Ning Shu was very curious and asked, Master, what did you do today? 11. Are you questioning me? Xian Hongyu's face was cold. I don't dare. Ning Shu saw that Xian Hongyu was holding back his evil intentions, but when she asked him, he wouldn't tell her. Ning Shu found an excuse to go to the city to buy some vegetables for her child. She went to the city to see what Xian Hongyu had done. Hearing that Ning Shu was going to buy things, Xian Hongyu's face darkened. He said, come back quickly. Otherwise, he will go around. The elegant young master couldn't say such vulgar words. After Ning Shu entered the city, he found that the security was tight again. Xian Hongyu's arrest warrant was hung on the city wall. The warrant said that Xian Hongyu was a fugitive. Ning Shu. What did Xian Hongyu do in the city to make Xian Shaotian arrest him? What did he do to make Xian Shaotian so angry? Ning Shu went to a tea house. In this kind of place, he could hear what was happening in the capital. Following that, Ning Shu heard something that made him spit out his tea. Prince Ding, who had died not long ago, was burned alive in Chang'an Palace by the current emperor. His body was so charred that even the previous emperor couldn't recognize him. As for why the emperor wanted to kill Prince Ding, it was because Prince Ding made a cuckold of the emperor. The empress, Shangguan Qingro, had an affair with Prince Ding, so the emperor burned Prince Ding alive out of anger. In any case, this royal affair had spread through the streets and alleys. Even if Xian Shaotian wanted to shut the mouths of the people, there were so many people that he couldn't stop them. Ning Shu, this matter was definitely done by Xian Hongyu. Since Xian Shaotian wanted him dead, he would make Xian Shaotian a cuckold. This, Ning Shu didn't know what to say. He could only kneel down in front of Xian Hongyu. How could he do such a thing that hurt the enemy and hurt himself? Furthermore, Xian Hongyu was one of the people involved in this story. Xian Hongyu would only be satisfied if he dug his own grave. He really wouldn't stop digging his own grave. Not only did he want to take revenge on Xian Shaotian by killing him, he also wanted to sow discord between Xian Shaotian and Shangguan Qingro. He even ruined Shangguan Qingro's reputation. For the empress of a country to do such a thing, Shangguan Qingro's current situation must be very bad. Even if Shangguan Qingro was innocent, the public opinion didn't care whether she was innocent or not. The most sullen thing was that she was innocent. If she really did it, she would be willing to admit to it. But she didn't do it, it was simply mentally and physically exhausting. This was like Shangguan Qingro being roasted alive. He finally understood why Xian Hongyu didn't want to meet Shangguan Qingro. Chapter 495. After Xian Hongyu kidnapped Shangguan Qingro, he didn't do anything to her. He even brought Shangguan Qingro on a tour. Shangguan Qingro seemed to be having a lot of fun. Shangguan Qingro definitely didn't expect this to happen. Xian Hongyu said he wanted to destroy Shangguan Qingro. Now, Shangguan Qingro had already been destroyed. His obsession with Shangguan Qingro was still in his bones. He used this method to destroy Shangguan Qingro. This was a terrifying possessiveness. Xian Shaotian was probably driven mad by Xian Hongyu. He used this method to make everyone uneasy. Especially now that Xian Hongyu had nothing, he wasn't afraid of anything. Ning Shu went back after buying groceries. When he returned to the mountains, he saw Xian Hongyu holding a book and talking to Xian Miexiao about profound and incomprehensible things. Thinking about the rumors in the capital, Ning Shu sucked in a toothache. Ning Shu felt that they should move. If they continued to stay like this, they would definitely be caught. Especially when Xian Hongyu was plucking a tiger's beard. Seeing Ning Shu come, Xian Miexiao actually got up from the ground and staggered towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu put down the things in his hands and caught the child who was about to fall. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu, closed the book, and entered the stone room. Ning Shu followed behind Xian Hongyu and said to him, "Master, why don't we change places?" Ning Shu felt that they couldn't stay here any longer. Every time she went to the city to buy things, she wouldn't buy from the same store. She was afraid of exposing herself. But now, the capital was no longer safe. There were so many guards and wanted posters. Fugitives were heavily rewarded regardless of whether they were dead or alive. This showed Xian Xiaotian's anger. They had to change places in such a big world. She was still in this world, which meant that the mission hadn't been completed yet. Ning Shu wanted Xian Hongyu and Xian Xiaotian to stay away from each other. If they got too close, something would happen. Xian Hongyu raised his eyebrows. "Even if we have to leave, now is not the time." "Ning Shu, don't tell me you still want to see Xian Xiaotian's battered appearance, rejoicing in his misfortune. If you're really caught by Xian Xiaotian, you'll die a horrible death." After plucking the tiger's beard, he didn't run away immediately. Instead, he wanted to admire the tiger's painful expression. Ning Shu's horizons were truly broadened by this kind of suicidal behavior. "Master, don't talk." Xian Hongyu interrupted Ning Shu. "This prince is hungry." Ning Shu really wanted to slap him in the face. If people wanted to court death, there was no way to stop them. Ning Shu angrily chopped the vegetables and then the meat, mixing them into a pot of porridge. This was the only thing she knew how to do. Stir-frying was too difficult. When the food was placed on the table, Xian Hongyu looked at the food in the bowl and shook his head helplessly. Ning Shu fed Xian Miexiao while saying to Xian Hongyu, "Master, this subordinate still thinks that we should change places. This place is too dangerous." The power of a country couldn't be underestimated. Ning Shu didn't think that they would be safe here. "Moreover, Master, you're wanted. It's precisely because I'm wanted that I have to stay here. If I leave here and interact with people frequently, I'll be recognized." Xian Hongyu said indifferently. Ning Shu was speechless. Didn't he just not want to leave? Why was he so persistent? He felt that Xian Hongyu's true love for Xian Xiaotian was. He was so persistent and kept causing trouble for Xian Xiaotian. "You mischievous little vixen." Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu and said indifferently, "If you want to leave, then leave. This prince won't force you to stay." Ning Shu wanted to leave, but when she thought of the mission, she couldn't straighten her back and say that she didn't want to play with Xian Hongyu anymore. Although she only knew how to make all kinds of things mixed with rice, Ning Shu was sure that once she left, Xian Hongyu would have to wait to eat dirt. Also, could Xian Hongyu take care of his son? Could he take care of this child just like that? Ning Shu pursed her lips and said unwillingly, "Master, you must be joking. This subordinate is Master's secret guard." "How could I leave Master?" Xian Hongyu nodded and instructed Ning Shu, "Don't go into the city to buy things for a while." "Yes." Ning Shu pursed her lips. Of course, she wouldn't go at such a critical time. Instead, she was worried that Xian Hongyu would cause trouble again. "Master, don't go either." Ning Shu said to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu nodded and put down his chopsticks. "It's really enough to eat this every day. Next time, cook some dishes with oil." "Master, there's meat and vegetables in the porridge. It's very healthy." Ning Shu said, "The child likes it too." It was fine as long as there was something to eat. Why did he have so many opinions? If he wanted to eat, he could make it himself. Recently, Xian Hongyu had been staying at home obediently. Sometimes, he would read some obscure books to Xian Miaxiao. Sometimes, he would even go fishing by the river. He seemed to be very relaxed. However, Ning Shu's heart was in suspense. When she saw Xian Hongyu courting death, she was scared witless. Even if he didn't court death now, Ning Shu's heart would still be in suspense. Meeting such a master was simply the misfortune of 18 lifetimes. However, what made Ning Shu happier was that Xian Miaxiao, this child, could now hold on to the stone wall and walk slowly step by step. Sometimes, 1 or 2 syllables would come out of his mouth. Obviously, he was learning how to talk to Ning Shu and Xian Hongyu. She suddenly felt a sense of pride as a mother. Although Xian Hongyu recognized this child as his son, he rarely took care of him. It was always Ning Shu who took care of this child. Sometimes, she could sew simple clothes, but it was hard for her, a person with a sword, to sew with an embroidery needle. All she did all day was wash, sew, cook, and do the housework. Sure enough, every world was a brand new life. However, this kind of daily life was very tiring and draining for people. A woman staying at home and taking care of everything at home was much more difficult than a man. Ning Shu hoped that when 11 came back, he would be able to find his own happiness instead of putting everything on Xian Hongyu, waiting for Xian Hongyu to assign him tasks, and standing behind Xian Hongyu without any complaints or regrets. Others treated her as a tool, but she couldn't treat herself as a tool. Humans had pain and joy. 11 had the right to find her own joy and make herself happy. Xian Hongyu's attitude towards 11 was that she was a tool. How could he have any emotions towards a tool? Even if Xian Hongyu was now in dire straits, he still acted high and mighty in front of her. Their thinking had already been fixed. Would the farmers be polite to the hoe in their hands? Therefore, Ning Shu hoped that 11 could have her own life instead of using Xian Hongyu as her spiritual support. To be honest, a person of Xian Hongyu's status would never consider people like 11. However, a person like 11 had to risk her life for Xian Hongyu. Previously, so many shadow guards died to save Xian Hongyu, but Xian Hongyu didn't say anything. Chapter 496. In the end, Ning Shu decided to leave. The capital had been turned upside down. The guards were not only searching the city, they were also searching for Xian Hongyu. It was obvious that they were determined to catch Xian Hongyu. Xian Shaotian had been stabbed in his sore spot. If they didn't leave, they would be caught sooner or later. However, what made Ning Shu even more frustrated was that Xian Hongyu refused to leave. The current Xian Hongyu gave Ning Shu the feeling that he didn't care about life or death. It was as if he didn't care about anything. It made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Ning Shu was burning with impatience. He couldn't calm down even when he was doing the college entrance exam. Ning Shu looked at the leisurely Xian Hongyu. Since you don't want to leave, I can only use force. For the sake of his mission, Ning Shu decided to give it his all. If it wasn't for the mission, Ning Shu would definitely laugh and watch Xian Hongyu court death. Ning Shu sneered as he touched the medicinal powder in his arms. Under the moonlight, Ning Shu drove the horse carriage on the road. He already had a destination in mind. Ning Shu lifted the curtain and looked at Xian Hongyu and Xian Miaxiao who were sleeping in the carriage. I was talking nicely to you, but you didn't listen and forced me to use force. If this wasn't despicable, then what was? Ning Shu didn't close his eyes for the entire night. He drove the horse carriage, thinking that it would be better to get as far away from the capital as possible. When the sun was about to rise, Ning Shu stopped to let the horse rest. He also lit a fire to make some breakfast. What kind of place is this? Xian Hongyu came out of the horse carriage. When he came out, his head hit the carriage and his body staggered. Xian Hongyu rubbed his groggy head and looked around. Ning Shu questioned, 11, what are you doing? You are offending your superior, Xian Hongyu said coldly as he looked at Ning Shu. His eyes were narrowed, and there was a murderous aura in them. This subordinate is thinking for master's safety. There are already people coming from the surroundings of the training grounds. If we don't leave, we will definitely be captured. Ning Shu explained. There were only 2 of them, and Xian Xiaotian had thousands of soldiers and horses. How could they win? Xian Hongyu didn't care about his own life, but Ning Shu had to ensure Xian Hongyu's survival. If he didn't complete his mission, he would be obliterated. Damn, it's really hard to protect someone who's always looking for trouble. Xian Hongyu coldly stared at Ning Shu. He walked over and said to Ning Shu, "I'm thirsty, pour me a cup of water." Ning Shu went to the carriage to get a bowl. He poured some water from the water bag and handed it to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu reached out to take the bowl, but when he saw his hand, he was instantly stunned. He stared at his hand in a daze. Xian Hongyu's jade-white hand had many oval-shaped sores, and these sores were emitting yellow water. Xian Hongyu was incomparably shocked. He turned his hand over and looked at it. How did his hand become like this when he woke up? When he touched his face, there were these things on his face. What happened? Xian Hongyu's expression was confused and shocked, as if he had been frightened. Ning Shu's expression was very sad. He opened his mouth and finally said, "Master, you have leprosy." Impossible. Xian Hongyu refuted without thinking. Impossible, how could I have leprosy? Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu. What did you do to me? This subordinate didn't. Ning Shu hurriedly shook his head. This subordinate only put some aphrodisiac in Master's food. I really don't know why Master is like this. Master, did you eat something strange? Ning Shu's face was serious and loyal. Master, when we reach the next town, let's find a doctor to take a look. Xian Hongyu frowned tightly, his face trembling. He looked as if he was about to collapse. He looked at Ning Shu. You must have done something to me. This subordinate really didn't. Why would this subordinate do such a disgraceful thing to Master? Ning Shu was very serious. Furthermore, this subordinate doesn't have the ability to do so. Xian Hongyu frowned tightly and lowered his head slightly. For a moment, he was somewhat dispirited. In this era, leprosy was an incurable disease. Alright, since it's like this, let's go back. Go back to the capital. Xian Hongyu said indifferently. Ning Shu, could it be that he felt that he didn't have long to live and simply let Xian Xiaotian catch him and then pass the leprosy disease to Xian Xiaotian? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Master, the capital isn't safe now. There are many miraculous doctors in this world. Your leprosy will definitely be cured. Master, even if you have leprosy, we have to be strong. Ning Shu encouraged Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu indifferently. Did you poison me? Xian Hongyu couldn't believe that he had leprosy because he had never come into contact with a leper before. How could he suddenly have leprosy? Ning Shu hurriedly shook his head. Master, this subordinate really has no reason to do so. This subordinate is loyal to Master and would never do such a disgraceful thing. This subordinate doesn't know what kind of poison can cause syphilis, no, leprosy. Since I have leprosy, why aren't you afraid of me? This thing is contagious. Xian Hongyu looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately puffed out his chest and firmly said, this subordinate is Master's death soldier. I live for Master and die for Master. I will climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of fire for Master. Even if Master has leprosy, this subordinate is not afraid. Xian Hongyu laughed coldly. Coupled with his face full of eczema, it was needless to say how horrifying it was. Seeing such a peerless face ruined like this, Ning Shu silently looked away and chanted Amit Ba in his heart. It was a tragedy that such a beautiful thing was destroyed. Xian Hongyu turned his hand over and looked at it with an indifferent expression. Ning Shu was afraid that Xian Hongyu would take things too hard and asked, Master, how do you feel now? Is it itchy? Even if it's itchy, don't scratch it. If you scratch it, it will fester. Master, wait until we reach the city and find a doctor to take a look. While you're at it, ask about miraculous doctors and then this subordinate will take you to find one. Master, please don't scratch it if it's itchy. Ning Shu said again. Xian Hongyu didn't feel anything before, but now that he heard Ning Shu say the word itchy, he suddenly felt itchy all over his body. He couldn't help but want to scratch it. Master, please don't scratch it. Ning Shu immediately stopped Xian Hongyu. Master, just bear with it. Even if it's itchy, don't scratch it. The more you scratch, the itchier it will be. You shut up. The more you say, the itchier it will be. Xian Hongyu growled at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately shut his mouth. Ning Shu took out a cloak from the carriage and said to Xian Hongyu, Master, leprosy can't be exposed to the wind. Wear this cloak. Xian Hongyu sneered, you even prepared a cloak. 11. If you don't have a guilty conscience, this prince will kill himself. Ning Shu took the cloak and said with a face full of grievance, Master, this subordinate really doesn't have a guilty conscience. I'm wearing this cloak because Master is too handsome. Wearing this cloak will cover up your peerless beauty. Chapter 497. Xian Hongyu put on a cloak and wrapped himself up tightly. Even his face was covered by the black veil hanging down from his hat. Where are we going? Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu through the black veil. I was planning to go to the towns around His Highness's fief. Now that something like this has happened to His Highness, I've decided to bring you there to treat your illness, Ning Shu said seriously. Xian Hongyu remained silent. The black veil covered his face and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Xian Miexiao woke up in the carriage. Ning Shu carried Xian Miexiao down and fed him something. Xian Hongyu sat on the other side of the bonfire, further away from Ning Shu and Xian Miexiao. Master, it's okay. I'll apply some mugwort leaf juice on the child later. It won't be so easy to get infected, Ning Shu said. Xian Hongyu only nodded. Don't look for a doctor. Let's go back to the capital, Xian Hongyu said. Ning Shu, this person was simply crazy. Why? Master, if you go back like this, you'll only make the people who are laughing at you happy. Master, what you need to do now is to cure Mei, Pui, leprosy. Master will definitely make a comeback. Ning Shu didn't want Xian Hongyu to go back. Xian Hongyu didn't say anything. Ning Shu took it that he agreed. Ning Shu applied mugwort leaf juice on Xian Miexiao's body. He said to Xian Hongyu, who was standing there like a wooden stake, Master, let's go. Xian Hongyu didn't enter the carriage. Instead, he sat beside Ning Shu. Xian Miexiao was the only child in the carriage. Clearly, Xian Hongyu was afraid that he would pass the leprosy to the child if he got close to Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu shouted and waved her whip. She glanced at Xian Hongyu from the corner of her eyes. The black veil covered his face so that Ning Shu could not see his expression. Ning Shu felt that under the black veil was a lifeless face. He really wanted to see it. Master, don't talk. Xian Hongyu didn't want to talk. Ning Shu pursed his lips. Ning Shu traveled at a leisurely pace. After a night's work, he was now quite a distance away from the capital. As Ning Shu steered the horse, he lifted the curtains to look at the child in the carriage. After a while, Xian Miexiao fell asleep again. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp wooden stick flew from the side of the road towards the wheel. Ning Shu pulled the reins and swung the whip, entangling the wooden stick and throwing it to the side. Hand over all your valuables. Many people appeared on the side of the road. Each of them was holding a broadsword in their hands. Their faces were filled with the aura of bandits and ferocity. They had encountered bandits. Yo, there's also a little girl. Although she's a little ugly, she's still a woman. One of the bandits looked at Ning Shu and then at Xian Hongyu, who was covered from head to toe. He said to the leader, Boss, this person is covered so tightly. If he's not a beauty, then he's an ugly freak. Capture him. The bandit secretly looked at Xian Hongyu with a lustful gaze. Let me have a taste first. Xian Hongyu had a noble aura. Even if his entire body was covered, he still made people feel that he was inviolable. Ning Shu was speechless. Damn, he was treating Xian Hongyu as a woman. How could a woman have such a big frame and not remember anything? It was probably because of the dangerous atmosphere outside that Xian Miexiao, who was in the carriage, became restless and impatient. He couldn't stop crying. There's also a child. The bandit leader licked his lips. He looked a little frightening. Before Ning Shu could take action, Xian Hongyu reached out and took the whip from Ning Shu's hand. He got off the carriage and walked to the bandit leader. He whipped the bandit leader fiercely. When the other bandits saw this, they wanted to go up and support their boss. Xian Hongyu was not in a hurry. Facing the bandits who rushed over, he wrapped his whip around them and directly threw them out. The bandits who were thrown out hit the tree trunk and immediately couldn't get up. They vomited blood from their mouths. When the bandit saw how fierce this beauty was, he didn't dare to rush forward. He could only watch as his head was whipped. The bandit leader couldn't run even if he wanted to. Every time he tried to run, he would be whipped back. Xian Hongyu swung the whip unhurriedly, but every time the whip landed on the bandit leader's body, the bandit leader would cry out in pain. Ning Shu felt that Xian Hongyu was venting his anger on this unlucky bandit. The sound of the whip whistling through the air was chilling. The other bandits didn't dare to get close to Xian Hongyu. They rushed over to Ning Shu, wanting to control Ning Shu. Ning Shu drew his sword and killed the people who rushed over. These people relied on robbing for a living. Not only did they want money, but they also wanted lives. Ning Shu's actions were swift, so the other bandits didn't dare to rush forward. Xian Hongyu whipped the bandit leader to death. Some parts of his skin were torn, revealing the white bones. After whipping the bandit leader to death, Xian Hongyu looked at the bandits. Even though they were separated by a black veil, when Xian Hongyu's gaze swept over the bandits, they couldn't help but shiver and run away. Xian Hongyu chased after the bandits, obviously wanting to kill them all. Ning Shu called out for her master, but Xian Hongyu ignored her and chased after her. Ning Shu could only wait for him to come back. Then, she comforted the crying Xian Miexiao and gave Xian Hongyu some jerky to grind his teeth. After a while, Ning Shu leaned on the carriage and almost fell asleep. He didn't sleep the whole night, but after a while, Xian Hongyu still didn't come back. Ning Shu felt that something was wrong. Ning Shu was shocked. She immediately turned the horse around and ran back. Xian Hongyu definitely took the opportunity to escape. After running for a while, Ning Shu finally saw Xian Hongyu in a cloak. Xian Hongyu looked back at Ning Shu and quickened his pace. However, his 2 legs couldn't compare to the 4 legs of a horse. Master, where are you going? Ning Shu asked Xian Hongyu lightly. Xian Hongyu said, I thought about it and still think that I should go back to the capital. The doctors in the capital are better than those barefoot doctors in the countryside. Haha. Ning Shu gave a fake smile and said, Master, do you want to be covered in blisters or infected with leprosy? You can't even go through the city gate. How are you going to see a doctor? Ning Shu was really speechless that Xian Hongyu had to run to the capital. Master, don't give up on the treatment. Don't drag it out. If you drag it out, the treatment will be troublesome. Master, don't be stubborn. Ning Shu looked at Xian Hongyu. Ning Shu patted the carriage. Master, get on. Xian Hongyu didn't move and ignored Ning Shu. Ning Shu said again, Master, are you itchy? Xian Hongyu's body moved, as if he was itching. In the end, he sat beside Ning Shu. He gave off a cold aura and didn't say a word. Ning Shu glanced at him and turned the horse around. Ning Shu, who hadn't slept the whole night, was a bit sleepy. Xian Hongyu had already scared her awake. She had to follow Xian Hongyu closely from now on. Master, why are you in such a hurry to go back to the capital? Ning Shu asked. Xian Hongyu snorted and said, I have to go back and see how Shengguan Qingro is doing. What does it have to do with you? If Shengguan Qingro saw Xian Hongyu, she would probably take him down with her. Chapter 498. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at a small town. Ning Shu saw a wanted poster for Xian Hongyu at the entrance of the town. Was he going to be wanted all over the country? This time, Xian Xiaotian was really pissed off. Seeing the wanted poster, Xian Hongyu didn't say anything, as if he didn't care at all. When the carriage was about to enter the city, it was stopped. The guard said to Xian Hongyu, who was completely covered, take off your hat. Ning Shu hurriedly said, Sir, this is my master. Because he is sick, he has been seeking treatment everywhere. It is really inconvenient for him to take off his hat. No, there are rules above. Anyone who wants to enter has to be checked, the guard said mercilessly. Ning Shu had no choice but to grab Xian Hongyu's arm and lift up Xian Hongyu's sleeve, revealing an arm full of pus. When the guard saw the arm, he hurriedly retreated and covered his mouth. Ning Shu waved his hand and said, Go in, go in. Thank you, sir. Ning Shu whipped the horse and entered the city. Once in the city, Ning Shu first went to the medical hall. The doctors there all said that it was leprosy. Xian Hongyu pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He put on his hat, but there was a sense of desolation all over his body. Ning Shu said firmly, Master, you will get better. Xian Hongyu didn't say anything. Ning Shu carried Xian Miexiao and started to shop. He bought tiger cubs and candied haws for Xian Miexiao. Xian Hongyu followed behind Ning Shu silently. Ning Shu gave a stick of candied haws to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu said coldly, I don't eat this kind of thing. Anyway, you are going to die. What's the loss in trying it? Master, I said something wrong. Xian Hongyu's eyes were cold through the black veil. He took the stick of candied haws from Ning Shu's hand and held it in his hand without eating it. I want to return to the capital, Xian Hongyu said. Ning Shu ignored him and bought some rouge and face powder from a small stall. These things were all for disguise. Then, he went into the shop to buy clothes and shoes for Xian Miexiao, as well as clothes for Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu had to change his clothes frequently. Xian Hongyu followed Ning Shu and said, I want to go back to the capital. Go back to the capital. Master, let's talk about this later. Let this subordinate buy the things. Ning Shu bought some dry food and salt. Xian Hongyu said coldly, 11, you've got guts now. You even dare to disobey my orders. Do you think you can escape from my control just because I have nothing left? Master, I don't think so. No matter what I do, I want you to live. It's all for your safety. Even if you want to kill me, I will still do it. Ning Shu said. After buying the things, Ning Shu left the city. It was already dark, so they could only spend the night outside. Why don't you spend the night in the inn? Xian Hongyu asked coldly. Ning Shu said, Master, the inn won't accept us in such a situation. Xian Hongyu took off his hat, revealing a head of beautiful black hair. However, his face wasn't very good-looking. However, his facial features were still very exquisite and his foundation was good. Even if his face was full of pustules, he wouldn't be too ugly. What are you looking at? There's no one here. It's too hot for me to wear a hat. Xian Hongyu said as he fanned himself with his hat. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He helped Xian Miexiao apply some mosquito-repellent medicine. There were many mosquitoes in the wild, but he didn't know how long this kind of life would last. Ning Shu had no choice but to drag Xian Hongyu around. Actually, it wasn't bad to run around. He could see the local customs and customs of various places. This kind of life was very good. Master, I've heard that there's a godly doctor in the western region with superb medical skills. Master's leprosy will definitely be cured. Master, let's go to the western region. Ning Shu said to Xian Hongyu. Xian Hongyu stopped fanning himself with his hat. There was anger between his brows. Are you sure that I'll still be alive when we reach the western region? I'm sure. Ning Shu nodded. Xian Hongyu was speechless. Xian Hongyu fanned himself with his hat. Finally, he said to Ning Shu, I've decided to go back to the capital. Ning Shu poured a bowl of medicine for Xian Hongyu. He handed it to Xian Hongyu and said, Master, it's time to take your medicine. Master, your condition doesn't look serious now. However, in the later stages, your eyes will be corroded and your skin will fester. Master, when we find a godly doctor, you'll be cured completely, Ning Shu said calmly. Xian Hongyu looked coldly at Ning Shu. He held his breath and drank the bowl of medicine. At night, Xian Hongyu slept in the carriage. Ning Shu squatted on a tree. He practiced his ultimate martial arts while paying attention to Xian Hongyu. Just like that, Ning Shu and Xian Hongyu walked and stopped as they headed towards the western region. Xian Miexiao was forced to follow Ning Shu and Xian Hongyu and live in the open. However, Xian Miexiao could now call Xian Hongyu father. He could occasionally say simple words and walk slowly. Xian Hongyu seemed to have found a joy in the boring journey. He taught Xian Miexiao, who had just learned how to call him father, how to speak. He made Xian Miexiao repeat what he said, regardless of whether Xian Miexiao could understand. Xian Hongyu shook his head with a look of disappointment. He said that the great general of the Qin country was very smart. Ning Shu was speechless. After a while, Xian Hongyu stopped complaining about going back to the capital. He probably felt that it was too far away from the capital. Besides, there was no point in going back. Every time they passed by a town, Ning Shu had to go in to replenish his daily necessities. Every time they entered the city, Ning Shu would lift Xian Hongyu's arm and reveal the pustules on it. He would say that his young master was here to see a doctor. Xian Hongyu was disgusted at first, but after a while, he let it go. Xian Hongyu said that Ning Shu would get retribution for using a dying person like this. Ning Shu was speechless. Xian Hongyu still believed in retribution. Because Ning Shu brewed medicine for Xian Hongyu every day, Xian Hongyu's leprosy was maintained in a neither bad state. It didn't worsen. Along the way, Ning Shu and Xian Hongyu saw a lot. They passed by grasslands and saw herds of cows and sheep. They arrived at Sand City. The houses here were all made of mud. There was also an endless desert. They walked from summer to winter, and then to summer. Xian Xiaotian could speak clearly and concisely. They changed horses many times, and a few carriages were worn out. Traveling in ancient times was really slow. Every time they saw a different scenery, Ning Shu's heart was very calm. His heart was very smooth. From the small bridge, flowing water, and houses to the lonely smoke in the desert, it was simply a spiritual cleansing. Xian Hongyu sometimes didn't even wear a hat and directly showed his face. The current Xian Hongyu looked more carefree than before. Although traveling was difficult, it had its own flavor. Seeing the shocking scenery, it was all worth it. Chapter 499. Not knowing the situation in the capital, Ning Shu felt that after such a long time, Xian Xiaotian should have given up looking for Xian Hongyu. After all, it had been almost a year. They had already reached the western region. The western region was just a general term. As for where the godly doctor was, no one knew. Xian Hongyu was not in a hurry. Ning Shu would ask about the godly doctor whenever he had nothing to do. Ning Shu asked Xian Hongyu, Master, do you still want to know about Shangguanqing Rou? Of course. Xian Hongyu said matter-of-factly. Ning Shu, she should not have asked. 11. How do you think Shangguanqing Rou and Xian Xiaotian are doing now? Xian Hongyu chatted with Ning Shu. A nation's mother was labeled as having lost her chastity. The civil and military officials would not let such a woman with a ruined reputation become the head of the harem. Shangguanqing Rou's situation was not very good. It depended on whether Xian Shaotian could withstand the pressure of the outside world for her. Only by withstanding the impact of reality could love grow strong. However, more often than not, love would be defeated by the cruel reality. Especially when Xian Shaotian was the ruler of a nation. To protect his throne, he had to make some sacrifices. Who knew if Xian Shaotian would sacrifice his love with Shengguan Qingro? Love was an illusory and fragile thing. Even if you fell in love with someone with a look, it would dissipate quickly. It was like a mirage. What Ning Shu wanted was not to have someone by his side who loved him, but to be able to live freely in the thousands of worlds. To be able to live forever, to be able to see the clouds in every world. Especially after seeing Xian Hongyu, Ning Shu felt that being a single dog was pretty good. Meeting someone like Xian Hongyu, life was basically a big pain in the ass. She, as Xian Hongyu's subordinate, was already so miserable, she wondered how Shengguan Qingro felt. This subordinate does not know how Miss Shengguan is doing. Ning Shu said with a grin. Xian Hongyu sat in the carriage and used his hand to support his chin. His hair was loose, and occasionally, it would be swept up by the wind. His back was like a killer, and his face was full of bumps. This prince wishes for Shengguan Qingro to be the empress forever. Ning Shu glanced at him. Did he finally find his conscience? This way, they can torture each other for the rest of their lives, Xian Hongyu said. Ning Shu, how wicked. Master, can you stand Miss Shengguan being with other people? Ning Shu asked. This was not Xian Hongyu's character. Xian Hongyu glanced at Ning Shu and indifferently said, of course not. Even if you want to torture each other, you still have to do it with me. There was nothing to talk about with a lunatic. Ning Shu managed to find out the whereabouts of the godly doctor. The godly doctor was an old man with a white beard. His hands were trembling when he took Xian Hongyu's pulse. After taking Xian Hongyu's pulse, he gave Xian Hongyu a prescription without hesitation and asked Xian Hongyu to drink it 3 times a day. Xian Hongyu did not like this godly doctor. He came all the way here to see this godly doctor. Ning Shu kept the prescription and brewed medicine for Xian Hongyu every day. He had 3 meals a day, and each meal was a big bowl, which made Xian Hongyu's face turn green. It did not seem to have any effect. Go to Jiang province. Xian Hongyu said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was curious and asked, why are you going to Jiang province? Xian Hongyu squinted his eyes and rubbed something in his hand. It was a bronze tiger-shaped object. Ning Shu looked at the object in his hand and was stunned. If he was not wrong, Xian Hongyu was holding a commander's seal. He still has this. No wonder Xian Shaotian was looking for him. It was not only because of Shengguan Qingro, but also because of the commander's seal. Ning Shu rushed to his next destination, Jiang province. Running around every day, Ning Shu felt that he had aged a lot. His hands were already thick, but now they were even thicker. When he washed his face, it hurt. Ning Shu was confused. Xian Hongyu was already dead. Even if he had the commander's seal, what use would it be? Ning Shu wanted to ask, but it was best not to ask about such confidential matters. Seeing that Xian Hongyu was no longer heading to the capital, Ning Shu would add some antidote every time he boiled medicine for Xian Hongyu, allowing him to slowly recover. Xian Hongyu saw some pustules forming on his body and was surprised. That old godly doctor actually had some skills. He rushed all the way to Jiang province. Xian Hongyu used some unknown method to take over the Jiang province army. Then, using his identity as Prince Ding, he questioned Xian Shaotian. He said that the empress, Shengguan Qingro, was promiscuous and unfit to be the mother of a nation. He said that the empress must be deposed, or else he would lead the Jiang province army to attack the capital. Ning Shu, hearing Xian Hongyu's declaration, Ning Shu did not know how Xian Hongyu's face grew. The empress was promiscuous, but how good were you? You had an affair with your own sister-in-law. You were the person involved in this story, right? You even used this reason to threaten Xian Shaotian. Where was your face? Xian Shaotian did not use this reason to kill you, but you actually said that the Empress, Shengguanqing Rou, was promiscuous. She had never seen such a shameless person. In the capital, Xian Shaotian was probably vomiting blood from anger. Shengguanqing Rou's situation was not good to begin with. She was able to sit on the Empress's seat because Xian Shaotian had true feelings for her. But Xian Hongyu did not want to see her living a good life. By issuing such a declaration, he tore open the wound that should have been covered. Ding, quest completed. Do you wish to leave the quest world? 2333's voice sounded. Ning Shu said, wait a moment. Ning Shu put all the antidote in the bowl and gave it to Xian Hongyu to drink. After drinking this bowl of medicine, the pustules on Xian Hongyu's body should disappear. Ning Shu patted Xian Miexiao's head. If Xian Miexiao could live with 11 and let 11 experience the life of a normal person, it would be good. 2333, leave the world, Ning Shu said to 2333 in his mind. This mission was considered complete. Now that Xian Hongyu had the Jiang province army and a shield in his hands, Xian Hongyu wouldn't die so easily with an army in his hands. In fact, Xian Hongyu had hidden himself well. Where did he get the commander's seal? Xian Hongyu and Xian Shaotian were both members of the royal family. Everything they did had their own goals. But poor Shengguanqing Rou, who had a free spirit, did not even understand the twists and turns. Xian Hongyu wanted to be the emperor, but the old emperor passed the throne to Xian Shaotian. Xian Hongyu was also chased out of the capital by the old emperor. Xian Hongyu used Shengguanqing Rou's matter to lead an army into the capital. Because of Shengguanqing Rou, the battle between the crown prince, Xian Hongyu, and Xian Shaotian started. Now, because of Shengguanqing Rou, the battle between Xian Hongyu and Xian Shaotian was in full swing. Fighting for power, killing, and lust all needed a gentle mask. Shengguanqing Rou did not control the country. Instead, she became an excuse and target for men. Ning Shu felt dizzy. Goodbye, Xian Hongyu. No, never again. Chapter 500. Ning Shu was in a trance for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Ning Shu raised his hand and looked at it. He didn't consume much of his soul. In the future, the damage to his soul from doing missions should be less and less. Let's look at the points this time. Ning Shu said to 2333. Also, thank you for the fake death medicine. After Ning Shu finished speaking, a status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 650,000/200,000 Soul, 200 HP, 60 Wisdom, 115 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 MP, 120 Force, 65 Faith, 113 Qualifications, 31 Merit, 36 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Level Martial Arts, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge Honorable Title, Wargid Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Meow. Meow Meow's Blessing, Fulfill 11th Wish, Protect the Master, Keep the Master Alive. Mission Completion, 100. Obtained 200,000 points, 20 attribute points, and 3 points of faith. The mission points this time were average, and the difficulty of the mission wasn't that high. It only required her to ensure Xian Hongyu's life. Ning Shu's method was to drag Xian Hongyu far away if he couldn't win. It could be considered as barely completing the mission. The difference between two people and a country's strength was like an ant and an elephant. Ning Shu was very satisfied with the points. After obtaining 20 attribute points, Ning Shu added them to his wisdom, force, and luck. Ning Shu inexplicably felt that her character was very bad, and that her luck was always bad. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 850,000 Soul, 200 HP, 60 Wisdom, 1155 Charm, 3 Luck, 3410 Spirit, 120 Force, 655 Faith, 14 Qualifications, 31 Merit, 36 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Basic Peerless Martial Arts, Basic Business Management Knowledge. Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Best Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. After setting up the attribute values, Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the sofa and started cultivating. After he finished cultivating, Ning Shu said, "I'll go to the virtual space to take a look." Ning Shu wanted to interact more with the other task takers. He wanted to know how the other task takers completed their missions. Ning Shu felt that it was a little difficult to complete the mission now. He was still in the same place, and he didn't have many points. If this continued, when would he become an intermediate task taker? Ning Shu stood at the entrance of the virtual space and felt a strong sense of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the virtual space city. Looking at the bustling city, there were mission enforcers coming and going. There were so many people, but Ning Shu didn't recognize a single person. In life, it was hard to find a confidant and a lover. If he didn't have friends and lovers, then so be it. When he had friends and lovers, everyone had different thoughts. When there was friction, he had to compromise and compromise. Ning Shu wandered around the city and looked at all kinds of items. However, the exchange requirements were different. Some required points, some required merit points, and some required faith. Ning Shu just looked around. There were many things he couldn't afford. He didn't have many points to begin with, and he still needed 3 million to become an intermediate task taker. Above the intermediate task taker, there was the advanced task taker, and above the advanced task taker, there was the super task taker. As for what was above that, with Ning Shu's shallow knowledge, he didn't know. Ning Shu wandered for a while and felt that it was a little boring. There was no one he could talk to here, and he didn't know a single person. He planned to go back, but at the corner of the street, he saw a shop. The name of the shop was Affairs Consultation Room. Ning Shu thought for a while and walked into the consultation room. There was agarwood in the consultation room. Even in his soul state, when he smelled it, he felt a cooling feeling enter his soul, calming his anxious mood. Ning Shu's nose twitched as she inhaled the fragrance of the agarwood. A man walked out. He had long silver hair that was tied up. He was very tall and had fair skin. His facial features had an unusual beauty to them. His facial features weren't very good looking, but when put together, they gave off a very beautiful feeling. He had a book in his hand. He glanced at Ning Shu and said, "Have a seat." His voice was very cold. He wasn't very enthusiastic about Ning Shu as a guest, and his attitude was indifferent. Ning Shu sat across from him. The man lowered his head and flipped through the book in his hand. He didn't raise his head and asked Ning Shu, "What do you want to ask?" "I just want to ask how I can increase my points when doing missions," Ning Shu said. She felt that she had reached a bottleneck. The man raised his head to look at Ning Shu. When he moved, his silver hair reflected the silver light. The man closed the book and said indifferently, "The client offers half of his soul power, or even more of his soul." "What is it for?" "Is it to change his tragic life and obtain happiness?" Ning Shu said. "What kind of life is considered a happy life? What kind of life is considered a successful life?" "Power, money, status, reputation. Achieving one of these is considered a successful life," the man said. Ning Shu looked at the man. "Can you be more straightforward?" "In other words, not only do you have to fulfill the client's wish, but you also have to seek a happy life for the client. Or what kind of person the client wants to be, you have to do your best to help them become that kind of person. For example, your client likes to draw and wants to become an artist. If you complete this kind of hidden counterattack mission, you will naturally have a lot of points. Power, money, status, reputation. If you achieve one of these, it will be considered a successful counterattack, the man explained to Ning Shu in detail. Ning Shu suddenly understood. So that was how it was. Sometimes she felt that her points were very high, but sometimes they weren't. However, just fulfilling the client's wish wasn't considered a successful counterattack. If your points are low, it means that the client has offered less souls. If the points are low, it means that the client isn't satisfied with your mission. She might even offer another soul and ask other mission takers to help her counterattack. Ning Shu nodded. She more or less understood. Thank you, Ning Shu said gratefully to the man. No need. The reward is 300,000 points, the man said calmly. Ning Shu. Chapter 501. Ning Shu was scared out of his wits when he heard that a few sentences would cost him 300,000 points. Fuck, why don't you just rob a bank? Isn't this reward a bit high? Ning Shu said embarrassedly. The man raised his eyebrows. You want to go back on your word? Ning Shu, so painful. Don't think that it's just a few sentences. This is the conclusion of many mission enforcers. Do you think these words aren't worth 300,000 points? The man crossed his arms and looked at Ning Shu. His posture was like an ancient British aristocrat. Ning Shu could only pay the bill. He didn't have many points to begin with. Just like that, he used up 300,000 points. Ning Shu's heart ached so much that his whole body trembled. After playing around for a while, he actually used up so many points. As soon as he left the affairs consultation room, Ning Shu felt that his soul was floating. Forget it, these points were worth it. At least Ning Shu had found a new goal to strive for. Come on, Ning Shu cheered himself on with trembling lips. Ning Shu planned to go to a restaurant and eat to relieve his stifled mood. Ning Shu turned around and walked towards the restaurant. A man in black suddenly appeared in Ning Shu's eyes. This man was tall and straight with a pair of extremely long legs. He wore a black trench coat. When he walked, the wind slightly rolled up the corners of his coat. He looked incomparably ascetic and sexy. The man walked in front with many people following behind him. Beside him, a person was saying something to him. His expression was indifferent. Only his glasses occasionally reflected a cold light. Ning Shu almost screamed. Isn't this the school doctor, uncle? Ning Shu's lips moved twice. He wanted to say something. His feet moved twice before he finally stopped. The school doctor uncle indifferently walked past Ning Shu. He glanced at Ning Shu and moved away without stopping. Ning Shu felt a chill when the school doctor walked past him. It made him feel like his soul was frozen. Ning Shu looked at the back of the school doctor, his heart full of doubts. Why did he see the school doctor in the virtual space? That time, when she was in the Sea of Law, she saw the uncle in a trance. Excuse me, who were the people who just passed by? Ning Shu asked one of the mission enforcers. The mission enforcer said, oh, one of them is the manager of the virtual space. Someone in black? Ning Shu asked. The person who spoke is a manager. The mission enforcer looked at Ning Shu. You must be new. You don't even know this. I'm a newbie. What about the person in black? The person who spoke to the school doctor was the manager of the virtual space. Who was the school doctor? The mission enforcer looked embarrassed. I don't know. Ning Shu was speechless. To be able to talk to the manager of the virtual space, the uncle's identity should not be simple. 2333, let's go back to the system space, Ning Shu said to 2333 in his heart. Ning Shu suddenly felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he was in the system space. Ning Shu said, I just met a familiar person. It's the man in the black windbreaker. Do you know him? I'm just a small system. What do I know? 2333 said unhappily. Ning Shu said, can't you use your smart search? Can't you find out who this person is? Forget it. There are too many powerful people up there. I can search just because I say I can. Maybe the system will catch me and I'll be reformatted, 2333 said. Ning Shu was speechless. Useless trash. Ning Shu did not bother about the school doctor uncle anymore. She could see that the school doctor uncle's identity was not simple. She and the school doctor uncle were not in the same class. The school doctor uncle did not know her. At most, he was just a familiar stranger. Ning Shu forgot about the school doctor uncle and opened the exchange shop. He exchanged for fasting pills, water, and medicine. Because of the lesson in the last world, Ning Shu exchanged for fake death medicine and realgar powder. Ning Shu wanted to exchange for an amulet. However, this amulet cost 35 merit points. Ning Shu was worried that the amulet would only be effective in one world. Moreover, Ning Shu felt that 35 merit points was too high. Even the system could not calculate the merit points. It must be something good. System, if I exchange for this amulet, will it only be effective in one world? Ning Shu asked 2333. Oh, this amulet is effective forever. It will be effective in any world. It can save your life, 23333 said. Ning Shu was relieved. He clicked on the exchange button and let out a sigh of relief. If he encountered any danger that he could not resist, at least he had a guarantee. I say, do you really not know who the school doctor uncle is? Ning Shu asked again. 23333 said, I really don't know. Well, when he saw the school doctor uncle, his heart was beating fast. He wanted to know who this guy was. What use do you have? Ning Shu said unhappily. 23333 responded with silence. What about your man in the consultation room? Ning Shu asked. I don't know him. I don't have permission to search, 23333 said straightforwardly. What a piece of trash. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Well, it felt like the water here was very deep. Each one was stronger than the other. She was the only one who was weak. She had to work hard to improve her strength. Not only for her safety, but also to stand firm in this turbulent Jianghu. Ning Shu took the watering can and watered the potted plant. Then, he took it to the bookshelf to read. After finishing the book, Ning Shu slowly placed it back on the bookshelf. Then, she ran on the treadmill for a while. The only regret was that she didn't have a body. She couldn't sweat at all, so she didn't have the pleasure of sweating profusely. After wandering around the system space for a while, touching here and there, he said to 23333, well, let's go and do the mission. Okay. 23,333's voice sounded. Ning Shu suddenly felt dizzy. After a while, when his soul and body merged, he opened his eyes. His body was very stiff. When he looked up, he found himself sleeping on the desk. Ning Shu stretched out her hand and placed it on her cervical spine. She moved her neck, which was so stiff that it made cracking sounds. Ning Shu's neck stiffened. She reached out and flipped her hand over to examine it. Then, she touched her lower body. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, how did he become a man again? 23333, we need to talk about life. Ning Shu said to 23333. Your system is disconnected. Trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead. 23333, stop messing around. Your system is disconnected. Trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. It's not fun anymore. Ning Shu did not want to talk to this guy. 23333 said, there's nothing wrong with becoming a man. I'm used to squatting and peeing. What's so good about becoming a man? Ning Shu said. Besides, am I not a supporting female character? Why did she have to be both the female and the male lead? This time, she would not be a supporting male character, right? Chapter 502. Ning Shu had no choice but to accept the fact that he had become a man. How many times had it been? It was already the third time. Ning Shu felt that 2333 was a defective product. That was why the positioning was wrong. It was not easy to stay alive. With the addition of this system, it was simply one disaster after another. However, Ning Shu still accepted the system in his heart. When he was at his most helpless, 2333 risked being formatted to help him. Ning Shu was very grateful, but it could not hide the fact that 2333 was a piece of trash. Ning Shu looked at his surroundings. He was in a small office. Through the window, he could see employees coming and going in the big office outside. Ning Shu felt very tired. His throat was dry and he felt light. He was very sleepy. This body probably did not sleep for the whole night. Ning Shu poured a glass of water from the water dispenser. He drank a large glass of water to relieve the dry itch in his throat. He rubbed his forehead. His temples were throbbing with pain. Feeling that his current condition was very bad, Ning Shu reluctantly began to accept the storyline. The original owner was called Su Wenlang. He was a lawyer. Soon, he would have a case. He had been busy with this case for several days and had stayed up 2 nights. The main character of this story was not Su Wenlang, but Su Wenlang's childhood sweetheart, Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman was a few years younger than Su Wenlang, and Xia Xiaoman was Su Wenlang's goal. Unsurprisingly, Xia Xiaoman and Su Wenlang were able to support each other for a lifetime. They knew each other very well. Their relationship was also good. Everything in the world was a what if. Su Wenlang and Xia Xiaoman's fates had a turning point. This person was Chu Xiaoran. This person was the CEO of a listed company. Chu Xiaoran met Xia Xiaoman one day. When he saw Xia Xiaoman again, he was holding nude photos of Xia Xiaoman. There were all kinds of nude photos of her changing clothes and bathing. Xia Xiaoman was not aware that she had been photographed. Some of the photos were even taken at Xia Xiaoman's home. Xia Xiaoman was shocked when she saw these photos. Looking at the handsome Chu Xiaoran, this person was simply a beast. Chu Xiaoran threatened Xia Xiaoman to become his woman and his mistress. Xia Xiaoman originally wanted to marry Su Wenlang, but now such a person popped out and made such an outrageous request. Of course, Xia Xiaoman wouldn't agree. Chu Xiaoran then threatened Xia Xiaoman that if she didn't agree, he would expose the photos. Then, Xia Xiaoman agreed, and Chu Xiaoran began to keep her in his house. What Xia Xiaoman needed to do was to wait in the villa for Chu Xiaoran to come to the villa. Once Chu Xiaoran came, she would do something indescribable. Chu Xiaoran was the one who had resorted to trickery. When Su Wenlang found out about this, he was determined to rescue Xia Xiaoman. However, Xia Xiaoman had no choice but to endure the humiliation. In addition, Chu Xiaoran threatened Xia Xiaoman. Su Wenlang was just a small lawyer. It was too easy for Chu Xiaoran to kill Su Wenlang and drive him into a corner. Xia Xiaoman endured everything alone. She endured her unbearable identity, endured Chu Xiaoran's contempt for her, and also endured her inner struggle. In the end, Su Wenlang died because of Xia Xiaoman. Ning Shu was speechless. After reading the story, Ning Shu was deeply drunk. She was so drunk that she couldn't take it anymore. Xia Xiaoman could still fall in love with Chu Xiaoran and end up happily with him in the end. She didn't think of calling the police even though someone took nude photos of her. Hence, Chu Xiaoran got what he wanted and continued to violate her. What's the point of being a police officer? What made Ning Shu the most speechless was that Xia Xiaoman fell in love with Chu Xiaoran. A man's love passed through his stomach, while a woman's love passed through her vagina. Xia Xiaoman fell in love with the man who threatened her and almost raped her. He was a man who didn't treat her well. Because of Xia Xiaoman's death, there was no one to take care of Su Wenlang's parents at home. The Su family and the Xia family completely fell out and the Su family moved away. Xia Xiaoman and Chu Xiaoran got married. Su Wenlang's death was just a catalyst for their relationship. Su Wenlang was just a cannon fodder. Su Wenlang's years of care and love couldn't compare to Chu Xiaoran, who treated her badly. Don't talk about love. Xia Xiaoman was suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Chu Xiaoran appeared in front of Xia Xiaoman with a despicable image. He didn't treat Xia Xiaoman well either, but he would occasionally show some warmth to Xia Xiaoman. If a person who had always been nice to you suddenly treated you badly one day, you wouldn't be able to take it and would resent and get angry. If a person treated you badly, threatened you, and forced you to do things that you didn't want to do, but if that person treated you slightly better one day, you would immediately change your opinion of that person. Ha, what a sadistic relationship. Xia Xiaoman really suffered all kinds of grievances and endured all kinds of grievances for the sake of her reputation, for the sake of not embarrassing her parents, and for the sake of her childhood sweetheart's future. Regarding this, Ning Shu could only use the word cheap to describe it. Xia Xiaoman could have used other methods to protect herself. Besides, Su Wenlang was a lawyer. Her actions would only give Chu Xiaoran a chance to hurt her. Would it kill him to call the police? Oh, it was as if the CEO was omnipotent. This was a requirement of the plot. Why did Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman have to be related to each other through such things? Chu Xiaoran was also crazy. Why did he have to use such a method? Even if he wanted to steal her, he didn't have to use such a method. Did the CEO seem high and mighty just because he took advantage of her? Chu Xiaoran's identity added a lot of points to him, and Xia Xiaoman only had to enjoy the benefits that this man brought her. On the other hand, Su Wenlang's family could only be considered wealthy. If he wanted to have a bright future, he had to work hard on his own. He couldn't be compared to Chu Xiaoran, who had a silver spoon in his mouth since he was young. His halo couldn't be compared to Chu Xiaoran. Su Wenlang had died once, and his parents were taking care of him at home. Now, he just wanted to let Xia Xiaoman do whatever she wanted. What she wanted to do with Chu Xiaoran was her own business. Ning Shu rubbed his swollen forehead. He felt very tired and wanted to rest. After taking his coat, Ning Shu took a taxi home to rest. The Su family lived in a house in the neighborhood, and they were neighbors with Xia Xiaoman. The two families had been friends for more than 20 years, and they even planned to become in-laws. When he returned home, Mother Su was watering the potted plants on the balcony. When she saw how tired Ning Shu was, she said, "Go take a shower and sleep first." Ning Shu took a nap. He didn't care about anything and just slept. Ning Shu was sleeping soundly when he was woken up by his phone's alarm. Ning Shu opened his eyes. Damn, his head hurts. She looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Xia Xiaoman. She picked up the phone. Before Xia Xiaoman could say anything, she started crying. The phone was filled with the sound of a woman sobbing. Ning Shu's sleepy head was about to explode. Oh, damn. Chapter 503. Xia Xiaoman kept crying on the phone, and Ning Shu couldn't take it anymore. He asked, "What happened to Xiaoman?" "Brother Wenlang, Brother Wenlang." Xia Xiaoman kept crying and calling Ning Shu's name, but she didn't say anything. Finally, Xia Xiaoman calmed down a little and arranged to meet Ning Shu at a coffee shop. Her house was opposite, and they agreed to meet at a coffee shop. He wanted to say no, but Xia Xiaoman kept crying and called him again after hanging up. Ning Shu could only get up from the bed, put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Mother Su was cooking when she saw that Ning Shu was about to go out again. "You just rested for a while, why are you going out again?" Ning Shu took his suit jacket and changed his shoes at the entrance. He said, "I have something to deal with. Don't work too hard, take care of your body and spend more time with Xiaoman." "Why haven't I seen Xiaoman recently?" "Don't neglect her because of work." "Xiaoman isn't a vain child," Mother Su said. Mother Su thought that her son was working so hard for Xiaoman, who lived opposite them. Ning Shu grinned and didn't say anything. He went out. When he arrived at the coffee shop, Ning Shu saw Xia Xiaoman sitting near the window. Xia Xiaoman was wearing long sleeves, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Ning Shu walked over and pulled out a chair and sat opposite Xia Xiaoman. He looked at Xia Xiaoman, and her eyes were slightly red. Xia Xiaoman looked pure and innocent, and Xia Xiaoman was a well-protected and obedient girl. No wonder Chu Xiaoran liked her. She was different from the flirtatious sluts outside. But now, she looked like the female lead of a torturing novel. He didn't know how Chu Xiaoran could bear to do it. It seemed that every time they had sex, it was half-forced. Brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman looked at Ning Shu, and her tears fell. Her eyes were red. Ning Shu took a tissue from the table and handed it to Xia Xiaoman. He said, "Don't cry, wipe your tears." Xia Xiaoman took the tissue and wiped her tears. She looked like she had lost all hope. She looked at Ning Shu with guilt and uneasiness. Her eyes were filled with confusion, pain, and a trace of hatred. Ning Shu took a sip of coffee, and her mind finally cleared up a little. Seeing Xia Xiaoman's twisted face, she sighed in her heart and said, "What happened?" Xia Xiaoman looked at Ning Shu, covered her mouth and cried. She sobbed, "Brother Wenlang, Brother Wenlang." Ning Shu rubbed her swollen forehead. "Why are you crying?" Ning Shu chanted the clear heart mantra in her heart. Xia Xiaoman felt that she had suffered a lot. It was so painful. "Xiaoman, I've stayed up 2 nights. I'm very tired. Don't cry. Tell me what happened." Ning Shu took another sip of coffee. Xia Xiaoman immediately stopped crying. She said to Ning Shu worriedly, "Brother Wenlang, you have to take care of your body. Don't work so hard." Ning Shu nodded. She had already finished a cup of coffee and ordered another one. Ning Shu just wanted to sleep now. Xia Xiaoman's face was pale, and she looked like she was struggling and in pain. "Brother Wenlang, let's break up." "Why?" Ning Shu put down the coffee and looked at Xia Xiaoman. "We're going to get married soon. I'm not good enough for you now." "Brother Wenlang, I'm sorry." Xia Xiaoman was disheartened. Ning Shu saw mottled marks on Xia Xiaoman's collar. The hickeys were a little bruised, and he could see how hard Chu Xiaoran was. Fortunately, it wasn't so exaggerated that Xia Xiaoman couldn't get out of bed. Su Wenlang worked hard day and night for the future of the two of them. He worked hard so that Xia Xiaoman could live a comfortable life after marrying him and live a happy life as Mrs. Su. He worked hard for his and Xia Xiaoman's future. However, Xia Xiaoman was already lying under another man. Even when such a thing happened, Xia Xiaoman didn't discuss it with Su Wenlang. She took on the tragic feeling of feeding the wolf with her body. She even felt that she had sacrificed herself for everyone. She was drunk. "What happened, Xiaoman? I still have a case to deal with. Are you serious about breaking up?" Ning Shu raised his wrist and looked at it. Xia Xiaoman took a deep breath. "Brother Wenlang, don't ask me what happened. I don't want to talk about it. I hate myself." "Brother Wenlang, you'll meet a good girl." Ning Shu nodded. "If this is your wish, I promise you." Xia Xiaoman's face was full of tears. She looked at Ning Shu with teary eyes. "Brother Wenlang, I hope you'll be happy." Ning Shu nodded. It was ironic. Every time Xia Xiaoman was hurt, she would cry to Su Wenlang. Su Wenlang was so anxious that his heart was in a pot of oil. He would risk his life to save Xia Xiaoman from Chu Xiaoran. However, Xia Xiaoman would stop Su Wenlang, saying that Chu Xiaoran was too powerful and she couldn't win against him. He didn't know if it was because of this reason or because Xia Xiaoman couldn't bear to leave Chu Xiaoran. Xia Xiaoman had Stockholm's disease. She developed feelings for the person who hurt her and didn't want to face the problem. She avoided, forgot, and felt pain for the things that hurt her. In the end, they could still be happy together. It was just a tremor. Love was a beautiful and hazy thing. If this was love, Ning Shu could only say that this kind of twisted love wasn't beautiful at all. It wasn't desirable at all. Su Wenlang respected Xia Xiaoman, and the most intimate thing he did was kiss her. He hadn't done anything out of line for so many years. The person whom he had protected for so many years was taken away by a wolf. Su Wenlang hated Chu Xiaoran very much, and he was also angry and disgusted with Xia Xiaoman. He was angry that Xia Xiaoman didn't love herself. No amount of excuses could cover up Xia Xiaoman's foolishness and frivolity. There were clearly many ways to solve the problem, but she chose the stupidest way. What made Su Wenlang even more disgusted was that Xia Xiaoman fell in love with Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran treated her like this and humiliated her. She fell in love with Chu Xiaoran and even said that she had always treated him as her brother. When she was with Su Wenlang, her heart was very calm. She didn't feel the same as when she was with Chu Xiaoran. To hell with your heartbeat. You're addicted to being abused. Su Wenlang's wish was to take revenge on Chu Xiaoran. As for Xia Xiaoman, Su Wenlang didn't feel anything in his heart. He didn't want to redeem anything, nor did he want to see her happy. Hence, now that Xia Xiaoman proposed to break up with him, Ning Shu agreed without hesitation. He didn't want to snatch a woman from another man. The most important thing was that he didn't want to be a trash can. A trash can that would listen to Xia Xiaoman's cries whenever he was called. A trash can that hated Xia Xiaoman so much that he couldn't voice out his grievances. If there was a misunderstanding, he would rather die than say anything. Xia Xiaoman looked for Su Wenlang and cried. After crying, she returned to Chu Xiaoran's side and endured the humiliation in her heart to do what a mistress should do. Chapter 504. Ning Shu was not in a good mood to begin with. Now that she heard Xia Xiaoman sobbing and crying, she had been talking about breaking up for almost half an hour. Xia Xiaoman had been crying all this time. It was the kind of silent crying that made her feel suffocated. Brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman forced a smile on Ning Shu's face. I hope Brother Wenlang can find his own happiness. Please forget about me. Okay. Ning Shu replied. Xia Xiaoman's face stiffened. But when she thought of the overbearing and evil Chu Xiaoran and his ability to do whatever he wanted, she had to make Brother Wenlang leave her for his future. Brother Wenlang, I'll leave first. Xia Xiaoman stood up and stared at Ning Shu. She smiled sadly. Brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman did not seem to know what to say and turned to leave. Her back was filled with sadness. Step by step, she seemed to have exhausted all her mental and physical strength to walk towards an unknown future. Ning Shu finished the coffee in his cup and planned to go back to sleep. He had not been in a good state of mind, so he must have a good sleep. Ning Shu had a general direction in his heart for the mission. He would not go head-to-head with Chu Xiaoran. He was now at a disadvantage and did not have the ability to fight with Chu Xiaoran, so everything had to be done slowly. If it was so easy, the client would not have offered her soul and wanted to turn the tide of life. Not only did she want to avenge Su Wenlang, she also wanted to live a brand new future for him. Ning Shu returned home and slept. After a good night's sleep, he first practiced a peerless martial arts. After all, the original owner was stabbed to death. It was best to have some martial arts to defend himself. In the modern era, it was basically useless to practice martial arts. It was good to be able to strengthen his body and make his body more agile. The sky was already dark. Ning Shu stopped practicing and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. There was some food in the pot that Mother Su had left for Ning Shu. After eating some dinner, he began to read the information of the original owner, Su Wenlang. Ning Shu had never been a lawyer. Fortunately, the original owner had done a lot of homework. He followed the order of defense and even made notes of possible situations. His mind was filled with legal provisions. Ning Shu had to flip through the legal book according to the legal provisions on the document. This case was relatively big. It was a copyright infringement lawsuit between two large companies. The law firm allowed Su Wenlang to represent them because of his outstanding ability. Su Wenlang had racked his brains for this case. Now that he was looking at such a thick document, Ning Shu was also nervous. He calmed himself down. In this world, he was a lawyer and he was going to become a famous lawyer. Therefore, a mission enforcer had to be multi-talented. Most importantly, they had to have an intelligent brain. More and more, they felt that intelligence was too important. Intelligence and martial prowess, both legs must be in the same place in order to walk steadily and quickly. Ning Shu recited these plans in his mouth. The original owner's mind was filled with ideas, so he only needed to sort them out. However, Ning Shu's mind was empty, so he had to memorize these plans. He could only cram for them at the last minute. Fortunately, there were still a few days before the court session. This gave Ning Shu enough time to prepare. Ning Shu was still memorizing the provisions when his phone rang. He took the phone and looked at it. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. It was Xia Xiaoman again. It was already midnight. Why was she calling? Ning Shu picked up the phone and said hello. Xia Xiaoman didn't say anything. She was sobbing. It seemed like she was covering her mouth and crying. Ning Shu pinched the bridge of his nose. If he remembered correctly, didn't they break up during the day? Although they broke up, Xia Xiaoman still relied on the original owner. After all, they had been together for so many years. There was no way to get rid of it all at once. She subconsciously called Ning Shu and thought of the original owner when she was wronged and hurt. She would cry to her whenever she was in trouble. However, when it came to such a big matter, she acted on her own and didn't discuss it with Su Wenlang. What did she think Su Wenlang was? When Su Wenlang found out, Xia Xiaoman had already given herself to Chu Xiaoran. Xia Xiaoman was also extremely daring. She had concealed such a big matter. Xia Xiaoman actually didn't tell Su Wenlang about their relationship for so many years. Moreover, they were going to get married. Just based on this point, Ning Shu didn't have a good impression of Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman still felt that she had sacrificed a lot and made a lot of sacrifices. She was simply compromising. What's the matter? Ning Shu asked indifferently. Xia Xiaoman still didn't say anything. She was probably covering her mouth and only the sound of her heavy breathing could be heard. Ning Shu felt that it was strange. Why is Xia Xiaoman calling me? She's not talking. It's not cheap. Ning Shu was about to hang up the phone when he heard a low and magnetic voice. Xia Xiaoman, what are you doing hiding inside? Then, Xia Xiaoman hung up the phone. She seemed to be very scared. That voice should be Chu Xiaoran. It could only be said that between Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman, one was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. Ning Shu didn't care about Xia Xiaoman's matter anymore. He was busy with his lawsuit. After finishing this lawsuit, Ning Shu had new arrangements. A few days were enough for Ning Shu to memorize these things. When the court started, Ning Shu put on his lawyer's uniform and walked into the court under the encouragement of the law firm's boss. The atmosphere in the court was serious and tense. Ning Shu's heart suddenly became nervous. He silently chanted the heart-calming mantra in his heart to suppress the nervousness in his heart. Ning Shu and the other party's defense lawyer went back and forth. Ning Shu had never been a lawyer before. For a moment, he was suppressed by the other party and became more and more anxious. Taking a deep breath, Ning Shu strictly followed the original owner's plan and strictly guarded. Ning Shu felt that his back was covered in cold sweat. It was more nerve-wracking and tiring than on the battlefield. From the corner of his eye, Ning Shu saw an extremely handsome man sitting in the gallery. He had a strong temperament and his eyes were contemptuous and arrogant. This was a domineering and cruel man. At the sight of this man, 3 words immediately popped up in Ning Shu's mind: Chu Xiaoran. What is Chu Xiaoran doing here? Upon meeting Ning Shu's gaze, Chu Xiaoran raised his chin slightly and gave Ning Shu a spurious smile. However, his contempt for her was evident in his words. Ning Shu stopped looking at Chu Xiaoran and focused on his lawsuit. In the end, Ning Shu won by a small margin, because his company was the one that had been violated. If the original owner was here, she would definitely do better than her and not be suppressed by the other party. She clearly had the advantage, but it took her so much effort to win. It was necessary for her to further her studies, not only for Su Wenlang, but also for herself. If she did that, Su Wenlang's reputation as a top lawyer would be ruined in her hands. After the judge announced the result, Ning Shu wiped the sweat off his forehead, put away the documents, and left the court. As soon as he left the court, Ning Shu saw Chu Xiaoran standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Ning Shu pretended not to see him and walked straight away. The big CEO was busy every day. If he could spend so much time watching him fight a lawsuit, it would most likely be something bad. He didn't come with good intentions. Chapter 505. Lawyer Su. Chu Xiaoran stopped Ning Shu, who was walking past him without looking sideways. Ning Shu stopped and turned to look at Chu Xiaoran. President Chu, what can I do for you? Chu Xiaoran walked in front of Ning Shu. He was a little taller than Su Wenlang. Ning Shu felt that he was sizing her up and scrutinizing her with hostility. Chu Xiaoran narrowed his eyes. This man must be the brother Wenlang that Xia Xiaoman mentioned. When she was lying under him, Xia Xiaoman deliberately made him angry and called him brother Wenlang. Chu Xiaoran sized up this man. He had a scholarly aura and gave people a comfortable feeling. He was pure and gentle like jade, and he was good-looking. Chu Xiaoran narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of viciousness between his eyebrows. President Chu, what can I do for you? Ning Shu asked when he saw Chu Xiaoran looking at him condescendingly. Lawyer Su, do you know me? Chu Xiaoran asked leisurely. Ning Shu said indifferently, President Chu is famous in T-City, but you actually know a nobody like me. A nobody? In my heart, you're not a nobody. Chu Xiaoran took out a business card and handed it to Ning Shu. You're quite capable. It's a waste of your talent to stay in that small law firm. Come to my company and be my lawyer. The salary will be better than in a law firm. Ning Shu was a little surprised. What did Chu Xiaoran mean? Ning Shu didn't think that Chu Xiaoran wanted to promote him, and it was impossible for him to promote him. Ning Shu took the business card and was very polite and distant. President Chu, you think too highly of me. Chu Xiaoran smiled evilly and the corners of his mouth curled up. He reached out and patted Ning Shu's shoulder. He used so much force that Ning Shu's shoulder was almost crooked. Ning Shu's expression didn't change, and he looked at Chu Xiaoran indifferently. Chu Xiaoran and Ning Shu looked at each other, opened the car door, and said to Ning Shu, Lawyer Su, we'll meet again. After Chu Xiaoran finished speaking, he got into the car and drove away. Ning Shu lowered his head and looked at the elegant business card in his hand. He smiled faintly and tore the business card. Judging from Chu Xiaoran's reaction, he was afraid that Chu Xiaoran was dissatisfied with his identity and his relationship with Xia Xiaoman. Ning Shu would wring his brain out of his head if he said that he was appreciating him. This high and mighty attitude was a demonstration. Ning Shu knew that he didn't have the ability to retaliate against Chu Xiaoran now, but there would always be a way. Chu Xiaoran was powerful, but there would always be someone stronger than him. Back at home, Ning Shu was about to go to bed when his father, who was reading the newspaper in the living room, called out to Ning Shu. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su were both retired now, and their monthly retirement salary was very high. Moreover, Mr. Su was a director in the company. The Su family's living standards were not as high as those at the top, but they were better than those at the bottom. It was a simple and warm family. Even if Xia Xiaoman married him, she would have a good life. It was supposed to be a happy life, but it was ruined by Chu Xiaoran, and the two elders of the Su family had to send their son off. Their only son was killed because of Xia Xiaoman. The Su family and the Xia family had completely fallen out with each other. Ning Shu endured his fatigue and sat opposite Mr. Su. He asked, Dad, what's the matter? Mr. Su took off his reading glasses and said to Ning Shu, when are you and Xiaoman getting married? You're not young anymore. You should settle down with the girl across the street as soon as possible. The two families know each other very well. While your mother and I are still young, we can help you. Ning Shu pursed his lips. Let's talk about this later. I don't plan to get married for the time being. Mr. Su furrowed his brows and looked suspicious. Did something happen? Did something happen to the girl next door? Dad, it's nothing. I'm just a little tired. I'm going to rest first. Ning Shu pinched his eyebrows, feeling mentally and physically exhausted. I just fought a lawsuit. I'm a little tired. Then go and rest. Mr. Su hurriedly said, take a shower and have a good sleep. Ning Shu picked up his clothes and went back to his room. After washing up, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate the ultimate martial arts. Just as he entered the state, he was interrupted by his phone ringing. Ning Shu was a little annoyed. There was an irrepressible anger in his heart. He silently recited the clear heart mantra to calm himself down. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Xia Xiaoman again. Ning Shu hung up without hesitation and turned off his phone. It was so annoying. She called him every 2 to 3 days. Did it look like they had broken up? It was annoying to hear her sobbing. With his cultivation interrupted, Ning Shu went straight to sleep. It was not easy to cultivate in the modern world. There was a lack of spiritual energy and it was basically impossible to cultivate internal force. There was also the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. Ning Shu had just fallen asleep when someone knocked on the door again. In a daze, Ning Shu heard Xia Xiaoman's voice outside. Brother Wenlang. Ning Shu felt like he was dreaming. But the knocking lasted for a long time. Ning Shu had no choice but to get out of bed. He had never been so desperate to sleep in a world. Why was it so annoying? Ning Shu opened the door and saw an anxious Xia Xiaoman. She was so anxious that her forehead was sweating. It looked like something serious had happened. Brother Wenlang, I have something to tell you. Let's talk outside. Xia Xiaoman reflexively wanted to pull Ning Shu's hand and go outside. But when she remembered that they had broken up, she retracted her hand. Brother Wenlang, I have something important to tell you. Xia Xiaoman looked anxious. She was afraid that Ning Shu would not go out with her. She looked at Ning Shu with pleading eyes. Ning Shu could only go out with Xia Xiaoman. When they reached the park in the neighborhood, Xia Xiaoman said anxiously to Ning Shu, Brother Wenlang, did you meet Chu Xiaoran? Don't believe him. He is a devil who eats people whole. Don't be fooled by him. It turned out that Xia Xiaoman had such an image of Chu Xiaoran in her heart at the beginning. But in the end, she fell in love with this devil. Xia Xiaoman saw that Ning Shu was silent and said anxiously, Brother Wenlang, trust me. Don't have any contact with Chu Xiaoran. You know Chu Xiaoran? Ning Shu looked at her. At this time, Xia Xiaoman still had not told him the truth. Now, she was saying that it was for his good. Ning Shu simply did not know what to say. Xia Xiaoman's expression froze and she looked a little embarrassed. Ning Shu said, Brother Wenlang, trust me. I won't harm you. Xia Xiaoman was a little embarrassed. Was she going to tell Brother Wenlang that she was dirty and embarrassed now? Was she going to tell him that she was someone's mistress? She was a mistress who was always at someone's beck and call. Xia Xiaoman was now thinking about when Chu Xiaoran got tired of her and let her leave and return the nude photos to her. Brother Wenlang, I have no choice but to do this. But you must believe Chu Xiaoran. He is a sinister and cunning devil. Xia Xiaoman looked at Ning Shu and said, You are the person I care about the most in my life. Brother Wenlang, I don't want you to get hurt. Chapter 506. Ning Shu listened to Xia Xiaoman's painstaking advice as if she was very concerned about him. Ning Shu's heart was indifferent and unmoved. Things had developed to this point entirely because of Xia Xiaoman's own initiative. If she had been willing to discuss it with others, it wouldn't have been so tiring. Until now, Xia Xiaoman still didn't intend to say anything. She kept saying that she didn't want to hurt Su Wenlang, but what Xia Xiaoman did hurt Su Wenlang the most. Xia Xiaoman's "I have my own difficulties" look made Ning Shu unable to feel Xia Xiaoman's concern for Su Wenlang. "I'll remember what you said." Ning Shu looked at Xia Xiaoman. "You're on your own." Xia Xiaoman heard Ning Shu's words and instantly thought that he knew. Her face was pale and she stuttered, "Brother Wenlang, do you know something?" "What do you think I should know?" Ning Shu asked Xia Xiaoman. "We've been together for more than 10 years, from when we were young until we grew up. What kind of existence am I in your heart?" "We're family," Xia Xiaoman said without hesitation. "I can do anything to protect you, Brother Wenlang." "Family? This is similar to how I've always treated you as my brother." In other words, Xia Xiaoman subconsciously kicked Su Wenlang out of the circle of love. There could be friendship and family, but not love. Ning Shu grinned. "I'll tell my parents that we broke up." "Brother Wenlang." Xia Xiaoman's lips trembled. "As long as you're happy." As long as the people she cared about were happy, Xia Xiaoman felt that everything she endured was worth it. The two of them were speechless. Xia Xiaoman walked in front and entered the Xia family's house. Ning Shu entered the Su family's house opposite. Xia Xiaoman turned to look at Ning Shu's back and felt that he was a stranger. She pursed her lips. As long as he was happy, it was fine. Xia Xiaoman felt very guilty towards Su Wenlang. She had let Su Wenlang down. 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 The image of Chu Xiaoran appeared in Xia Xiaoman's mind. He had an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. He had destroyed her everything and caused her to fall into hell. Xia Xiaoman hated Chu Xiaoran in her heart. Why did it have to be her? Why did Chu Xiaoran choose her? Why did this king-like man choose an ordinary person like her? Ning Shu walked into the house and said to the Su couple, "Dad, Mom, I've broken up with Xia Xiaoman. I won't get married." The Su couple was stunned and didn't react for a long time. It was Mrs. Su who asked first, "What happened? Why did you break up?" "I just feel that we're not suitable for each other, so I can only break up," Ning Shu said indifferently. This time, he might as well completely break up with Xia Xiaoman. It was very annoying to always be entangled with her. Moreover, Chu Xiaoran would also deal with him. He didn't have the ability to deal with Chu Xiaoran now. Isn't this nonsense? It's so childish. You two live opposite each other and see each other frequently. Isn't this too awkward? Everyone in the neighborhood knows that you two are getting married. Now that you're saying that you're not getting married, what face does the Su family have left? You've lost your friendship with your neighbor for more than 20 years. Mr. Su frowned. You grew up with the girl next door. You know her very well. Why did you break up with her? Ning Shu's lips moved. Just as he was about to say something, the doorbell rang and Mrs. Su went to open the door. Xia Xiaoman's mother was the one who knocked on the door. She dragged the pale-faced Xia Xiaoman into the living room and questioned Ning Shu angrily, "Wenlang, what did you do? Why did you break up with Xiaoman?" Xia Xiaoman felt extremely guilty. Her face turned pale and she felt very embarrassed. She glanced at the indifferent Ning Shu and dragged her mother outside. "Mom, I was the one who initiated the breakup. It has nothing to do with Brother Wenlang. Mom, I beg you. Let's go back. I'll tell you everything when we get back." Xia Xiaoman had only told her mother that she had broken up with Brother Wenlang, and the straightforward mother Xia had dragged her here. This made Xia Xiaoman feel very embarrassed. Even if her difficulties were to protect the people she cared about, if she really had to say it out loud, she would be embarrassed and ashamed. She detested Chu Xiaoran even more. He had messed up her life. She was no longer the pure Xia Xiaoman and no longer had the right to be Brother Wenlang's bride. If you have something to say, then say it clearly. Mr. Su looked at Xia Xiaoman. This isn't just between the two of you. It's a matter between the two of you and your family. It also concerns your family's reputation. Why did you have to break up? Xia Xiaoman couldn't say anything. Tears rolled down her cheeks and she was extremely distressed. Mrs. Su frowned. Mrs. Su couldn't bear to see Xia Xiaoman cry so easily. Xia Xiaoman wasn't like this in the past. Ning Shu could only say that Xia Xiaoman was now in the mode of torturing the female lead of a novel. She was torturing the relationship and the male lead was torturing her. In any case, Xia Xiaoman seemed to be constantly hypnotized. I'm suffering so much. I'm in so much pain. Ning Shu said, we did break up. We broke up a long time ago. Why? Su Wenlang, you can't change your mind. Our Xiaoman has been with you for so many years. Don't you think it's too much to fall out with her just like that? Xia Xiaoman's mother said, displeased with Ning Shu. Our Xiaoman doesn't necessarily have to marry you, but there has to be a reason for breaking up. Abandoning our Xiaoman like this, I won't agree to this. Old Su, we've known each other for so many years, you can't do such a thing. Xiaoman's mother's words were like firecrackers, a string of crackling sounds. Xia Xiaoman's face turned red and tears rolled down her cheeks. Ning Shu saw this scene. From this moment onwards, the Su family and the Xia family were no longer on friendly terms. It was impossible for them to be as close as they used to be. I wasn't the one who broke up. As for the reason, I don't know either. Ning Shu said calmly, I want to ask why Xiaoman broke up with me. Xia Xiaoman's mother frowned and retorted, Xiaoman is a timid child. She wouldn't break up with you first. Xia Xiaoman wasn't a very opinionated person. It could be seen from the photo that Chu Xiaoran used to threaten her. As for Xia Xiaoman's mother saying that she was timid, Ning Shu snorted. Xia Xiaoman was bold enough to make such a decision behind the backs of the two families. She was stupid and thought that she had sacrificed a lot. She didn't think about the situation that the two families were facing. Su Wenlang even died because of her. Xiaoman, what happened? Did you break up with him? Xia Xiaoman's mother was stunned. Xia Xiaoman bit her lips tightly and nodded with a mournful expression. Chapter 507. Xia Xiaoman's mother originally thought that the two children broke up because of Su Wenlang. After all, men were more likely to get bored than women. She thought that Su Wenlang wanted to dump her daughter. But when she heard that it was Xia Xiaoman who broke up, she was dumbfounded. Why did you break up? Xia Xiaoman's mother was instantly annoyed. She felt that she had embarrassed herself in front of the Su family. Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me? Mom. Xia Xiaoman felt exhausted. Let's go back. I'll explain it to you. Mom, I beg you. Let's go back first. Xia Xiaoman pulled her mother with all her might and walked out of the door. Why? Xiaoman, why did you break up? We should know the reason, and your brother Wenlang should know the inside story. You can ask Wolf if he doesn't know anything. If you want to break up, your brother Wenlang will break up with you. You can't humiliate your brother Wenlang like this, Mother Su said with a straight face. Xia Xiaoman bit her lip and looked at Ning Shu with pleading eyes. Her whole body was trembling in fear. She was like a prisoner before her execution. Even if she really became a mistress, now that she had to remove the cover, Xia Xiaoman was so ashamed that she wanted to jump off the building. Xiaoman, tell us. Xia Xiaoman's mother was angry at her daughter. Seeing that the Su family didn't look good, she became even fiercer. You wretched girl, tell us. Xia Xiaoman burst into tears. I became someone's mistress. I'm not good enough for brother Wenlang. I was the one who degraded myself and became someone else's mistress. Xia Xiaoman turned and ran after saying that. Everyone in the house was shocked. Xia Xiaoman's mother was shocked. She looked at the few people in the house and quickly chased after Xia Xiaoman. Mother Su looked at Ning Shu and asked, "What did you hear Xia Xiaoman say just now?" Ning Shu's expression was calm. "I heard it." Father Su frowned. "What's going on? How could such a well-behaved girl do such a thing? How could she become someone's mistress?" Mother Su looked at Ning Shu. "Wenlang, what do you think we should do? Are you and Xia Xiaoman still getting married?" Ning Shu shook his head and said to his parents, "Let's move. After we move, I want to study abroad." Mr. and Mrs. Su looked at each other. "Move? All right," Mr. Su said in the end. Ning Shu said, "I have some money to buy a new house. Let's sell this house." Ning Shu had some savings in his hands. This was originally Su Wenlang's wedding fund, and he had been saving it all along. Mr. Su's parents were afraid that their son would be sad, so it was better for him to leave this sad place. Mr. Su said, "Keep your money. Go abroad if you want." Mother Su sighed. "How did things turn out like this?" Ning Shu asked, "Who is she working for?" "I don't know." Ning Shu said indifferently, "There's no need to talk about this in the future. Xia Xiaoman and I will not get married. We don't want such a girl who doesn't love herself," Mr. Su said coldly. "What can't she solve? Why does she have to be someone's mistress?" Ning Shu returned to his room, took a shower, and slept. When he woke up, he began to memorize the law. She had to go abroad. Firstly, it was to study and seek better development. How could she fight with Chu Xiaoran if she was not capable? T-City was Chu Xiaoran's territory, and he could do whatever he wanted here. Secondly, she did not want to get involved in Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman's affairs. Ning Shu planned to study for at most 2 years. Su Wenlang clearly had a bright future, but he fell into the whirlpool of love and lost his life in the end. After this incident, the Su and Xia families got along very awkwardly. Even if they met each other when they went out, they would not speak. The two families used to be very close. They would inform each other about any activities. Sometimes, they would go to each other's house for dinner. Sometimes, they would go to each other's house for dinner. But now, they did not even speak. In the end, Xia Xiaoman's mother pulled Mrs. Su back. Her face was red with shame as she said, "Wenlang's mother, can you not tell anyone about Xiaoman?" She had no choice. Mrs. Su said, "We won't talk about this kind of thing. It's just that your Xiaoman didn't seem like a child who would do such a thing." Xia Xiaoman's mother's face twitched. With a helpless and sorrowful expression, she said, "She also has her own difficulties. That man has hers. That bastard didn't threaten Xia Man on her own accord. Xiaoman is also silently enduring this for the sake of our family's reputation. I know that Xiaoman is no longer worthy of your family's Wenlang, but don't tell anyone about this." Mrs. Su frowned. Why didn't she tell us about such a big matter? She decided on her own. That man committed a crime, and she agreed. Mrs. Su's face twitched. In the end, she said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Mrs. Su just wanted to move out as soon as possible and leave this troublesome place. Mrs. Su went back and told Mr. Su about this. Mr. Su said bluntly, "That man is rich and good-looking. If he was an old man, Xia Xiaoman probably wouldn't have agreed to it. How could she have compromised so easily?" Mrs. Su was speechless. Ning Shu heard Mr. Su's words as soon as he came out of the room. Perhaps Xia Xiaoman subconsciously agreed to it, but she still had to pretend that she was coerced to hide some of her thoughts. Seeing Ning Shu come out, Mr. Su changed the topic. Ning Shu said, "There's already a buyer for this house. When do you plan to go abroad?" "I'll go abroad after the new house is bought and you've settled down." Ning Shu had to settle down the two elders of the Su family before he could go abroad with peace of mind. Ning Shu couldn't guarantee that Chu Xiaoran wouldn't do anything to the two elders of the Su family. Chu Xiaoran stole someone else's girlfriend and even tried to kill him. He was probably the most arrogant male lead Ning Shu had ever seen. He was so confident because he thought that Su Wenlang was weak. Okay then. Mr. Su nodded. You can go out and relax. Ning Shu went to the law firm to resign. The boss of the law firm treated Su Wenlang quite well. The reason why Su Wenlang could fight his way to become a top lawyer was partly because of his own ability and partly because the boss treated him well. Before Ning Shu could say anything, the boss looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, Wenlang, did you offend someone recently? Ning Shu narrowed his eyes. No, President Gu. Did something happen? Oh, why are you looking for me? Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu said, I'm here to resign. I plan to study abroad for a while. Okay, I agree. But even if you don't resign, I might have to fire you. Someone is pressuring me. Sigh, it's good to go abroad, Ning Shu said. Chapter 508. When Ning Shu heard the boss of the law firm, he instantly knew that Chu Xiaoran was the one who did it. He was using his power to oppress others. He wondered if Xia Xiaoman had done something that made Chu Xiaoran angry, causing him to act against her so quickly. As long as Xia Xiaoman did something that made Chu Xiaoran angry, Chu Xiaoran would do something to make Xia Xiaoman suffer and force her to compromise. Su Wenlang was also one of Chu Xiaoran's weak spots to threaten Xia Xiaoman, especially since Xia Xiaoman and Su Wenlang had a past. Chu Xiaoran treated Xia Xiaoman like a pet. This pet had to be loyal to him and was not allowed to have any selfish motives. He would only use Xia Xiaoman's weakness to force her to compromise and suppress Xia Xiaoman's thoughts. Wenlang, go and write your resignation letter. This will be considered as your resignation. Being fired is not good for your reputation, especially for those in this industry. I've let you down. Those who are in this industry will always make some compromises, the boss said helplessly. Ning Shu said with a smile, thank you, I'll go and write my resignation letter now. Ning Shu also knew the boss's helplessness. This law firm was not very big, and people like Chu Xiaoran could make this law firm disappear with a flip of his hand. Xia Xiaoman was miserable, but Su Wenlang was even more miserable. Not only did his fiancée get snatched away, but he also became the cannon fodder of their love. From time to time, Xia Xiaoman would drag Su Wenlang out for a walk. In order to anger Chu Xiaoran, Xia Xiaoman would say that the person in her heart was Brother Wenlang. Even if he had her body, he would not be able to get her heart. She would not give in to him. When Chu Xiaoran was angry, he would also say that she still had Su Wenlang in her heart. No matter how Xia Xiaoman explained, he felt that a woman's heart was only filled with her ex-boyfriend. If he could not get her heart, he would abuse her body. He could start to communicate with her body anywhere. Ning Shu wrote his resignation letter and the boss approved it. He even gave Ning Shu a red packet. Finally, he patted Ning Shu's shoulder and said, be careful. Ning Shu nodded and left the law firm. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. He would remember this. It was simply annoying to meet people like Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman. Perhaps the two of them had feelings for each other, but both of them used extreme methods to test each other and even implicated innocent people. With Chu Xiaoran's tyranny and his ability to summon wind and rain, it was impossible for him to make Su Wenlang feel comfortable. Ning Shu went to apply for a visa and prepared to go to England. This was a country that was known for its strictness. He wanted to further his studies there. The only thing left was to choose a university. Moreover, not every university wanted Ning Shu. Wenlang, can I come in? Nanny Su's voice sounded outside the door. Ning Shu said, come in. Nanny Su brought a glass of milk to Ning Shu. She sat beside Ning Shu and said, Wenlang, ever since you broke up with Xia Xiaoman, you've been calmly planning to go abroad. I don't see you being sad. Don't keep it to yourself. How could he give up on a relationship that had lasted more than 10 years so easily? That was why Su Wenlang insisted on getting Xia Xiaoman out. However, he did not know that Xia Xiaoman had fallen in love with Chu Xiaoran. I know that there's no future with Xia Xiaoman. I'm not that sad. I just feel that it's a pity that she's not by my side after so many years of being alone. Ning Shu said calmly, Xia Xiaoman actually doesn't have me in her heart. She agreed to marry me out of habit. She was just used to being alone. That was why Xia Xiaoman later said that she did not feel her heart beating when she was with Su Wenlang. Nanny Su could only sigh. Go abroad and relax. Don't keep it to yourself. Ning Shu nodded. In the luxurious villa, Chu Xiaoran held a document in his hand and looked at Xia Xiaoman with a devilish gaze. Here, take a look. Xia Xiaoman looked at the document suspiciously and took a look. It was a resignation letter. When she saw the signature, Xia Xiaoman's face turned pale. Xia Xiaoman's eyes reddened. Why would Brother Wenlang resign? Xia Xiaoman remembered that Brother Wenlang said that he loved being a lawyer and worked hard for it. However, he had resigned now. You did it, didn't you? Xia Xiaoman asked Chu Xiaoran hatefully. Brother Wenlang is innocent. Why did you do this to him? Because my little pet kept thinking about him and made me unhappy. Chu Xiaoran's expression was cold and cruel. I just gave him a name card and said that I wanted to promote him. He immediately resigned. I even wanted to kick him out of that law firm. I didn't expect him to resign first. Chu Xiaoran looked at Xia Xiaoman viciously and snapped his fingers. He then nonchalantly said, Next, shall we make a bet? Let's see if Su Wenlang will call me and ask me to fulfill my promise and let him work in my company. Is the man in your heart nothing more than this? I lost a bone and he came running over wagging his tail. I'm afraid he still doesn't know that you're my mistress. You're shameless. Why did you do this? What exactly are you after? Are you happy to see others suffer? Xia Xiaoman yelled and fell to the ground with a look of confusion. She really couldn't understand how Chu Xiaoran could be so cruel. Chu Xiaoran looked at Xia Xiaoman. You're my pet now. Don't think too much and make me unhappy. Don't forget your current identity. You're my mistress. I didn't want to be your mistress. I was forced by you. Xia Xiaoman's body trembled. Every time Chu Xiaoran called her mistress, Xia Xiaoman felt that her self-esteem was being dismembered and trampled into the mud. Xia Xiaoman bit her cheeks and said fiercely, I've been your mistress for almost 2 months. You should let me go. Give it to me. Chu Xiaoran smiled faintly, as if he had heard something funny. He touched his chin and said, I can give it to you. Xia Xiaoman was in disbelief. He gave it to her so easily. This was something she had been looking forward to, but now that it was in her hands, she suddenly felt a little lost. For a moment, she didn't know what was wrong with her. Are you really willing to give it to me? Xia Xiaoman asked. Chu Xiaoran nodded. Of course, because I don't need it anymore. I have something new. Chu Xiaoran leaned forward slightly and got closer to Xia Xiaoman. When you begged me to enter you on the bed, I took a picture of it. It's even better than a nude photo. Xia Xiaoman was dumbfounded. She felt like she was struck by lightning. She asked while trembling, What did you say? Chu Xiaoran seemed to admire Xia Xiaoman's reaction. Do you want a nude photo? I'll give it to you. Chu Xiaoran, you bastard. Why don't you die? Why? Why did you do this to me? I hate you, Xia Xiaoman yelled at Chu Xiaoran. Chapter 509. Xia Xiaoman stared at the demon-like Chu Xiaoran with a look of despair and panic. Why are you doing this to me? Why? What do you want from me? Chu Xiaoran, just kill me. Why would I kill you? I've said it before, you're my little pet now. I'll naturally let you go when I'm tired of you. I'm still addicted to your taste now, Chu Xiaoran said casually. Chu Xiaoran rubbed his forehead. You just have to be obedient. Don't make trouble for me when I'm tired of you. Be obedient and do what a pet should do. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to cut off your claws. Xia Xiaoman stood in a daze and did not move. In the end, she slapped Chu Xiaoran twice as if she had gone mad. She slapped Chu Xiaoran twice with all her might and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Chu Xiaoran, you're not human, you're not human." Chu Xiaoran's face was slapped to the side. He smiled evilly and touched his face. He turned to look at Xia Xiaoman and raised his eyebrows. "Did I not satisfy you? Why are you so resentful? You're shameless, you're shameless." Xia Xiaoman was so angry that she cried. "Chu Xiaoran, you'll go to hell. I curse you to go to hell. Is that so? I'll go to hell, but I'll die because of you." Chu Xiaoran lifted Xia Xiaoman up. Xia Xiaoman was so angry that she hit him with her fists. "Chu Xiaoran, you bastard. Let go of me. I hate you. I hate you to death. You'll love me to death later." Chu Xiaoran smiled evilly and patted Xia Xiaoman's butt. "Look, there's always a camera nearby. It's not bad to admire it afterward." Chu Xiaoran pressed on Xia Xiaoman's body. Xia Xiaoman was in so much pain that she felt as if she was going to die. Why did he have to torture her like this? He took her body and trampled on her dignity. For some reason, Chu Xiaoran felt very good today, especially when Xia Xiaoman struggled violently. Her face was flushed red, making her look very sexy and charming. "Since you like violence, fine, I'll play with you." Chu Xiaoran looked at Xia Xiaoman who was beneath him and tapped the tip of her nose. "Little wild cat, you're really wild." Xia Xiaoman was a little flustered when Chu Xiaoran tapped the tip of her nose and coupled with his devilishly handsome face. She immediately thought that this man was a demon and struggled violently. "Chu Xiaoran, let go of me. I'm not feeling well today. Please." Chu Xiaoran smiled evilly. "When have you ever felt comfortable? You always say that you're not feeling well." "Chu Xiaoran, I'm begging you, I'm really not feeling well, really." Xia Xiaoman's face was pale. "I'm begging you. Beg me now." Ning Shu was studying his law books at home. He had already gotten his visa, and all he had to do was wait for the new house to be bought before leaving. Ning Shu's intention was to leave Tea City. Leaving Tea City would be better for the two elders of the Su family. Ning Shu didn't dare to risk the safety of the two elders. With Chu Xiaoran's character, he was a rich and willful person who could do anything. However, the two elders were a little hesitant. They couldn't bear to leave the place where they had lived for so many years. Besides, they were already old and it would be difficult for them to adapt to a new environment in a new place. Hence, they were still in a dilemma. Ning Shu flipped through the book, his lips moving as he recited the law. Mother Su walked in and Ning Shu said, "Something happened to the girl next door." Ning Shu closed the book. "What happened?" Mother Su frowned and said, "She's already in the hospital. Xiaoman's mother is now rushing to the hospital to take care of her." "What happened to the hospital?" Ning Shu was a little surprised. Did Chu Xiaoran do something to Xia Xiaoman? Ning Shu thought for a while. "Mom, come with me to see her." "All right. Although we don't interact with each other now, we've been friends for so many years." Mother Su nodded and was still boiling soup for Xia Xiaoman in the kitchen. When they arrived at the hospital, Ning Shu pushed open the door and saw Xia Xiaoman lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a dull expression and tears in the corners of her eyes. Her face was as pale as a sheet and even her lips were colorless. She seemed to be seriously ill. "Girl, what happened? Where's your mother?" Mother Su put down the thermos and asked Xia Xiaoman, who was in a daze. Xia Xiaoman turned her head and saw Ning Shu. Her eyes were red and her lips moved. She said hoarsely, "Brother Wenlang. Rest well, don't think too much." Ning Shu glanced at Xia Xiaoman. She seemed to be suffering from a great loss of vitality and excessive blood loss. She looked like a miscarriage. Ning Shu looked at Xia Xiaoman's stomach. "Rest well. Brother Wenlang, I'm in so much pain." Xia Xiaoman said with tears streaming down her face. Brother Wenlang, what should I do? Ning Shu said calmly, it's okay, there's nothing you can't get over. Ning Shu did not want to see Xia Xiaoman's face contorted in pain. He went to ask the doctor, who said that she had a miscarriage because of intense sexual intercourse. Ning Shu was speechless. Did she have a miscarriage and lose the child? Didn't Xia Xiaoman know that she was pregnant? Ning Shu returned to the ward and looked at Xia Xiaoman. Rest well, don't think too much. Xia Xiaoman turned to look at the man beside her. He was still as gentle as ever, but they had already missed each other. Xia Xiaoman looked at the ceiling. What happened last night was a nightmare. She was in so much pain, but Chu Xiaoran refused to stop. She was pinned under his body and her stomach was in so much pain that it felt like a knife was cutting it. Her child was gone and she did not even know about the existence of this child. Ning Shu looked at Xia Xiaoman, who was in so much pain and despair. His heart did not waver at all. Even if she hated him to death, they still ended up together happily. Xia Xiaoman was a bitch. She was hurt so badly, but she was still able to forgive him. Ning Shu did not pity Xia Xiaoman at all, no matter how much misfortune she had encountered. Perhaps it was because Chu Xiaoran had given her too much misfortune. Once Chu Xiaoran treated her better, she immediately softened her attitude and pounced on him. Brother Wenlang, I don't want to live anymore. Xia Xiaoman looked at Ning Shu. I feel that living is so painful, so painful. Ning Shu asked, that man didn't come? Xia Xiaoman's face twitched and she looked a little agitated. I don't want to see him, I don't want to see him. Ning Shu comforted Xia Xiaoman and turned to leave the hospital. She was here to see how long it would take. What a sin. After Mother Su left the ward, Ning Shu shook his head and said, this girl is too silly. As soon as Ning Shu left the hospital, he met Chu Xiaoran, who was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. The two of them bumped into each other. Chu Xiaoran took off his sunglasses and looked at Ning Shu with raised eyebrows. Lawyer Su, who are you here to see in the hospital? To see a friend. Ning Shu glanced at Chu Xiaoran's crotch without leaving a trace. It was so fierce that Xia Xiaoman almost had a miscarriage. Chu Xiaoran narrowed his eyes and his aura suddenly became fierce. Is that so? Ning Shu walked past Chu Xiaoran with an indifferent expression. She was not going to participate in the love between the two of them. Chapter 510. Wait a minute, Lawyer Su. Chu Xiaoran stopped Ning Shu when the two of them brushed past each other. Ning Shu turned his head and looked at Chu Xiaoran. He was tall and handsome, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Under the sunlight, he looked extremely handsome. Many passers-by looked at him. Four words appeared in Ning Shu's mind, a beast in human clothing. He relied on his power and money to take advantage of others. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked, is there anything else, President Chu? Chu Xiaoran looked at him and said, I heard that Lawyer Su has resigned. Have you thought about where you'll be working next? Ning Shu felt quite speechless. His woman had a miscarriage, but he didn't care about her. Instead, he asked about her work. Ning Shu didn't think that Chu Xiaoran was concerned about him. I haven't thought about it yet. We'll talk about the future in the future, Ning Shu said. Chu Xiaoran said casually, I said last time that Lawyer Su can work under me. Since you've resigned, you can be my lawyer. Ning Shu felt that Chu Xiaoran's words were filled with malice. He was just trying to humiliate her and Xia Xiaoman. Ning Shu didn't get angry and said politely, thank you for your kindness, President Chu. I don't think I'll be working for a while. Chu Xiaoran smiled slightly, giving people a feeling of evil charm and cruelty. He was like Satan from hell, but he was also fatally charming. Xia Xiaoman should have submitted to Chu Xiaoran. Coupled with Chu Xiaoran's power and status, although such a man was hateful, he had a charm that women couldn't resist. She knew that there was a cliff in front of her and that she might be smashed into pieces, but she still jumped down without hesitation. She was like a moth flying into a flame. However, when Ning Shu looked at Chu Xiaoran, she didn't feel anything. Was it because her soul and heart had become stronger, or was it because of the calm halo and the mind-cleansing mantra? Ning Shu didn't feel anything when he saw Chu Xiaoran's evil smile. Ning Shu suspected that she had lost her sense of beauty. Really? When you want to work, you can come and find me. My phone number is on the business card I gave you last time. Lawyer Su, I really hope you can join my company. Chu Xiaoran said, the treatment is negotiable. I welcome capable people very much. Ning Shu smiled but didn't say anything. Chu Xiaoran turned around and left with the bouquet in his arms. He went to visit Xia Xiaoman, who had suffered a miscarriage. However, based on Xia Xiaoman's current state of mind, the two of them were probably going to get intimate again. Ning Shu turned around and drove back. Mother Su, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, said to Ning Shu, let's move. Seeing Xia Xiaoman like this, Mrs. Su knew that it was impossible between her son and Xia Xiaoman. Moreover, it was impossible for the Su family to take in a daughter-in-law who was someone else's mistress and had a miscarriage. When she was pregnant, she slept with a man and even lost the child. Mrs. Su used to think that Xia Xiaoman was a well-behaved child. She looked like a happy and adorable child. However, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. She did such a thing without saying a word. Ning Shu nodded. As long as the two elders of the Su family were willing to move, she would be able to go abroad to study in peace. The Su family sold the house as quickly as possible. When they were moving, Ning Shu met Xia Xiaoman, who had just returned from the hospital, in the corridor. It was summer, but Xia Xiaoman was not only wearing long-sleeved clothes, but also a thin down jacket and a hat on her head. Xia Xiaoman's face was very pale, and her eyes were dim. She looked listless, and there was an aura of sadness and despair all over her body. Xia Xiaoman was supported by Mother Xia. Mother Xia's face was trembling. She was angry and distressed for her daughter, and she also felt very embarrassed. Brother Wenlang, what are you guys? Xia Xiaoman asked Ning Shu. Her voice was weak and listless, which made people feel bad just by looking at her. We're preparing to move. Ning Shu said, and said politely and distantly, take good care of your body. You don't look very good. When Xia Xiaoman heard Ning Shu say that they were moving, her eyes showed reluctance and a trace of sadness. She felt that her life was gloomy. Her child was gone, and now Brother Wenlang was going to leave. All of this was because of that devil-like man. Ning Shu saw Xia Xiaoman's expression. He didn't know what she was thinking. Her face was full of pain and despair, which made her pale face even paler. Her eyes were red, but she forced herself not to let tears fall. Ning Shu felt speechless. People like Xia Xiaoman, you don't have to do anything to her, and she can fall into the pain she created. She can torture herself over and over again, and feel that she is in pain, very painful. Female protagonists of sadomasochistic novels are like this. They are always in pain, so painful that they want to die. They can always find things to make themselves feel uncomfortable. In this regard, Ning Shu couldn't understand at all. Ning Shu stayed in the hospital for more than 10 years. The pain of chemotherapy was unbearable. If he kept falling into pain at this time, it would definitely make him collapse. So, things have already happened. He didn't work hard to get himself out of it, and he still destroyed himself over and over again. Ning Shu felt that this guy was simply sick. Xia Xiaoman forced a smile and said to Ning Shu, it's good to move away. Brother Wenlang, I hope you are happy. You too. Nothing is more important than the body. The body is everything. Ning Shu said lightly. Xia Xiaoman didn't have any bad intentions, but she was a little self-righteous. She thought that what she did was for the good of others. She sacrificed herself to help others, but she didn't think about whether others would accept it or not. Brother Wenlang. Seeing that Ning Shu had left, Xia Xiaoman turned around and looked at Ning Shu. I'm sorry. Ning Shu curled his lips and didn't say anything. Xia Xiaoman didn't just apologize to Su Wenlang. She still had another life. But Xia Xiaoman actually got together with Chu Xiaoran, who killed Su Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman was angry at first, but in the end, she was softened by Chu Xiaoran's tenderness. In the end, she even ran to Su Wenlang's grave and said that she couldn't forgive Chu Xiaoran, but she loved Chu Xiaoran. She wanted to forget the hurt in the past and be with Chu Xiaoran. It wasn't easy to find love in one's life. In the end, she even said, "Brother Wenlang, I have found happiness now. Bless me." This made Ning Shu spit out a mouthful of blood. Ning Shu turned around and left. If people like Xia Xiaoman ignored him, she could also humiliate herself. But in front of Chu Xiaoran, she had a strong self-esteem. Even if we slept together, I was forced. I am a person with dignity. The Su family's new house was bought in W City, which was next to T City. Chu Xiaoran didn't have much power in W City. Even if he wanted to interfere, there were many restrictions. Now, he was hibernating to strengthen himself. Chapter 5:11. The Su family's new house was bigger than the previous one. Ning Shu added some money from the sale of the old house and bought a bigger house. She wanted the two elders of the Su family to live more comfortably. Su Wenlang, the person who entrusted the house, felt guilty towards his parents. He didn't fulfill his filial duty by letting them send off their children. Ning Shu wanted to fulfill his filial duty for the original owner of his body. The environment of the neighborhood was pretty good. There were many green belts and a city garden next to it. Su Wenlang spent more than half of the wedding fund that he had saved up for so long. Su Wenlang's father said that it was too expensive, but he was happy when he saw all kinds of exercise equipment in the neighborhood. There were also many old men playing chess and exercising. After the family settled down, Ning Shu started preparing to go abroad while studying the law. He had already contacted the school. What made Ning Shu nervous was that there might be a language barrier over there, and he would have to start over. He regretted not having enough knowledge when it came to using it. He felt like he was useless every time. If he started studying now, he would become a knowledgeable person one day. He would also be able to easily deal with small problems during missions. Mrs. Su made a sumptuous dinner. At the dining table, Mrs. Su kept putting food in Ning Shu's bowl. She looked reluctant and reminded Ning Shu, "Take good care of yourself when you go abroad. If you need money, call home. If you're having a hard time, come back." However, Mr. Su said, "Go abroad to train yourself. Study hard." Ning Shu accepted the concern of his parents. The next morning, Ning Shu went to the airport after his parents sent him off. Sitting on the plane and looking at the clouds outside the window, Ning Shu's mood was very calm. This was the first time she felt like she was fighting for herself during a mission. In the past, she was always thinking of ways to complete the mission. She only had the mission in her mind. But now, Ning Shu wanted to slow down and enrich herself. She wanted to learn and enrich herself. When the plane landed in the capital of a foreign country, Ning Shu started his busy studying life. Because of the language barrier, Ning Shu found it difficult to study. This is because lawyers are very strict when arguing with each other. If you don't pay attention, you will be caught by the other party. Especially when it comes to grammar in a foreign language. In order to master foreign languages as soon as possible, Ning Shu had to work as a waiter at the restaurant. Perhaps because Su Wenlang was good-looking, the restaurant accepted Ning Shu, a Chinese man. In school, Ning Shu basically didn't participate in the mock defense because she couldn't even speak clearly. Defending was simply a joke. Ning Shu was exhausted every day. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to practice martial arts every day, Ning Shu would probably be lying on the ground. No matter how busy he was, Ning Shu had to practice martial arts every day. The bones of Chinese people were smaller than the bones of Westerners. They were easy to bully, so it was necessary to have a certain level of martial arts. Only by beating the other party down would they not dare to provoke you. Furthermore, In a country where guns were legal, Ning Shu had to ensure his own safety. Some cruel people wouldn't care if you were innocent or not and would shoot you to death. In half a year, Ning Shu barely grasped a foreign language and gradually started to participate in mock defense. Of course, the defense was based on the laws of the country he was in. In the beginning, Ning Shu lost more than he won, so he could only learn slowly. Ning Shu felt that in the future, he would only add attribute points to his wisdom and martial arts. He wouldn't care about the rest. Occasionally, Ning Shu would help the Chinese fight some small cases. The remuneration wasn't much. This allowed Ning Shu to gain some reputation among the lower-class Chinese. Those who came to Ning Shu to fight cases were the Chinese who didn't have a good life. Ning Shu would symbolically collect some money. Of course, it was impossible for him to do it for free. If he did it for free, it would only make these people feel that it was natural. People always didn't care about things that they could get easily. Ning Shu had a faint idea in his heart. However, this idea wasn't mature yet and required a plan. As his learning deepened, Ning Shu had basically grasped the defense routine. This allowed Ning Shu's success rate in mock defense classes to increase. The number of Chinese who came to Ning Shu to fight cases also increased. In fact, if the Chinese fought cases in other countries, the success rate wasn't very high. After all, the laws in this country were biased towards the Chinese. Ning Shu could only try his best to win this kind of biased case that hadn't even been heard yet. Now, Ning Shu's mind was only filled with the law. The law. It was as if he had been possessed. This was the first time Ning Shu was so obsessed with something other than cultivating peerless martial arts. In the process of arguing, it wasn't just a test of one's reflexes and courage. More importantly, it was a test of one's calm heart. No matter what the situation was, one had to maintain rationality in order to turn defeat into victory. Ning Shu realized that in the process of arguing, Ning Shu didn't even need to chant the clear heart mantra to ensure his inner peace. As Ning Shu went to court more and more, many Chinese people asked Ning Shu to represent them. Ning Shu politely rejected them. He usually only represented the Chinese. Ning Shu also received an invitation from the embassy in China, asking Ning Shu to become the embassy's lawyer and deal with the Chinese who came to the embassy for help. Ning Shu gladly accepted this job. The embassy in China was backed by the country. It was absolutely glorious to have this work experience on his resume. The country's weapon couldn't be shown to others. Ning Shu didn't believe that Chu Xiaoran's ability could be stronger than the country's. In addition, Ning Shu used his own money to invest in a Chinese restaurant. The head chef was a man whom Ning Shu had helped in a lawsuit. Although he won the lawsuit by a narrow margin, he lost his job. Ning Shu invested in a Chinese restaurant for the couple. The business was pretty good. In addition, Ning Shu was the embassy's lawyer, so there were very few people who found trouble with the restaurant. Some people dared to bully the Chinese, but they didn't dare to openly go against the embassy and the country. This allowed Ning Shu to earn money. Ning Shu was pleasantly surprised that the money increased each time. After a period of time, Ning Shu actually had a lot of money in his hands. Ning Shu originally planned to return to China in 2 years, but it was delayed to 3 years. The stronger his foundation here, the easier it would be to deal with Chu Xiaoran when he returned. Ning Shu was now thinking about working hard in the embassy. He wanted to try his best to win the lawsuit for the Chinese who came to him for help under extremely unfair circumstances. When the 3 years were up, Ning Shu returned to China with a recommendation letter from the embassy. This recommendation letter was stamped with the embassy's seal and was more valuable than anything else. It represented the government's recognition of him. After getting off the plane, Ning Shu went home first. First, he comforted Mother Su, who had been crying for a long time. Then, he said to Father Su, who was holding back his excitement, "Dad, I'm back." "It's good that you're back." Father Su nodded. Mother Su prepared a lot of food for Ning Shu. She kept saying that Ning Shu had suffered outside and told Ning Shu to eat more. Ning Shu ate all the food that Mother Su gave her. However, when Ning Shu saw that the two elders of the Su family were in good health, she heaved a sigh of relief. Although the two elders kept saying that everything was fine when they called, Ning Shu was still a little worried. Chapter 5:12. Because of the jet lag, Ning Shu was dispirited for several days. After he recovered, Ning Shu planned to go to Tea City. When Mother Su heard that her son was going to Tea City, she quickly asked, "Are you going to see Xia Xiaoman?" Ning Shu was a little stunned. "Mom, I almost forgot. I'm going back to see my former boss and some colleagues. It's fine even if I see Xia Xiaoman." When he was abroad, Ning Shu did not pay attention to the matter between Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman, nor did he have any channels to find out. The main purpose of returning to Tea City this time was to find out how the two of them were doing. After about a few hours of driving, Ning Shu returned to Tea City. First, he went to visit the boss of the law firm. The two of them also went to have a meal. The boss asked Ning Shu, "What are your plans this time?" Ning Shu could tell that the boss did not want to invite him back to the law firm, which meant that he still had scruples in his heart. Ning Shu said, "I have some money on hand, and I plan to open a law firm." The boss nodded and looked a little disappointed. "You're a good lawyer. It's a pity. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Where do you plan to open the law firm?" "Tea City," Ning Shu said. The boss frowned. "You may not be able to walk in Tea City. Besides, the two of us will really become rivals in the same industry." "We can cooperate," Ning Shu said. "Wen Lang, someone is pressuring you behind your resignation. Why do you still want to stay in Tea City? It's the same in other cities." The boss said. On the one hand, it was because there were indeed people who wanted to deal with Wen Lang. On the other hand, he did not want a competitor to appear. Ning Shu just shook his head and did not speak. After the meal, Ning Shu went to find out more about Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman. In 3 years, Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman's relationship changed from underground to public. Xia Xiaoman changed from a mistress to a girlfriend. Occasionally, Chu Xiaoran would take Xia Xiaoman to parties. However, there were still a lot of problems between the two of them. Chu Xiaoran was the kind of man that all women wanted to get close to. Naturally, there would be a lot of women around him. It was as if they were trying to plot against him. These women naturally framed and mocked Chu Xiaoran's real girlfriend, Xia Xiaoman. These women deliberately got intimate with Chu Xiaoran or rolled around together to make Xia Xiaoman sad. Xia Xiaoman was the kind of person who would not voice out her grievances and would only feel sad on her own. She would then ignore Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran was infuriated by her behavior. He then forced Xia Xiaoman onto the ground and began to move passionately. Xia Xiaoman felt even sadder. Chu Xiaoran had already slept with another woman, and he still wanted to take her body. Anyway, the two of them were extremely awkward. They seemed to have feelings for each other, but they were also hurting each other. No, it was more like Chu Xiaoran was hurting Xia Xiaoman emotionally and physically. But even so, Xia Xiaoman still stayed by Chu Xiaoran's side for 3 years. Her body and mind were damaged. Every time Xia Xiaoman was hurt and decided to leave, Chu Xiaoran would tie her up and bring her back. There was nothing that could not be solved with one round of sex. If there was, they would do it twice. That was how Xia Xiaoman and Chu Xiaoran got along. Then, they would start a period of sweet times. Not long after, some other women would come out and make Xia Xiaoman sad again. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. Ning Shu let out a long breath. Damn it, I feel so tired just hearing about it. Are these two not tired at all? Ning Shu shook his head. Ning Shu did not sympathize with Xia Xiaoman at all. Chu Xiaoran had hurt her so much, but she could not bear to leave him. Who else would she hurt if not you? Su Wenlang was really miserable. Every time Xia Xiaoman got hurt, she would come to Su Wenlang and cry. She would cry and ask Su Wenlang to take her away. She could not stand it anymore and would come to Su Wenlang for treatment. After her injuries were healed, she would return to Chu Xiaoran's side. After understanding these things, Ning Shu did not pay attention to the two of them anymore. Seeing them hurt each other so much, Ning Shu was very happy. Ning Shu began to set up her own law firm. She chose a better location. For the time being, she was the only one in the law firm. She hired a young girl who would serve tea and organize documents. It was impossible to receive a big case right from the start. Ning Shu went to T City's government and took out the recommendation letter from the embassy. She said that she planned to set up a law firm and that the law firm would be a semi-profitable charity organization. The law firm would provide free legal advice for people who were in financial difficulties. Ning Shu wanted to inform the government in advance. The government supported such organizations. With the recommendation letter from Ning Shu's embassy, Ning Shu was able to get a business license very quickly. It was really not easy to set up a law firm on her own. Ning Shu contacted the embassy's lawyer and said that if anyone returned to China, they could come to her law firm to take a look. Ning Shu invited many people to attend her opening ceremony. Ning Shu did not expect that there would be people from the government who would attend the opening ceremony. In fact, it could be said that the law firm was backed by the government. In the beginning, only people who heard that the law firm would be free came to the law firm. Ning Shu verified the family conditions of these people. If they were really poor, Ning Shu would keep her promise and free the law firm. After a while, they gained some reputation. A few more lawyers came to the law firm, and it looked like they were on the right track. Ning Shu occasionally went back to attend banquets to expand her network. She would meet Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman was wearing an expensive gown and dazzling jewelry. She had a blissful look on her face as Chu Xiaoran held her arm. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at the high-spirited Chu Xiaoran. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Chu Xiaoran felt that someone was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. There was also a hint of hostility. Chu Xiaoran turned around and saw Ning Shu. He was stunned for a moment and pulled Xia Xiaoman over to Ning Shu. Xia Xiaoman was confused at first. When she saw Ning Shu, a trace of uneasiness flashed across her face. She wanted to pull her hand out of Chu Xiaoran's hand, but Chu Xiaoran grabbed it tightly. "Lawyer Su, it seems that we haven't seen each other for a long time." Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu and narrowed his eyes slightly. This man looked more mature than before, as if he had settled down. Chu Xiaoran actually felt that he could not see through him. This feeling made Chu Xiaoran very unhappy. He originally thought that this man would come to him and beg him to give him a job, but he did not expect that he would disappear for so long. Now that he saw this man again, Chu Xiaoran felt unhappy and uneasy. Ning Shu glanced at Xia Xiaoman, who had exquisite makeup, and said to Chu Xiaoran, "It seems to have been quite a long time. President Chu, how have you been?" Chu Xiaoran looked at the calm Ning Shu and reached out to hold Xia Xiaoman's shoulder. He said to Ning Shu provocatively, "Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Xia Xiaoman." Chapter 513. Chu Xiaoran introduced Xia Xiaoman to Ning Shu. Was there a need for an introduction? Su Wenlang and Xia Xiaoman had known each other for more than 10 years and had spent more time together than the two of them. Chu Xiaoran did it on purpose. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and reached out his hand to Xia Xiaoman calmly. "Hello." Xia Xiaoman's face flashed with sadness when she saw her brother Wenlang's reaction, but she still reached out to shake hands with Ning Shu. However, Chu Xiaoran grabbed Ning Shu's hand first. Chu Xiaoran held Ning Shu's hand tightly. Seeing that Ning Shu was expressionless, he tightened his grip. Ning Shu smiled calmly and held Chu Xiaoran's hand tightly. Chu Xiaoran's expression changed immediately and he let go of Ning Shu's hand. Chu Xiaoran's eyebrows were filled with anger and displeasure, but there was a sinister smile on his lips. "Lawyer Su, you're really an interesting person. Let's keep in touch with each other in the future. I like interesting people like you." Ning Shu nodded. "We'll definitely keep in touch with each other in the future. Even Xia Xiaoman could feel that the atmosphere between the two of them was not quite right. She pulled Chu Xiaoran away. The moment Chu Xiaoran turned around, his face became extremely sullen. His face turned black, and his eyes were filled with coldness, anger, and prying. He said sharply to Xia Xiaoman, "Are you very happy that your old lover is back?" Xia Xiaoman staggered twice and looked at Chu Xiaoran in disbelief. "How can you say that? I didn't think so at all. Don't slander me. You keep glancing at your old lover and you still say that there's nothing between you and him. Do you think I'm blind? Why? Are you trying to rekindle your old flame?" Chu Xiaoran's expression was full of contempt and sarcasm. Xia Xiaoman was hurt by the expression on Chu Xiaoran's face. Why did Chu Xiaoran always say such hurtful words without restraint? Ning Shu took a glass of red wine from the table and sipped it while looking at Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman. Previously, the atmosphere between the two of them was quite good, but now, they seemed to be in conflict again. Xia Xiaoman had a bitter expression on her face, as if she had suffered a great grievance. She looked like a little wife who had been bullied, which made people feel suffocated. If Ning Shu considered himself a man, he would definitely not like Xia Xiaoman with such a bitter face. Xia Xiaoman was clearly happy before. At least, she was happy when she was with Su Wenlang. But now, Xia Xiaoman was no longer happy, only pain and helplessness after being destroyed. If this was what Xia Xiaoman thought of as love, Ning Shu had nothing to say. Ning Shu finished the red wine and turned to leave. During this period of time, Ning Shu was not only busy with the law firm, but also took time to visit the two elders of the Su family. Currently, the law firm was in a relatively idle state, and more people came to consult for free. Brother Wenlang. When Ning Shu lowered his head to look at the documents, he heard Xia Xiaoman's voice and thought it was an auditory hallucination. Ning Shu looked up and saw Xia Xiaoman. He asked, "How did you find this place?" Xia Xiaoman smiled and looked at the surrounding environment. She said to Ning Shu happily, "Brother Wenlang, congratulations on having your own law firm." Ning Shu nodded and asked, "Why are you here? How did you find this place?" "Brother Wenlang, you probably don't know that your law firm is already very famous. I just asked around a little and found out," Xia Xiaoman said with a light tone, as if she was happy for Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't think that Xia Xiaoman was here to talk to her about this. Ning Shu poured a glass of water for Xia Xiaoman and asked indifferently, "Why are you here this time?" Xia Xiaoman saw that Ning Shu's attitude was cold and looked a little hurt. She asked, "Brother Wenlang, do you still blame me in your heart?" "No." Ning Shu did not know what Xia Xiaoman meant. "Brother Wenlang, I know that I let you down. We should have gotten married, but because of me, I made you sad. Brother Wenlang, I'm sorry." Xia Xiaoman's face was filled with guilt and helplessness. Ning Shu shook his head. "Those are all things in the past. I don't take it to heart. You will also have your own happiness. We're both passers-by in life." Ning Shu was very impatient. Why did Xia Xiaoman come all the way here to say something? Ning Shu felt that Xia Xiaoman was quite silly to come all the way here. If Chu Xiaoran knew about this, he would give her another round of abuse. Chu Xiaoran's punishment method was to make her unable to get out of bed. It seemed that this punishment method actually made Xia Xiaoman happy. "What exactly do you want from me?" Ning Shu pinched the space between his eyebrows and asked. He really did not want to see Xia Xiaoman's bitter face. Seeing her guilty look made him feel bad. Xia Xiaoman always said sorry, but it did not mean that she really knew that she was wrong. Xia Xiaoman just habitually said sorry. As for what she was thinking in her heart, no one knew. Brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman bit her lips tightly. She looked like she wanted to say something but found it difficult to speak. Her face was so twisted that it was unbearable to look at. Ning Shu wiped his face and did not look at Xia Xiaoman's face. "Tell me, what's the matter? Brother Wenlang, please help me." Xia Xiaoman seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu's body trembled and he looked at Xia Xiaoman. Is she here for my help? Brother Wenlang, I'm really tired. I want to leave Chu Xiaoran. I'm already exhausted. Xia Xiaoman wanted to grab Ning Shu's hand and beg him, but Ning Shu dodged. Leave if you want, Ning Shu said calmly. What's the point of telling me? Xia Xiaoman shook her head and looked bitter. Brother Wenlang, this matter is not that simple. Chu Xiaoran not only has my nude photos, but also the video. Ning Shu, pfft. Ning Shu looked surprised and asked, You're already boyfriend and girlfriend now. Why didn't he give these to you or destroy them? Ning Shu's lips twitched. Looking at Xia Xiaoman's tired face, there were only 2 words in his heart. Serves you right, serves you right. Xia Xiaoman's inaction allowed Chu Xiaoran to bully her without any worries. She never thought of resisting and silently endured it. If he didn't bully her, who would he bully? It was intolerable if he didn't bully her. Now, he's here to ask me for help again. Ning Shu felt that this guy is here to trick me again. She was infinitely tolerant towards the male lead, but the unlucky ones were always the ones who were nice to her. She really treated the male lead as her first love even if he tortured her thousands of times. She was simply too cheap. Ning Shu hated Xia Xiaoman very much. He didn't give me the things. Xia Xiaoman looked at Ning Shu. Brother Wenlang, I want you to help me fight a lawsuit and help me get these things back. Ning Shu didn't even look up and said calmly, This lawsuit is not easy to fight. Since you're boyfriend and girlfriend, Chu Xiaoran can be said to be your romantic interest. If you really want to leave Chu Xiaoran, you can just leave. Why go through so much trouble? Chapter 5:14. She should have used this method when the nude photos were exposed, but she chose to compromise. It wasn't so easy to deal with the matter now. Besides, Ning Shu didn't intend to help her at all. If she did, she would be busy with Xia Xiaoman's matter and risk being killed by Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman bickered and rolled around together, but decided not to break up. He was speechless. Given Xia Xiaoman's character, she would definitely do such a thing. Brother Wenlang, please help me. Xia Xiaoman begged Ning Shu. I must leave Chu Xiaoran. He doesn't love me at all. He has been toying with me. I'm really tired. Ning Shu was speechless. Get lost. She had endured it for so many years and was extremely determined now, but she still went back after Chu Xiaoran hooked her. Xia Xiaoman was crazy. Ning Shu said calmly, I can't help you with this matter. You need evidence to file a lawsuit. Besides, what crime are you going to sue Chu Xiaoran for? Xia Xiaoman was at a loss for words. Ning Shu said, If you're really determined to leave Chu Xiaoran, just leave and don't care about anything else. Don't care about the nude photos and disappear from Chu Xiaoran's side. No, Xia Xiaoman retorted. Xia Xiaoman retorted. But there are photos and videos. Chu Xiaoran will release them as soon as I leave. Brother Wenlang, I'm scared. Also, I can't let my parents be mocked because of me. See, Xia Xiaoman subconsciously didn't want to leave Chu Xiaoran, which was why she found all kinds of reasons. Even if she vowed to break up with him now, it was most likely because Chu Xiaoran had done something to upset her. She would naturally forgive him after some time and be lovey-dovey with him again. Xia Xiaoman would forgive Chu Xiaoran easily. As long as Chu Xiaoran was more attentive and did 1 or 2 romantic things, Xia Xiaoman's attitude would soften. Xia Xiaoman's words couldn't be trusted, especially when she said that she wanted to leave Chu Xiaoran. Ning Shu did not believe that Chu Xiaoran would release the photos and videos. With Chu Xiaoran's chauvinism, would he allow others to observe his woman's body? Especially the video of them having sex. It would be strange if it was released. Only Xia Xiaoman would believe it. Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman subconsciously used these things to bind each other. Ning Shu only wanted to say that she was sick in the head. How could this be called love? She was hurt all over, yet she was still talking about how difficult it was to obtain happiness. She was simply drunk. Then, Brother Wenlang, I'll leave first. Xia Xiaoman looked depressed. She suddenly thought of something and said to Ning Shu, Brother Wenlang, let me treat you to dinner to welcome you. Ning Shu waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a group of people with sticks and knives walking into the law firm aggressively from the corner of his eye. Without saying a word, they slashed and smashed everything. The people in the law firm were shocked. Xia Xiaoman was so scared that her face turned pale. She hid behind Ning Shu and grabbed Ning Shu's clothes tightly. Ning Shu sneered, took off his suit jacket, and walked towards the gangsters. Xia Xiaoman pulled Ning Shu, shook her head and said, Brother Wenlang, don't go over. It's too dangerous. Ning Shu shook off Xia Xiaoman and walked over to a gangster who was smashing things. He kicked him, snatched the stick from his hand, and hit him in the leg. The gangster screamed in pain and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Ning Shu walked towards the other gangsters with the stick. When the gangsters saw Ning Shu's murderous aura, their faces became weak and they wanted to run away. Ning Shu closed the door directly, smashed things and wanted to run away. The gangsters who looked strong but were weak in reality were not Ning Shu's opponents. They were all beaten to the ground by Ning Shu. Ning Shu stepped on the gangster leader's chest and said, How dare you come to the law firm to make trouble and provoke people who play with the law? Believe it or not, I will put you in jail. Let me go, or our boss will show you. The gangster bluffed and shouted at Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled indifferently. He raised the stick and hit the gangster's arm. When the stick hit the gangster's arm, a clear sound of bone cracking could be heard. The gangster let out an inhuman cry. Ning Shu threw the stick, clapped his hands and said to the somewhat sluggish staff, Call the police. Today, no one who smashed things can escape. Boss, you're too domineering. The little sister who sorted out the documents immediately called the police. After a while, a police car came and took these gangsters away. Ning Shu arranged a lawyer to deal with this matter. He said to the lawyer, The more serious the better. The lawyer nodded, indicating that he understood. Ning Shu felt a little hot. He unbuttoned his shirt. Seeing Xia Xiaoman staring at him, he said, Aren't you going to leave? Oh. Xia Xiaoman recovered and said, Brother Wenlang, I didn't know you could fight so well. One person beat all the gangsters down. Ning Shu casually said, I practiced abroad. Xia Xiaoman saw that the law firm was in a mess. It wasn't good for her to stay here, so she could only leave. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes slightly. It was too obvious who was the culprit today. Xia Xiaoman had just arrived and something like this had happened. The naive Xia Xiaoman probably didn't know that she was being monitored. Chu Xiaoran was warning her. Ning Shu smiled. Did Chu Xiaoran really think that he was so great that he could do whatever he wanted? After this incident, the law firm was relatively peaceful. There were no other gangsters who came to make trouble. The previous gangsters were charged with all the crimes that could be added, such as breaking into private property, maliciously hurting others, robbery. Anyway, these people would not be able to make a comeback. If they were greedy and came to make trouble, they had to think about the consequences. Su Wenlang died in the hands of gangsters. Sometimes, these gangsters were a very good tool. Su Wenlang's death had no effect on Chu Xiaoran at all. Chu Xiaoran was still the CEO and was still high and mighty. Towards Xia Xiaoman, Ning Shu only had disgust in her heart. This woman's stupidity was simply unbearable. Her naivety was unbearable. Moreover, Xia Xiaoman only had naivety and no sweetness. She always had a bitter face. Ning Shu went to the city government. Under the government's invitation, he became a lawyer. The law firm was actually considered to be the government's. T-City needed this to establish a good image. Of course, Ning Shu was also the boss of the law firm. Ning Shu had wanted to get on this line since a long time ago. Chu Xiaoran treated her like this, so she had to return the favor. Previously, she thought that her strength was not very strong and the chances of winning against Chu Xiaoran were not high. Now that Chu Xiaoran was bullying her, Ning Shu felt that there was no need for her to hide. Chapter 5:15. With the support of the government, Ning Shu's law firm gradually got on the right track and slowly gained a foothold in Tea City. This was the difference between working alone and having support. Ning Shu was supported by more than one person. Ning Shu had fought many cases for free, but the law firm was still profitable. Ning Shu was now the person the government pushed out to deal with the people who needed legal aid. As long as the bottom line was not crossed, Ning Shu's law firm would slowly start to grow. Ning Shu could now attend some high-end banquets, which meant that her social status was slowly rising. Ning Shu felt that even if the final mission was not completed, he had reversed a beautiful life for the original owner of this body and was now on equal footing with Chu Xiaoran. Ning Shu felt very carefree. During the banquets, Ning Shu would occasionally meet Chu Xiaoran. When Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu, he was a little strange. "You're quite good at fishing for fame. You've even become a philanthropist." Ning Shu had a smile on his face. "Even if I'm fishing for fame, I've done it." Chu Xiaoran had a strong temperament. When his eyes met with Ning Shu's, a cruel smile appeared between his eyebrows. "You're really an interesting person." "You're interesting too." Ning Shu held a red wine glass and clinked it with Chu Xiaoran's. "Here's to you." Chu Xiaoran's pupils constricted. He raised his head and drank the red wine. Looking down at the wine glass in his hand, Chu Xiaoran was a little afraid of this man. He had only symbolically made a move, but he was already warned. What kind of background did this man have? Chu Xiaoran had a smile on his face. Ning Shu said, "We may work together in the future. There will definitely be a chance to work together." Ning Shu nodded and said affirmatively. Chu Xiaoran glanced at Ning Shu and turned to leave. Ning Shu looked at Chu Xiaoran's back with an indifferent expression. Chu Xiaoran and Ning Shu both understood that there was a deep hatred between them. Although they appeared polite on the surface, they were actually thinking about how to destroy each other and make it impossible for them to recover. Chu Xiaoran relied on his power to take advantage of the situation. Now that he no longer has the capital to take advantage of the situation, let's see what he can do. Chu Xiaoran was the one who made things difficult for Ning Shu when the hooligans smashed up his shop previously. Ning Shu also made things difficult for Chu Xiaoran. This time, Ning Shu acted as the lawyer for the tax bureau and followed the tax inspector to Chu Xiaoran's company to check the accounts. Chu Xiaoran's company was very big, and it was one of the largest in Tea City. In order to show how awesome Chu Xiaoran was, he even said that he dominated Tea City's economy. He even said that the economy of Tea City would be shaken by a stomp of his feet. No one in Tea City was a match for Chu Xiaoran. All of them prostrated themselves before Chu Xiaoran and the business tycoons, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Chu Xiaoran gave them food to eat, but these businessmen seemed to only have food to eat. Awesome to the heavens. In response, Ning Shu simply smiled faintly. Ning Shu looked up at the towering skyscraper and rubbed his neck. How much did this building cost? Ning Shu followed the tax inspector into Chu Xiaoran's company. Chu Xiaoran did not appear, and instead, he got his secretary to receive the tax inspector. For a big company like Chu Xiaoran's, there were many people in the finance department who did a good job with the accounts. Even if there were any loopholes, they would deliberately let the tax inspector find out. After paying a fine, everyone would just brush it aside. Ning Shu sat at the side and watched as these people checked the accounts. This time, they checked very carefully, and their attitude was very different from before. They were very serious. If there was anything wrong, the auditors would get to the bottom of it. Chu Xiaoran's secretary could tell that something was amiss. The Chu family's company had always paid a lot of taxes. It was just a routine audit, and these small loopholes were just for the auditors to gain some benefits. However, now that they were so serious, Chu Xiaoran's secretary immediately informed Chu Xiaoran to let him handle this matter. When Chu Xiaoran arrived, he saw Ning Shu leisurely sitting on the sofa and drinking coffee. Chu Xiaoran glanced at the tax inspectors and walked over to sit opposite Ning Shu. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Lawyer Su, you're not only a lawyer, but also an accountant. It's not easy to survive in this society." "One more skill means one more mouthful of food," Ning Shu said as he took a sip of coffee. Chu Xiaoran narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Shu. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he looked casual. It was as if he was smiling, but no one could tell what he was thinking. However, Ning Shu knew that this bastard must be thinking of ways to kill a flea like her. Ning Shu also suspected that Chu Xiaoran was involved in the underworld and had a group of underlings who challenged the country's laws. These seemed to be trivial matters, but they might be the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the end, the tax inspector found a loophole, but the people in the finance department couldn't do anything about it. Ning Shu immediately said, "President Chu, please explain yourself. Otherwise, you'll be accused of tax evasion." Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu, who didn't hide the gloating in his voice. A murderous look flashed in Chu Xiaoran's eyes, and he said to the tax inspector indifferently, "I'll explain this matter clearly to the tax bureau. You can leave now." Ning Shu took out an indictment and said, "President Chu, you'd better explain yourself. Otherwise, you'll be sued for tax evasion. It won't be good for you to go to court." Chu Xiaoran sneered. "You've prepared in advance and are targeting me. Look at what you're saying. I'm a lawyer. In this line of work, I have to be thorough," Ning Shu said with a smile. Chu Xiaoran stared at Ning Shu and suddenly smiled. This smile was cold and murderous. Ning Shu was hit in the face. "You're not bad. I misjudged you previously. Thank you for the compliment." "You're not bad yourself," Ning Shu said without changing his expression. In the end, Chu Xiaoran was fined 5 times the amount of money he couldn't explain. Although it was nothing to Chu Xiaoran, he felt that he had been offended. In fact, some of the accounts were unclear. He didn't care about it in the past, but when he did, it was too much for Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran's company monopolized many industries, and many companies were just picking up the leftovers behind Chu Xiaoran. Therefore, Chu Xiaoran had a lot of power in T-City. Ning Shu put away the indictment and planned to leave. Chu Xiaoran stopped Ning Shu. "Lawyer Su, it's my girlfriend's birthday this weekend. Xiaoman is holding a banquet. You should come too." Ha, he even used Xia Xiaoman to attack him. To Ning Shu, Xia Xiaoman was just a stranger that he hated. Even if Xia Xiaoman died in front of him, Ning Shu wouldn't even blink. He wanted to use Xia Xiaoman to provoke him. Ning Shu thought, "I'm a cute girl at heart and don't like women." Ning Shu said faintly, "I have a date this weekend. I won't be going to your girlfriend's banquet." Chu Xiaoran said, "I heard that you and Xiaoman have known each other for many years. You should go to her birthday party. Xiaoman and I both welcome you." Ning Shu pulled out his memory. In Su Wenlang's memory, Xia Xiaoman's birthday was more than a month away. Her birthday was celebrated so soon. It was probably Chu Xiaoran's impromptu decision to poke at her heart. Chapter 5:16. He probably invited her to the banquet to watch the two of them flaunt their love for each other. Ning Shu's expression remained unchanged. "I've been a little busy recently. I still have to go to various companies to check their accounts. I'm not as lucky as you, CEO Chu, who can count money while lying down. CEO Chu, do the accounts properly next time. Also, you'll really be sued next time." Ning Shu turned around and left after saying that. What banquet? It was just Chu Xiaoran trying to show off to her. Ning Shu would rather fight a free lawsuit than waste her time on such a thing. She didn't want to know what was going on between Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman. She didn't care, didn't want to know, and didn't want to know. Chu Xiaoran's face was gloomy and he frowned. As a businessman, his sharp senses told him that checking the accounts was a signal. He felt that someone was going to take action against him. However, Chu Xiaoran was still confident in his heart. In T-City, ordinary people couldn't shake him. Even the higher-ups didn't dare to touch him because there might be a riot in T-City's economy. Especially since he monopolized many industries, it would cause chaos in T-City in a short period of time. Chu Xiaoran was increasingly disgusted with this man called Su Wenlang. It was not only because of Xia Xiaoman's matter, but also because this man had a strong aura and seemed to have some background. Chu Xiaoran frowned. He had to come up with a plan. Recently, Ning Shu felt that someone was following her, as if she was being watched. Every time she tried to find this feeling, her eyes would disappear. Ning Shu felt that it should be Chu Xiaoran's men. Are they trying to kill me? Ning Shu felt that Chu Xiaoran was sometimes overconfident. If he was an ordinary person, he would be killed just like in the plot. Even if it was just a ripple, it would be over soon. However, her social status was different now. It was a kind of image that the government pushed in front of others. Especially since she still had to run the law firm, her death would have a certain amount of influence. Chu Xiaoran had been in T-City for too long and had forgotten who the land under his feet belonged to. Ning Shu walked into a small alley and waited for the person following her to appear. The person following Ning Shu was a man. This man had a valiant aura and judging from the way he walked, he seemed to be a veteran. Why are you following me? Ning Shu asked. The man did not speak. He held a sharp blade between his fingers. It looked like he was going to cut Ning Shu's throat. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to raise his fist and punch the man. This man was probably a special forces soldier and was proficient in martial arts. He seemed to look down on Ning Shu and directly reached out to grab Ning Shu's fist. However, Ning Shu's fist knocked him back 2 steps. Only then did the man's expression become serious. He moved his neck, making cracking sounds, and said to Ning Shu, "You have some skills." Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and took the lead. He clenched his fist and punched the man's head, but in the other hand, he took out a spray bottle and sprayed it at the man's eyes. The man's eyes were burning because of the sudden spray. It was so hot that his eyes seemed to be going blind. The man groaned and bent over to cover his eyes. Ning Shu clenched his fist and beat the man. Because of his eyes, although the man was on guard against Ning Shu, he was still beaten unconscious by Ning Shu. Ning Shu kicked the unconscious man and kissed the bottle. The pepper spray was really a good thing. It could achieve an unexpected effect. No one would expect that a man like Ning Shu would carry pepper spray. Ning Shu thought about it and was angry. This man was very ruthless and wanted to kill him. Ning Shu kicked the man's calf. Then, he heard the sound of bones breaking. Ning Shu stomped hard twice. The man sat up in pain and wailed. He rolled his eyes and fainted again. His calf was swollen. In fact, Ning Shu wanted to kill this man, but after all, this was a society ruled by law. Even if it was dirty in private, as a lawyer, Su Wenlang's hands must be clean. It was the most basic principle and persistence. Su Wenlang probably didn't want to come back and become the person who had to bear a life in his hands. Ning Shu called Chu Xiaoran and asked him to come and take his man away. Otherwise, he would be sent to the police. Ning Shu didn't want to call the police, because there would always be someone to protect a veteran like him. Ning Shu would rather give Chu Xiaoran a warning. Chu Xiaoran had rushed over personally with a few bodyguards by his side. Chu Xiaoran looked at the unconscious man on the ground and then looked at Ning Shu. The corners of his mouth curled up. I underestimated you. Chu Xiaoran, keep an eye on your dog. If there's a next time, he won't be here, but in prison, Ning Shu said indifferently. Chu Xiaoran waved to the bodyguards behind him and they carried the unconscious man away. Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu and said, Su Wenlang, I really admire you more and more. If it weren't for Xia Xiaoman, I really hope that you can work for me. You also know that it's impossible. How stupid would she be to work with Chu Xiaoran? Her purpose was to take revenge and make Chu Xiaoran, who had taken advantage of her, have no hope of struggling. You're a tolerant person. You even tolerated Xia Xiaoman's matter and disappeared for a period of time. You even hooked up with someone from the top. Chu Xiaoran narrowed his eyes, hiding the strong murderous intent in his eyes. Ning Shu smiled. He could hook up with someone from the top because she was of value to him. What she did just scratched his itch. However, Chu Xiaoran's existence was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Ning Shu was just borrowing the wind. Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu condescendingly and turned to leave. Chu Xiaoran was too arrogant. If God wanted to destroy people, he would first make them go crazy. Ning Shu leaned against a big tree and enjoyed the shade. What made Ning Shu more amused was that Chu Xiaoran's company's tax evasion was widely reported by the media, causing the stock price of Chu Xiaoran's company to plummet. The morning, afternoon, and evening news came one after another. There were also financial newspapers. Chu Xiaoran immediately blocked the news and no longer reported this matter. Chu Xiaoran's power in T-City was not to be underestimated. However, Ning Shu knew that the higher he climbed, the more painful it would be to fall. During this period, Xia Xiaoman came to look for Ning Shu again, but this time, she did not say that she wanted to break up with Chu Xiaoran. Instead, she came to be the peacemaker between Chu Xiaoran and Ning Shu. Brother Wenlang, let this matter pass. It won't do you any good to fight with Chu Xiaoran like this. Chu Xiaoran is ruthless and powerful. Brother Wenlang, if you go against her like this, it will affect your future and career, Xia Xiaoman said to Ning Shu. Her face was full of worry for Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu really did not know what to say. What position did Xia Xiaoman have to make this request? Although Xia Xiaoman was speaking from her position, she was biased towards Chu Xiaoran. She was simply speechless. Not long ago, she came crying and said that she wanted to break up with him. Now, she was speaking up for Chu Xiaoran. Hence, he could not believe a single word that Xia Xiaoman said. If he did, it would be a tragedy. Chapter 5:17. Ning Shu really didn't know what Xia Xiaoman was thinking. She kept repeating the same thing over and over again. He couldn't understand what she was thinking at all. Wasn't this fun? In the storyline, Su Wenlang was ruined. Yesterday, she was very sad. Today, she said that she couldn't let go of Chu Xiaoran. Ning Shu didn't know where Xia Xiaoman's bottom line and principles were. She was hurt by Chu Xiaoran partly because she gave in without principles. Ning Shu felt that it was quite sad for a person to live like this. However, Xia Xiaoman felt that this was a pain that had to be experienced in love in order to obtain happiness. Su Wenlang was so good to her, but he didn't want that kind of warm and gentle relationship. Why did he have to be so heart-wrenching and painful in love? Brother Wenlang, why are you looking at me like this? Xia Xiaoman saw Ning Shu looking at her like this. His sharp and unfamiliar eyes made Xia Xiaoman feel uneasy and she moved her body uncomfortably. Ning Shu casually retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "Did Chu Xiaoran ask you to say this?" Xia Xiaoman hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No, Chu Xiaoran didn't say this to me. I came here on my own accord. Brother Wenlang, I don't want you to fight to the death like this. I'll be sad if any of you get hurt." Ning Shu didn't say anything and just looked at Xia Xiaoman. He and Chu Xiaoran couldn't coexist. In the storyline, Su Wenlang died, but this time, it was hard to say. Xia Xiaoman didn't have the right to say these words in front of him. She betrayed Su Wenlang and even asked him to let go of everything and coexist peacefully with Chu Xiaoran. Scram as far as possible. Just looking at her made him feel suffocated. Xia Xiaoman, who was a selfish person in the name of doing good for others, especially when she was in love, was very annoying. Ning Shu had never hated a woman so much. He couldn't say that Xia Xiaoman was detestable. She was just a powerless woman who chose to resign to her fate in the face of harm. However, her actions would hurt those who truly cared about her and bring disaster to others. Yet, she was very tolerant of those who hurt her. If he wasn't sick, then what was? If Ning Shu encountered such a situation, he would definitely fight to the death instead of choosing to deal with this matter in such a way. More importantly, using threats and promises to make people compromise was a kind of harm in itself. Xia Xiaoman, has anyone ever told you that you are very cheap? Ning Shu was really annoyed with Xia Xiaoman appearing in front of him all the time and overdrawing her relationship with Su Wenlang. Does Chu Xiaoran know that you're here? Brother Wenlang, you. Xia Xiaoman was stunned. She couldn't believe that these words came out of the mouth of the gentle brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman's face turned purple. Anger and embarrassment filled her face. Her voice trembled. Brother Wenlang, do you know what you're talking about? Of course, I know. I'm saying. You. Are. Very. Cheap. Ning Shu said word by word. Xia Xiaoman was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She said angrily, Brother Wenlang, how can you say that about me? Brother Wenlang, you've changed. You wouldn't say such vulgar words in the past. I'm here to tell you these with good intentions. Why are you suddenly scolding me? Xia Xiaoman clearly hadn't recovered from the fact that Brother Wenlang scolded her. Her expression was full of anger and embarrassment. She sat opposite him and seemed to be sulking that she didn't want to talk to Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled faintly. You're angry just because of this? If it were Chu Xiaoran now, would you be so angry? No matter how unbearable and vicious Chu Xiaoran's words were, you would still tolerate it. You're so angry just because I said something. Xia Xiaoman, you're just relying on my feelings for you over the years. Also, you betrayed me and appeared in front of me so righteously. Don't you feel embarrassed? Or do you think that I can only have you in this life and that I'll be waiting for you even if you turn around? Ning Shu didn't hold back at all. You're really thick-skinned. Xia Xiaoman's face was pale. She stared blankly at Ning Shu and bit her lips tightly. You're not Brother Wenlang. Brother Wenlang wouldn't say such things. Ning Shu was speechless. Scram, don't come looking for me in the future. If you still have a little bit of shame, don't come looking for me. Ning Shu felt that it was useless to say anything to Xia Xiaoman. In her heart, Su Wenlang was the warm and comforting man who could understand her difficulties and helplessness. Now that Ning Shu was acting a little worse, Xia Xiaoman, who was used to Su Wenlang's silent sacrifice, suddenly felt a sense of betrayal. Xia Xiaoman stood up, her face pale. She took a deep breath and said, Brother Wenlang, I know you hate me in your heart, but everything I did was to solve the problem. My original intention was not to hinder Brother Wenlang's career. It's very dangerous to go against Chu Xiaoran. I don't dare to do anything, but I don't want Brother Wenlang to get hurt. Ning Shu didn't even raise his head. Are you done? If you're done, please leave. Xia Xiaoman bit her lips and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she glanced at Ning Shu. Seeing that he didn't raise his head, Xia Xiaoman frowned and left. If you have any shame, don't come again next time. In fact, Xia Xiaoman didn't know that every time she came to look for Su Wenlang, she was increasing the danger for him. Would Chu Xiaoran be willing to see his woman find another man for no reason? Moreover, this man was Xia Xiaoman's old lover. He was definitely going to rekindle their old flame. Just in case, the best way was to make Su Wenlang disappear. Xia Xiaoman couldn't think of these and wouldn't think of these things. Sometimes, she even used Su Wenlang to provoke Chu Xiaoran. It was really frustrating to meet such a deceitful person. Chu Xiaoran raised a group of people, who were probably specially used to deal with disobedient people. Ning Shu thought about it and also recruited a few security guards, who were all retired soldiers, to protect the people in the law firm. Chu Xiaoran was the kind of person who was high above and ignored the law. It was as if there was nothing he couldn't do. Everywhere he went, there would be people following him, as if he was an emperor. Ning Shu could only laugh at this. In fact, Chu Xiaoran was just a businessman. Why did he act as if he was the most powerful person in the world? He was so arrogant. He was so rich that he could rival a country, but he could only be slaughtered when he was fat. Chu Xiaoran wasn't strong enough to break away from the control of the land under his feet. Ning Shu could only take advantage of the situation. Ning Shu fought a lot of free cases, all of which were to help those who had no way to appeal. This made the reputation of the law firm rise. The newspapers reported that she was a philanthropist. The newspapers wouldn't report on her in an overwhelming manner. They would only appear occasionally in a slow and silent way. Overly exaggerated reports would only cause backlash and doubts. Ning Shu knew that this was the support of her supporters, and what Ning Shu had to do was to work hard and do what he should do. Chapter 518. Ning Shu was clear about his position. He was a chess piece that could be used to deal with Chu Xiaoran. Moreover, Ning Shu was willing to be this chess piece. Chu Xiaoran's actions had already crossed the bottom line of the authorities. Was it his job as a businessman to control the economy? Other than being busy with the matters of the law firm, Ning Shu would also take time to go home and visit his parents. However, every time Mother Su saw Ning Shu, the first thing she would do was to ask him to go on a blind date. Mother Su felt that her son was not young anymore. At most, he was already in his 30s. Many people his age had already become fathers. Moreover, her son's career was now considered successful and he could marry a woman who was better than Xia Xiaoran. Although Mother Su did not say it out loud, she still had some resentment towards Xia Xiaoran, especially when she saw that Ning Shu did not have a single woman by his side, not even a romantic partner. Mother Su felt that her son still had Xia Xiaoran in his heart. Ning Shu was sweating profusely. She wanted him to marry a woman. What a joke. He told Mother Su that he was trying hard to find a girlfriend and that he would bring her back once he found one. Then, he ran away as if he was escaping. Even so, he could not resist Mother Su's enthusiasm. Every 2 to 3 days, she would ask Ning Shu to go home to see a woman, saying that she was virtuous and beautiful. She wanted Ning Shu to come home to take a look. Ning Shu was about to break down. It was better to wait for Su Wenlang to come back and resolve this matter himself. Ning Shu focused on his work. Xia Xiaoran did not look for him for a long time, probably because Ning Shu was too rude the last time. She did not call him either. Sometimes, when Xia Xiaoran attended banquets as Chu Xiaoran's female companion, she would look indifferent when she saw Ning Shu. She did not speak to Ning Shu, nor did she greet him. Even if she met his eyes, Xia Xiaoran would immediately look away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xia Xiaoran's behavior was still sulking. She felt that this would make her feel uncomfortable and make her compromise. People would always love themselves, tolerate their own people, and be self-righteous. Chu Xiaoran gave Xia Xiaoman the cold shoulder because he felt that Xia Xiaoman couldn't leave him, so Xia Xiaoman compromised. Xia Xiaoman gave Ning Shu the cold shoulder because she felt that Ning Shu had her in his heart and should compromise for her. Ning Shu was a little surprised. Could it be that Xia Xiaoman wanted her to apologize? Ning Shu talked to the others and didn't even look at Xia Xiaoman. Even if Xia Xiaoman died in front of Ning Shu's heart wouldn't waver. Chu Xiaoran squinted at Ning Shu and pulled Xia Xiaoman over to Ning Shu's side. Xia Xiaoman was unwilling to go over and said, "I'm not going." Chu Xiaoran raised his eyebrows and tolerated Xia Xiaoman's willfulness. Obviously, Xia Xiaoman's action of avoiding Su Wenlang pleased Chu Xiaoran and made Xia Xiaoman wait for him there. "Lawyer Su." Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu and said, "You're the fastest person I've ever seen. You used to be just a small lawyer, but now you've become a government charity lawyer. You're quite good at currying favor. You appear in front of the public as a philanthropist, but I don't know what you're like behind the scenes." Ning Shu didn't take Chu Xiaoran's mockery to heart at all. Chu Xiaoran wanted to say that he had groveled to get to where he was today. Actually, Others don't care about what I'm like behind the scenes. Those who come to me for a lawsuit won't care because I can help them win the lawsuit. Those who need legal aid won't care about what I'm like behind the scenes because I can get justice for them without having to pay a huge price. Ning Shu said calmly, I'm just doing what I should do. What's there to feel guilty about? What's there to feel uneasy about? Chu Xiaoran's pupils constricted. Just as he was about to speak, the crisp sound of a glass falling to the ground could be heard, causing a commotion. Chu Xiaoran and Ning Shu turned around and saw that Xia Xiaoran's gown was covered in red wine. The wine was spreading down the white gown, and a beautiful woman was standing opposite Xia Xiaoran. At this moment, she was apologizing to Xia Xiaoran very insincerely. Ning Shu took a glance and looked away. It's these jealous fights again. How boring. Chu Xiaoran walked over and took Xia Xiaoran downstairs to change her clothes. When Ning Shu saw this scene, he felt that Xia Xiaoran was like an overaged baby who would only be at a loss when faced with trouble and wait for the prince to save her. It was no wonder that she refused to leave Chu Xiaoran. She had developed a dependence on Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran was as cruel as a demon to her one moment, but he was gentle and romantic to her the next. Xia Xiaoran couldn't leave him no matter what. Xia Xiaoran used photos and videos to cover up this mentality, saying that she couldn't leave Chu Xiaoran because of the photos. Anyway, there were a lot of reasons. In short, Xia Xiaoran fell in love with the man who raped and coerced her. Ning Shu still followed the tax inspector to Chu Xiaoran's company to check the accounts. Now, the audit was more frequent, about once every 2 months. This situation was relatively unusual. The audit usually started at the end of the year, and the most frequent audit was once every 6 months. When Chu Xiaoran saw Ning Shu, his face was cold and cruel as he said, Lawyer Su, you're really going against me. You're checking every 2 months. Do you still want my company to do business? Ning Shu said with a smile, not only your company, but other companies will also be investigated. This is the order of the higher-ups. They want to investigate the tax evasion in the past few years. Chu Xiaoran pursed his lips tightly. Ning Shu took a sip of the coffee that his secretary had brought over and waited leisurely at the side for the audit. Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu and said indifferently, Lawyer Su, are you sure you want to go against me? Haven't we always been enemies? Ning Shu said calmly, what are you talking about, President Chu? I don't understand. Chu Xiaoran sneered. Some things are not as simple as you think. Or do you think a small lawyer like you can deal with me? Ning Shu smiled. Chu Xiaoran could say such words, which meant that he was feeling guilty. Instead of saying it to her, he might as well say it to someone else. Ning Shu immediately took out a document because there were a few parts of the account that he did not understand. Chu Xiaoran glanced at Ning Shu coldly, took out a check, and said coldly to the tax inspectors, how much this time? Chu Xiaoran was a big shot in T-City. The tax inspectors were frightened by Chu Xiaoran's gloomy expression, and their hearts trembled a little. If Chu Xiaoran wanted to pursue the matter, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Ning Shu took over and said, 3 times. If you don't pay the amount, you'll be fined 3 times the amount. Chu Xiaoran's pupils constricted, and he pursed his lips tightly. In the end, he wrote down the amount on a check. He scratched the paper hard with the pen, and some parts of the paper were scratched. Ning Shu accepted the check graciously, then took out a document and said, President Chu, this is the product price opinion. The prices of some products in your company need to be adjusted. Chapter 519. Chu Xiaoran's company had monopolized many industries and the prices of the monopolized products were basically set by Chu Xiaoran. The products of Chu Xiaoran's company were more expensive, so the higher-ups had to adjust the prices. CEO Chu, I hope that the next time I come, your prices will have been adjusted. Ning Shu ignored Chu Xiaoran's sullen expression and said, CEO Chu, please adjust the prices according to the opinions. Chu Xiaoran calmly took the opinions and glanced at them before throwing them aside casually. He didn't seem to care about the opinions at all. Ning Shu smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Chu Xiaoran was free to do whatever he wanted. Chu Xiaoran's tax evasion was widely reported by the media. Other than Chu Xiaoran's company, there were other small companies, but they were all unknown and no one cared about them at all. More people cared about Chu Xiaoran's company. After all, it was such a large listed company. Besides, the report also requested Chu Xiaoran to adjust the prices of his products, especially the daily necessities. Chu Xiaoran tried to stop the news from being broadcasted, but it didn't seem to work. The media dragged on for a few days before finally stopping. Chu Xiaoran looked at the news on the LCD screen on the wall with a gloomy expression. He directly smashed the TV with the remote control, causing cracks to appear on the screen. Xia Xiaoman, who was at the side, was shocked and asked, "Chu Xiaoran, what's wrong with you?" Chu Xiaoran turned his head and looked at Xia Xiaoman. The malice and hostility in his eyes had yet to dissipate. When he looked at Xia Xiaoman, he seemed unusually evil and bewitching. Xia Xiaoman was frightened by his gaze. It's all because of your old lover. He thinks that he has a backer and wants to compete with me." Chu Xiaoran's eyebrows were full of contempt. "He's taking revenge on me." Xia Xiaoman bit her lip. How should I explain this matter? She saw Chu Xiaoran's eyes darting up and down as he smiled sarcastically. Xia Xiaoman felt very tired. She felt that Chu Xiaoran was blaming her, but she was innocent. Chu Xiaoran had taken a photo of her when she was unaware of anything. Chu Xiaoran used the photo to threaten her. Because of this, she left brother Wenlang, who treated her well, and endured it for various reasons. Chu Xiaoran blamed her, brother Wenlang blamed her, and her parents said that she was an embarrassment. She had lost her virginity and had no dignity to stay by Chu Xiaoran's side. Xia Xiaoman turned around weakly and went upstairs. Chu Xiaoran stood up and walked over to Xia Xiaoman. He looked down at her and said in a sharp and cruel tone, "Why? Do you want to return to your ex-boyfriend's side now that he has made a comeback?" Xia Xiaoman's expression became even more pained. Her voice trembled as she said, "You clearly know that this is impossible. Why are you still saying such things? Chu Xiaoran, can you stop hurting me?" Chu Xiaoran pursed his lips and hugged Xia Xiaoman. He moved closer to Xia Xiaoman's ear and said sinisterly, "If I find out that you and Su Wenlang are still together, I'll kill Su Wenlang. Su Wenlang died because of you." Xia Xiaoman shivered and looked up at Chu Xiaoran in a daze. She said, "Chu Xiaoran, why are you always so despicable? Since when did I want to stay together with brother Wenlang?" "Brother Wenlang? You're calling him so intimately," Chu Xiaoran said coldly and bent down to pick Xia Xiaoman up. Xia Xiaoman was so shocked that she hit Chu Xiaoran in a panic. "Chu Xiaoran, you beast. I didn't satisfy you, so I made you think about other men. I let you know who your man is, the man who owns you," Chu Xiaoran said coldly. Xia Xiaoman's face was so red that it was unbearable to look at. Chu Xiaoran looked at the shy Xia Xiaoman and a trace of tenderness flashed across his eyes. Ning Shu had been paying attention to Chu Xiaoran's movements. However, Chu Xiaoran did not take any action since the last time he gave the price adjustment opinion. He also did not see Chu Xiaoran issuing any instructions to adjust the price of his products. Ning Shu was a little stunned for a moment. Does Chu Xiaoran really not care, or does he have a backup plan? Ning Shu gave Chu Xiaoran a call and asked him to hurry up and adjust the price. Chu Xiaoran directly blacklisted Ning Shu, and Ning Shu could not get through to him at all. Ning Shu was not angry at all about this. He just wanted to see who could outcompete the other. Ning Shu was not in a hurry since Chu Xiaoran did not take any action. Anyway, the pressure was concentrated on Chu Xiaoran. No matter what Chu Xiaoran did, his arrogance would be affected. If the price was lowered, it would definitely harm Chu Xiaoran's interests. If he did not do so, it would be a provocation to the authorities of T-City. Chu Xiaoran was now a fat pig, and it seemed that he was going to climb over the pigsty soon. What else could he do other than slaughter him? Not long after, Chu Xiaoran held a press conference. During the press conference, Chu Xiaoran directly said that some products would no longer be produced because the cost was too high. However, the price had to be adjusted, and the price was too low after the adjustment. Hence, they could only stop production. Chu Xiaoran's release of the bomb caused panic among the people because Chu Xiaoran had monopolized many industries. If the production was stopped, some necessities would be gone. It caused a frenzy among the people, and the entire economy of Tea City was in turmoil. As the number of products decreased, the atmosphere became increasingly tense, and there were even many violent incidents. Ning Shu looked at the chaotic Tea City and really admired Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran's behavior was a provocation to the authorities. If you want to adjust the price of my products, I'll make Tea City chaotic. What gave Chu Xiaoran the confidence to provoke them and go against the authorities? Chu Xiaoran was courting death. Tea City was in chaos for several days, and the authorities did not let Chu Xiaoran take action. Instead, they bought products from other channels to make up for the lack of products. With the influx of these products, Chu Xiaoran would no longer be able to monopolize certain products. Previously, with Chu Xiaoran around, it was difficult for products from other places to enter Tea City. Basically, the shops in Tea City were all products from Chu Xiaoran's company, and it was almost mandatory. Chu Xiaoran wanted to stir up chaos in Tea City's economy, but in the end, the authorities brought in products from other places. It was a matter of who could outplay the other. The authorities stabilized the people's emotions, but Chu Xiaoran was not in a good mood. Now, the market in Tea City was filled with similar products that were cheaper than his. Chu Xiaoran was very confident that once he took action, it would cause economic turmoil. However, the current situation made Chu Xiaoran feel awkward. Most importantly, his position as the hegemon of Tea City's business was being threatened, and he no longer had the advantage of monopolizing certain products. A monopoly would lead to huge profits. Chu Xiaoran felt that he had fallen into a trap. This was a conspiracy against him, and no matter what he did, he would be weakened. Su Wenlang. This man is really gutsy. Chapter 520. The reason why Chu Xiaoran did this was because he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to see the consequences of taking action against him. The turmoil in Tea City's economy was caused by Chu Xiaoran on purpose. Secondly, he was used to being the most dominant person in the industry and had people following him wherever he went. Why would he listen to you when you asked him to change the price? However, Chu Xiaoran did not expect that the authorities would not look for him or compromise with him. Chu Xiaoran could only wipe his face and feel extremely annoyed. Besides, the products mentioned in the news could no longer be produced according to the agreement. Not only did they lose their monopoly on a few products, but they could no longer be produced. This was a blow to Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran was now stuck in a dilemma. If he moved forward, he would not know what was waiting for him. If he retreated, the strength of his company would drop too much. He would be surrounded by vicious dogs who wanted to pounce on him. Chu Xiaoran was furious. He had been schemed against by an ant. No, it was the authorities. They thought that they could defeat him by pushing an ant against him. That would make Tea City's economy go into complete chaos. Chu Xiaoran put all of his products into the market at half of the original price, which was much cheaper than the products that entered Tea City's market. It was a price war now. Chu Xiaoran did not care about the cost and lowered the price to squeeze out other products. In any case, Chu Xiaoran was currently suppressing his anger. Ning Shu could only say that if God wanted to destroy a man, he would first make him go crazy. What Chu Xiaoran did was to hurt his enemy and go against the authorities. It would be strange if they would let him go. Chu Xiaoran wanted to use the price to crowd out similar products. However, not long after, it was revealed that the products produced by Chu Xiaoran contained toxic substances. Then, a series of experts seriously explained on the media what the toxic substances would do to the human body. It would cause irreversible damage to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The people followed blindly. When they heard those experts say that, none of them bought Chu Xiaoran's products. They avoided them as if they were poison. Ning Shu sent a lawyer's letter to Chu Xiaoran, asking him to stop the production of these products and remove them from the market. Chu Xiaoran lost his monopoly on these products and lost the right to produce them permanently. His certificate had also been revoked. There are too many ways for the higher-ups to mess with you. The authorities had given Chu Xiaoran an opinion on the price adjustment. If Chu Xiaoran had listened to them and adjusted the price according to the opinion, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Although the profits would be less, there would still be some. However, Chu Xiaoran was unwilling to do so. Since you look like you want to overturn the heavens, then you can only wait to be suppressed like Sun Wukong. When Chu Xiaoran received Ning Shu's lawyer's letter, he was so angry that he tore it into pieces and rubbed his forehead. During this period of time, Chu Xiaoran's lips were blistered and he was under a lot of pressure. The board of directors questioned his ability to deal with the crisis. Chu Xiaoran just wanted to kick these people down the stairs. In the past, they didn't even dare to say a word and would smile when they made money. Now, they had the guts to come out one by one and criticize him. The company's share price was like a bungee jump. All the shareholders who owned Chu Xiaoran's company's shares were selling them like crazy. However, they couldn't sell them just because they wanted to. It was a waste of money. There were even some crazy shareholders who came to Chu Xiaoran's company to cause trouble. Chu Xiaoran rubbed his swollen forehead and leaned against the chair with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was asleep or if he was thinking about serving her. When Xia Xiaoran entered the office, she saw Chu Xiaoran who was resting with his eyes closed. He looked exhausted. Xia Xiaoran's heart ached and she put down the pot of soup. Chu Xiaoran heard some movement and opened his eyes to see Xia Xiaoran. She was wearing a dress, revealing her fair and smooth calves. Her face was rosy and there was a look of joy between her eyebrows. "I've stewed some soup for you. Have some." Xia Xiaoran poured a bowl of soup for Chu Xiaoran and handed it to him. "Have some." Chu Xiaoran took the bowl and glanced at Xia Xiaoran. He asked, "Why are you here? What's the matter?" A smile immediately appeared on Xia Xiaoran's face. She touched her lower abdomen and took a deep breath. Just as she was about to say something, Chu Xiaoran took a sip of the soup and threw the bowl onto the table, causing the soup to spill out. Xia Xiaoran was stunned. Chu Xiaoran looked very impatient and said angrily, "What soup is this? It's so fishy. What are you doing here at the company? Can't you stay in the villa if you have nothing to do? Why are you running around? Can't you see that I'm busy?" Chu Xiaoran was very annoyed now and anything could be a reason for him to vent his anger. Chu Xiaoran was not the kind of person who would endure for others. Even if the person in front of him was Xia Xiaoran, Chu Xiaoran would not tolerate it. Xia Xiaoran's face suddenly turned pale. She had come to tell Chu Xiaoran the good news that she was pregnant. Even though Xia Xiaoran did not pay attention to Chu Xiaoran's company, she knew about his situation recently. Something had happened in the company and Xia Xiaoran knew that Chu Xiaoran was very anxious. The miscarriage 3 years ago made Xia Xiaoran pay a lot of attention to her health. Her period was already half a month late. She checked herself and found that she was pregnant. Xia Xiaoran was afraid that it was not safe, so she went to the hospital for a checkup. After confirming that she was pregnant, Xia Xiaoran was both happy and worried. She wanted to do something that would make Chu Xiaoran happy at this time, but she was not sure if Chu Xiaoran would like this child. Xia Xiaoran's heart trembled when she saw Chu Xiaoran's cold and impatient face. She hurriedly picked up the bowl and asked, "Is it fishy?" Xia Xiaoran took a sip and immediately covered her mouth, almost vomiting it out. Her stomach was churning. Chu Xiaoran became even more impatient when he saw Xia Xiaoran's reaction. "Why are you still bringing me the food that you vomited from? Don't just stand here. Go back, I'm very busy with the company." "But, Chu Xiaoran, I have something to tell you," Xia Xiaoran said. She was still beaming with joy previously, but now, her face had turned pale. I'm busy. Let's talk about it later. Get out. Chu Xiaoran was now like a lion that was locked in a cage. He was moving around restlessly in the cage, but there was no way for him to escape. Xia Xiaoran was frightened by Chu Xiaoran's appearance. She staggered twice and her face turned pale. She felt extremely miserable. Chu Xiaoran did not welcome the arrival of this child at all. He did not even give her a chance to speak. This is our child. Xia Xiaoran was at a loss and sad. She covered her lower abdomen with her hand and looked at Chu Xiaoran with a hurt expression. Chu Xiaoran was already burning with anxiety. Now that Xia Xiaoran was still looking at him with such a bitter face, Chu Xiaoran felt very annoyed. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, I told you to go back. What are you waiting for? You should come to the company. Xia Xiaoran, don't challenge my patience. Chapter 521. Xia Xiaoman's pregnancy was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but unfortunately, the timing was not right. If it was when Chu Xiaoran was at his peak, it would naturally be a joyous occasion, but now, Chu Xiaoran was in dire straits. However, in Xia Xiaoman's heart, Chu Xiaoran was the kind of person who was omnipotent and could solve anything in his hands. At the end of the day, Xia Xiaoman did not have a clear understanding of Chu Xiaoran's current situation. Well, Xia Xiaoman did not need to understand these things at all. She just needed to do what she was supposed to do and serve Chu Xiaoran by communicating with him using her body. Xia Xiaoman did not need to do anything while staying by Chu Xiaoran's side. She just needed to wait for Chu Xiaoran to sleep with her. I just want to tell you something, Xia Xiaoman said miserably. I'll leave once I'm done. I'm pregnant. Before Xia Xiaoman could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Chu Xiaoran. Why? Are you being disobedient now? I told you to go back. Xia Xiaoman burst into tears and ran out of the office while wiping her tears. She made up her mind not to tell Chu Xiaoran that she was pregnant. Chu Xiaoran's attitude just now completely hurt Xia Xiaoman. Even if she told him that she was pregnant, Chu Xiaoran would probably hurt her child. Xia Xiaoman bit her lip tightly. What should she do? The only thing she was certain of was that she had to keep the child. The miscarriage 3 years ago had already caused Xia Xiaoman to be devastated. This child was given to her by God. Although Xia Xiaoman decided to keep the child, she did not know what identity the child would be born with. She and Chu Xiaoran were not married, so the child would be born as an illegitimate child. She was already tortured by being forced to become a mistress, but her child could not bear such a terrible reputation before it was even born. The mother was a mistress, and the child was an illegitimate child. Xia Xiaoman left the office with a blank expression, not knowing what to do. Xia Xiaoman gently touched her belly, thought for a while, and took out her phone to make a call. Ning Shu was busy when he received a call from Xia Xiaoman. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. Why is Xia Xiaoman calling me? I thought that she should stop contacting me after calling me a bitch last time. Why is she calling me? Ning Shu coughed and answered the phone. The person on the other end of the phone first called out, Brother Wen Lang, and then began to cry. Ning Shu hung up the phone and blocked her. Ning Shu didn't want to care about Xia Xiaoman's affairs at all. Ning Shu was preparing to sue Chu Xiaoran and ignored Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman's life and death had nothing to do with her. She had no responsibility to take care of Xia Xiaoman and even had to be responsible for Xia Xiaoman's emotions. However, Ning Shu didn't expect that Xia Xiaoman would actually come to the law firm to look for her. When Xia Xiaoman saw Ning Shu, she started crying before she could even speak. Ning Shu's eyes were empty, as if he didn't see Xia Xiaoman. Seeing that Ning Shu didn't speak, Xia Xiaoman had no choice but to speak first. Her voice had a strong nasal sound. Ning Shu shouted, Brother Wen Lang. After calling him Brother Wen Lang, she began to cry again. There were people coming and going in the law firm, and they all glanced at the crying and red-faced Xia Xiaoman. Ning Shu rubbed his eyebrows. Don't cry, let's talk in the office. Brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman saw the impatience between Ning Shu's eyebrows and felt very sad. Chu Xiaoran was fierce to her, and even Brother Wenlang was like this to her. Xia Xiaoman looked absent-minded. She didn't even know why she was living like this. She only wanted the happiness of the people she cared about, including Brother Wenlang. She endured and did everything for the sake of the people she cared about. I said stop crying, let's talk in the office. Ning Shu repeated. Seeing Xia Xiaoman's bitter expression, he didn't know what she was thinking. Xia Xiaoman was best at making simple things very painful. This kind of continuous self-abuse made people speechless. Xia Xiaoman followed Ning Shu into the office and sat on the sofa, still wiping her tears. Ning Shu closed the door and sat opposite Xia Xiaoman. He asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman looked at Ning Shu, bit her lip and said, "Brother Wenlang, I'm pregnant." "I didn't do it." Ning Shu hurriedly waved his hand. Xia Xiaoman glanced at Ning Shu, wiped her tears and said, "Of course this child isn't yours. This child is Chu Xiaoran's." Ning Shu nodded. "Then why are you looking for me?" She probably had something to ask of her again. Not long ago, she was still stubbornly ignoring her. Why was she looking for her now? One wouldn't visit a temple for no reason. If Xia Xiaoman was lucky, she definitely wouldn't have thought of looking for her. At this time, Xia Xiaoman had already chosen to forget that they had fallen out previously. Brother Wenlang, Brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman cried again. What should I do? Ning Shu. Crying my ass, I'm still fucking alive. Ning Shu looked coldly at the crying Xia Xiaoman. Let's see how long you can cry for. Probably because there was no one to comfort her, it was quite awkward to cry alone. Xia Xiaoman gradually stopped crying. Ning Shu said, Brother Wenlang, please help me. I'm at my wit's end. Ning Shu's face was still cold. Xia Xiaoman pursed her lips and said, I'm pregnant, but Chu Xiaoran doesn't seem to care about this child. My life is ruined, but I don't want my child to have such a bad reputation. So? Ning Shu asked coldly. Xia Xiaoman bit her lips tightly and knelt in front of Ning Shu. Brother Wenlang, I know that I'm very unbearable in your heart, but the child is innocent. The child isn't mine. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. A pregnant woman was kneeling in front of him. Ning Shu was expressionless. Was she trying to use this method to make him compromise? Get to the point. I'm very busy. There are still many lawsuits waiting for me to deal with. Let's not waste each other's time, okay? Ning Shu said indifferently. Get up. Why are you kneeling? You're already pregnant, but you're still kneeling. Aren't you worried that something might go wrong? Hearing that something might go wrong, Xia Xiaoman immediately got up and sat down carefully. She placed her hand on her abdomen to protect the child. Xia Xiaoman, I remember that we're already over. What do you mean by this? Ning Shu was very impatient. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Xia Xiaoman's face turned pale, and she felt disappointed. Brother Wenlang had completely changed. In the past, Brother Wenlang would rush over no matter what happened to her. He was very good to her and took good care of her. She had lost Brother Wenlang, but she didn't regret it. If she could make Brother Wenlang happy and not let Brother Wenlang's career be affected by Chu Xiaoran, she could endure it. Brother Wenlang, let's get married. Xia Xiaoman said very seriously. There was a deep sadness between her eyebrows. She struggled and finally made up her mind. Let's get married. What did you say? Ning Shu couldn't help but want to dig his ears. Chapter 522. Ning Shu suspected that he was hallucinating. What did Xia Xiaoman say? Xia Xiaoman wanted to marry him. Ning Shu's face twitched. Do you know what you're saying? Xia Xiaoman struggled and finally said, Brother Wenlang, let's get married. Ning Shu, he was sure that he wasn't hallucinating. What's the reason? Why do you want to marry me? If my memory serves me right, I remember that you're Chu Xiaoran's woman and you're pregnant with his child. Why are you here to tell me that you want to marry me? Ning Shu looked at Xia Xiaoman in disbelief. Xia Xiaoman's expression was unsightly as she sorrowfully said, Brother Wenlang, I know that I'm willing to be someone's mistress, but I don't want my child to bear such an unbearable reputation. Ning Shu's expression was cold. Then why are you pregnant with him? Xia Xiaoman said anxiously, Brother Wenlang, don't worry. We're only in a fake marriage. I don't want the child to be an illegitimate child. Ning Shu, he finally understood that she was going to be the hero who took over the child for someone else. She was going to raise someone else's child for a fake wife. Ning Shu just wanted to laugh. Xia Xiaoman said that she was in a fake marriage because she wanted to maintain her innocence and let her child have a proper status. She didn't have to fulfill the obligations of a husband and wife. Damn, the supporting male lead was so miserable. There were really all kinds of strange things in the world. What was Su Wenlang after? Did he just rely on the fact that he loved her and had feelings for her for so many years? Ning Shu wiped her face and curled her lips slightly. She looked at Xia Xiaoman and said, Why did I have to fake a marriage with you and occupy my household register? Also, what kind of woman can I marry? Why did I have to marry a pregnant woman? A fake marriage? Is it because you won't let me touch you after the marriage? Xia Xiaoman was at a loss for words. Does Chu Xiaoran know that you want to marry me? Does Chu Xiaoran know about the existence of this child? Ning Shu asked calmly. He wasn't angry at all, but he didn't understand why Xia Xiaoman was so self-righteous. Just because of feelings, should others naturally contribute? Xia Xiaoman shook her head. He doesn't know, but I can feel that he has no expectations for this child. He doesn't even want to see me now. Ning Shu took a deep breath, as if he had a toothache. Xia Xiaoman is really naive and sweet. What's the situation now? Chu Xiaoran is now anxious about the company's affairs and doesn't like anyone. He probably wants to kill someone. He was simply asking for a snub if he only went up to her now. Chu Xiaoran was a little fierce to her. Then, when she was pregnant, he would come over to pretend to marry her and give the child a status. Ning Shu really wanted to kneel down. She was always capable of doing something. If I really agree to the marriage, by the time everything is prepared and the invitations are sent out, Xia Xiaoman will go back on her words. Chu Xiaoran is still the person in my heart. Blah blah blah, Brother Wenlang, I can't marry you. She could have just stayed in the villa and found an opportunity to tell Chu Xiaoran about her pregnancy. This child was Chu Xiaoran's. Why did she have to make Su Wenlang take the blame and let the child take the surname Su? In the end, she didn't even have a wife and child. Could she be any more cruel? Ning Shu couldn't take it anymore. Do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want me to chase you away? Ning Shu looked at Xia Xiaoman. If it weren't for your pregnancy, I would have long beaten you up and thrown you out. Xia Xiaoman's face turned purple and she was extremely embarrassed. Brother Wenlang, Ning Shu immediately reached out his hand and gestured for her to stop. He then pointed at the door. Don't speak. Just leave through the door. Don't look back. Be careful of your steps. Hurry up and leave. Xia Xiaoman bit her lips tightly. At last, Ning Shu asked, Brother Wenlang, can't you help me? I'm really at my wit's end. If I don't have a child, I won't be so thick-skinned as to beg you. Ning Shu chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart. I'm so angry, but I still have to maintain a smile. Ning Shu said word by word, I won't raise someone else's child. Brother Wenlang, I don't need you to raise the child. I'll earn money to raise the child myself. I just want the child to have an honorable identity, not an illegitimate child born from a mistress, Xia Xiaoman said sadly. Ning Shu thought, Balala energy, Fanalala, elimination technique. Disappear, disappear, quickly disappear. Make this person in front of me disappear quickly. If you want to get married, go ahead and get married to Chu Xiaoran. What's wrong with you for insisting on marrying me? Does Chu Xiaoran know that you came here with his child? Ning Shu felt that his worldview had been refreshed again. Why did Xia Xiaoman feel that Chu Xiaoran didn't like this child and wouldn't marry her? Even if I die, I won't marry you. Just give up. Ning Shu was impatient. Why should I marry you? I'm sick of seeing you now. Do I have to marry you and look at you every day? Ning Shu was so determined that Xia Xiaoman had no choice but to leave. Her back view looked lost and helpless. Ning Shu couldn't be bothered with her. To be honest, Ning Shu's heart was calm when he saw that Xia Xiaoman was unhappy. She must be drunk to be courting death like this. Due to the intervention of the authorities, T-City's economy didn't fall into chaos for long. Although it affected T-City's economic market, it was mostly under control. Ning Shu sorted out the information in his hands, then handed the lawyer's letter and the court's indictment to Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran was charged with monopolizing the market, abusing market dominance, and eliminating and malicious competition. This matter couldn't be over just like that. How could he escape after playing with fire? How could there be such a good thing? Ning Shu didn't care at all about Chu Xiaoran's expression when he received the indictment. Chu Xiaoran's company was the overlord of T-City. It was actually a family business. After Chu Xiaoran took over, it became much stronger and had deep roots in T-City. Logically speaking, such a company should be supported by the authorities, but it had already gone out of control. Even if the authorities had any instructions, he would ignore them and not listen to them at all. Moreover, he would often cause chaos in T-City's market, which was really annoying. It caused the authorities' power to expand and the market's efficiency to decrease. The decline of the Chu family was completely reasonable. It was imperative to get rid of the Chu family. Ning Shu was worried that Chu Xiaoran would transfer his assets abroad, so he suggested that the authorities check the direction of Chu Xiaoran's assets. Ning Shu didn't want to destroy Chu Xiaoran in T-City and then let Chu Xiaoran live a carefree life in another place. Since he had already made a move, he would directly suppress Chu Xiaoran and make it impossible for him to make a comeback. The authorities didn't want this big piece of meat to run away, so they definitely had to investigate. Since they wanted to investigate this matter, the Asset Management Supervision Committee had to step in and check the financial transactions of Chu Xiaoran's company. With someone watching, Chu Xiaoran wouldn't be able to transfer his assets even if he wanted to. If he was caught doing so, it would be a disaster. Chu Xiaoran would have another crime on him. Now, everyone wanted to pounce on Chu Xiaoran and take a bite out of him. Chapter 523. Ning Shu waited quietly for the court session to begin. Everything was ready. On the day of the court session, Ning Shu and Chu Xiaoran met at the entrance of the court. Chu Xiaoran had lost a lot of weight after not seeing him for a while, and even his eyes were protruding. 3 years ago, they also met at the entrance of the court. At that time, Chu Xiaoran was high and mighty and wanted to give Ning Shu a job. Now, the tables had turned, and Chu Xiaoran became the defendant, sitting opposite Ning Shu. Even though Chu Xiaoran was a little lonely now, his eyes were still arrogant and disdainful when he saw Ning Shu. He said to Ning Shu sarcastically, "You're just a lackey who grovels and begs for mercy. Do you really think you're a big shot?" Ning Shu did not take Chu Xiaoran's sarcasm to heart. Was someone like Chu Xiaoran, who went against the authorities and played with the market for his own family's interests, a big shot? Ning Shu always believed that there was no way an individual could go against the country, not to mention that Chu Xiaoran was not strong enough to leave the country. Chu Xiaoran was not as popular outside of T-City. All the land under the sky belonged to the king, and all the people on the shore were the king's subjects. Living on this land, one had to follow the rules. If a fish wanted to jump out of the water, wouldn't it be courting death? Chu Xiaoran was a big shot in T-City, and now that he was being sued, the reporters really scrambled to take photos of him. Chu Xiaoran sat at the defendant's table and looked at Ning Shu opposite him. He sneered, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Ning Shu did not seem to care, but he was vigilant in his heart. After the court session ended, the law firm had to hire more security guards. In order to be safe, Ning Shu also had to find a few skilled bodyguards for the two elders of the Su family. He was afraid that Chu Xiaoran would do something desperate and hurt the two elders of the Su family. As the plaintiff's lawyer representing the authorities, Ning Shu appealed to the judge and jury about Chu Xiaoran's crime. From the beginning to the end, Chu Xiaoran did not say a word, and his lawyer answered for him. However, the way Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu became increasingly colder. Xia Xiaoman sat in the audience with a helpless look on her face. One was the person in her heart, and the other was someone she had grown up with. They were both flesh and blood, and Xia Xiaoman felt as if her heart was being torn in half. Why did they have to be so confrontational? Xia Xiaoman really couldn't figure it out. If it was because she had hurt brother Wenlang, she was willing to atone for it. It was just that Xia Xiaoman felt very uneasy about opposing each other in such a place. Xia Xiaoman gently touched her lower abdomen. She just wanted to give her child a healthy and happy life. Why were there so many obstacles? In the courtroom, Ning Shu and Chu Xiaoran's lawyer were arguing with each other. Besides, Chu Xiaoran's crime was already set in stone. In the past, when Chu Xiaoran was in the limelight, monopolization wasn't a crime. In fact, monopolization was a compliment. However, now that he was determined to get rid of Chu Xiaoran, the crime was naturally established. The crime of monopoly was not enough to put him in jail. It was only a fine, but the amount of the fine made Chu Xiaoran's expression change. That was 3 times the profits of the monopolized products. 3 times. Chu Xiaoran had to spit out everything that he had taken. Even if Chu Xiaoran's lawyer wanted to turn the situation around, it would be impossible. The court gave Chu Xiaoran 3 months to collect the fine. Not only did Chu Xiaoran face a fine, but he also had to permanently revoke the production certificate of some products. Some of the products under Chu Xiaoran's company had already formed a mature industrial chain and were profitable industries. The revocation of the production certificate was a fatal blow to the company. Chu Xiaoran's face turned pale. Without the production certificate, no one would buy the products even if they produced them. The products that were produced illegally in the first place couldn't enter the legal market at all. Chu Xiaoran's face was full of malice, and he clenched his fists tightly while staring at Ning Shu opposite him. His eyes were full of haze and storm. Ning Shu looked at Chu Xiaoran calmly. After leaving the court, Chu Xiaoran clenched his fists and threw a punch at Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu dodged it in a flash. Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu with a pale face and said, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such power." Ning Shu spread his hands and said, "I don't have such power. I'm not the one who wants to deal with you. I'm just helping you." Chu Xiaoran was so angry that his face turned pale. He waved his fist at Ning Shu again. Ning Shu directly grabbed Chu Xiaoran's wrist, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched Chu Xiaoran in the stomach. Chu Xiaoran groaned and curled up in pain. Ning Shu punched Chu Xiaoran in the eye again, and Chu Xiaoran's eyes turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Xiaoran bent over and coughed, covering his eyes with one hand. He was in great pain. Ah! Xia Xiaoman came out of the court and saw Ning Shu hitting Chu Xiaoran. She screamed and rushed over to support Chu Xiaoran. When she saw the bruises on Chu Xiaoran's face, she immediately showed a distressed expression. "Brother Wenlang, why did you hit him?" Xia Xiaoman asked Ning Shu. "I'm already very upset that you guys were fighting in court. Why did you have to do this?" Ning Shu spread his hands and said, "He hit me first." Ning Shu felt that it was meaningless to explain. He turned around, opened the car door, and drove away. Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman were surrounded by a group of reporters and couldn't get away. After the lawsuit, Ning Shu hired several security guards and set up a lot of cameras around the law firm. He also hired a few bodyguards for the house. However, these bodyguards did not appear in front of the two elders of the Su family. After the lawsuit, the media and newspapers were calculating how much fine Chu Xiaoran had to pay. A fine of 3 times the profits. The meddlesome media roughly calculated that it would be about 1 billion yuan. However, the data given by the Asset Management Supervision Committee was much more than 1 billion yuan. 1 billion yuan was not enough to reflect the huge profits generated by Chu Xiaoran's monopoly. Chu Xiaoran had to pay this fine now, even if he had to sell everything he had. Otherwise, the court would directly close down Chu Xiaoran's company. Moreover, Chu Xiaoran couldn't escape now even if he wanted to. There were police officers around him. If they found that Chu Xiaoran had any strange movements, he would be directly detained. The authorities obviously wanted to take this fat piece of meat and make Chu Xiaoran hand over the money no matter what. If they had this money, T-City would develop better. Without Chu Xiaoran's suppression, the other companies in T-City would develop, unlike before when Chu Xiaoran's company was the dominant one. Brother Wenlang, Su Wenlang, come out. Xia Xiaoman's voice sounded outside the law firm. Ning Shu walked to the window and saw Xia Xiaoman standing at the door under the scorching sun. Xia Xiaoman was stopped by the security guards and could only shout at the door. Ning Shu sneered. Do you think I'll go out just because you call me? Do you really think I'll come and go as I please? He didn't know what it was this time. Anyway, Xia Xiaoman wouldn't come looking for him for anything good. Chapter 524. Xia Xiaoman came to look for Ning Shu, but Ning Shu didn't want to talk to her at all. She either wanted him to sue her or wanted him to fake a marriage with her. He found that Xia Xiaoman didn't think before she spoke, so she vented her anger on the spot. Last time, she mentioned a fake marriage, but after some time, she didn't mention it again. Xia Xiaoman saw that Ning Shu didn't appear, so she waited at the door, shouting Ning Shu's name. When she got tired of shouting, she found a shady place to hide from the sun. Anyway, she just stayed at the door and didn't leave. Ning Shu ignored her completely. Do whatever you want. Ning Shu worked until night time. Seeing that Xia Xiaoman wasn't at the door, he guessed that she had left. Ning Shu shook his head. It was such a hot day, and she was a pregnant woman. Could her body take it? Ning Shu prepared to drive back. Just as he started the car, a figure suddenly rushed to the front of the car and opened her arms to block Ning Shu's car. Ning Shu's heart spasmed in fright. He quickly stepped on the brakes, and the tires screeched. Brother Wenlang. Xia Xiaoman stood not far from the front of the car and looked at Ning Shu. She put down her arms awkwardly. Ning Shu's palms were sweaty. He got out of the car and slammed the door. He walked quickly to Xia Xiaoman and raised his hand to slap her. However, he glanced at Xia Xiaoman's stomach and finally put down his hand. Xia Xiaoman was scared by Ning Shu's raised hand. She looked at Ning Shu pitifully. Brother Wenlang. Are you fucking sick? Is your brain full of shit? Ning Shu was about to die from anger. If the car hadn't just started and wasn't going fast, did she think of the consequences if she hit Xia Xiaoman? Xia Xiaoman's face was also pale. She mumbled, Brother Wenlang, you don't want to see me, so I can only use this method. I took the risk because you don't want to see me. Ning Shu, what the fuck, how did it become her fault? Ning Shu glanced at Xia Xiaoman's belly and suddenly stopped being angry. Being angry with people like Xia Xiaoman was simply asking for trouble. Don't look at Xia Xiaoman's mouth, saying that she was willing to sacrifice for others and endure pain for others. However, Xia Xiaoman was actually using this as an excuse for her selfishness. She was obviously pregnant, but she completely ignored the child in her belly and made such a dangerous move. She thought about what would happen if she was really hit by a car. As a mother, she didn't think about how to protect the child in her womb. She even said that she was willing to marry a man she didn't love for the child in her womb so that the child could have a proper identity. Xia Xiaoman was indeed weak, but her weakness was even more detestable than Chu Xiaoran's scheming. Xia Xiaoman used a soft knife to stab at Su Wenlang's heart over and over again. Xia Xiaoman used Su Wenlang's feelings for her to kidnap Su Wenlang. Ning Shu hated Xia Xiaoman very much. A woman living like this, she was worse than a prostitute in a brothel. However, Xia Xiaoman was only serving one person, and her service was even labeled as true love. Ning Shu turned around and got into the car, not wanting to talk to Xia Xiaoman at all. It was just a waste of saliva, and it wouldn't make sense even if he tried to talk to her. Xia Xiaoman grabbed Ning Shu's arm. "Brother Wenlang, do you really not want to say a word to me?" "No." Ning Shu pried Xia Xiaoman's hand away and got into the car. Xia Xiaoman looked sad and put her hand on the front of the car, refusing to let Ning Shu leave. "Brother Wenlang, I beg you, can you listen to me? Please don't fight with Chu Xiaoran like that, I beg you." Xia Xiaoman's face was covered in tears. Ning Shu was expressionless. "Why not? Chu Xiaoran has been defeated and the Chu family has collapsed. I'm happier than anyone else." Xia Xiaoman bit her lips tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Wenlang, are you still holding a grudge over what happened 3 years ago? It was my decision to leave you back then. If you want to hate someone, hate me." Ning Shu started the car and the engine roared. Xia Xiaoman stood in front of the car firmly. "Brother Wenlang, I won't let you go. Today, we must make things clear." Ning Shu was speechless. "What a mess." Ning Shu said expressionlessly, "If you don't want to, then go ahead. Anyway, I don't like the bastard child in your stomach. It's better if it dies. Do you think I want to see my ex-fiancée pregnant with another man's bastard child?" Xia Xiaoman was horrified. She felt the engine cover under her hand trembling slightly because of the engine. Through the glass, she saw the man's cold and gloomy face. Xia Xiaoman's firm heart began to waver and she hurriedly moved aside. Ning Shu sneered and stepped on the accelerator, leaving Xia Xiaoman behind. After a while, she could no longer be seen. Ning Shu was completely convinced by Xia Xiaoman. She was quite heaven-defying to live until now without being beaten to death. Ning Shu really wanted to beat Xia Xiaoman up to vent the indescribable anger and brutality in his heart. However, when he thought of the child in Xia Xiaoman's stomach, Ning Shu still couldn't bring himself to hurt a child. Later on, he thought about it and realized that Xia Xiaoman had nothing to do with him. Being so angry would only ruin his mood. Ning Shu chanted the mind-clearing mantra in his heart as he drove. He stopped the car and waited for the green light. At this time, there was not much traffic, but there was an overweight truck on the opposite side of the road that completely ignored the traffic lights and rushed toward his car at a high speed. Ning Shu's body moved faster than his brain. He opened the door and rushed out of the car. Before he ran far, he heard a huge crash behind him. The friction and compression of metal made a sound that made one's teeth ache. Ning Shu turned around and saw that his car had been hit beyond recognition. 2 cars had crashed into the road guardrail, and the front of the truck had been smashed into pieces. The car was dripping with water. Ning Shu's hands and feet were a little weak, but he immediately walked over and checked. There was no one in the truck. Did that mean it was an empty car? Ning Shu called the police and asked them to deal with these broken cars. There was no one in the car, and the person waiting for him on his way home was coming for him. Chu Xiaoran. Ning Su sneered and looked around. The murderer should not be far away. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the car. Ning Shu looked around. Since someone planned it, they must see the results before they give up. In the end, Ning Shu saw a man wearing a hat not far away. This man did not look very old. When he saw Ning Shu, he wanted to turn around and leave, but he calmly walked past Ning Shu. Ning Shu suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. The man was shocked and wanted to break free from Ning Shu to escape. Ning Shu directly pressed him to the ground. Ning Shu also kicked him fiercely. The man was in pain and cried out. He kept shouting that he was beaten up. The police rushed over and dealt with the scene. They also brought the suspect that Ning Shu mentioned to the police station. Ning Shu also went to the police station to make a statement. What happened tonight made Ning Shu a little scared. Chapter 525. Ning Shu had always known that Chu Xiaoran was a cruel and merciless person. She had offended him previously, so it was normal for such a thing to happen. However, Ning Shu was speechless when she thought of how Xia Xiaoran had come to beg her to stop fighting with Chu Xiaoran. She and Chu Xiaoran were already incompatible like fire and water, and Chu Xiaoran even wanted her life. Xia Xiaoran did not know anything, yet she came to beg her. Why didn't Xia Xiaoran beg Chu Xiaoran instead? It was because she knew that Chu Xiaoran would not listen to her, and would even suspect that she and Su Wenlang were still together. Xia Xiaoran was not confident in front of Chu Xiaoran, but she was confident in front of Su Wenlang. Hence, she came to beg Su Wenlang. The man who was caught did not confess, saying that he was caught when he was just out for a walk, and that the police could not simply arrest people. Ning Shu was taking notes at the side. When she heard this, she sneered. It was almost 2:00 in the morning, and he was still out for a walk. The police were the ones who interrogated him. The police directly stripped the man naked, leaving only his underwear, and threw him into the cold storage. Previously, the man was still very stubborn, but not long after, he was shivering from the cold and kept jumping in the cold storage to keep warm. In the end, he could not help but say that he was willing to confess. When the man came out, the police put a thin blanket over him. The man's body was shivering, and his nose was running. He confessed with chattering teeth. He said that his brother was imprisoned by Ning Shu. The man's brother was one of the gangsters who came to Ning Shu's law firm to cause trouble. Because he hated Ning Shu, he planned this accident. Ning Shu looked at these confessions and frowned. These specious confessions still did not mention the mastermind. Ning Shu reckoned that the man would not betray Chu Xiaoran. Since he had done it, he had to pay the price. He could only wait to be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Even if he could not be imprisoned, Ning Shu would let him spend the rest of his life in prison. If it were not for her quick reaction, her corpse would have been unrecognizable like the car. Her mission would have been considered a failure. When he came out of the police station, the sky was already bright. Ning Shu took a taxi back to the law firm and rested on the sofa for a while. He was really tired. Compared to Chu Xiaoran, Ning Shu knew that her strength was not as profound as Chu Xiaoran's. However, she had an advantage, which was that the person behind her was stronger than Chu Xiaoran. However, if she was useless and died, the authorities would also give up on her. Ning Shu went to the city hall and asked the authorities to thoroughly investigate Chu Xiaoran. Ning Shu's reason was that Chu Xiaoran was involved in the underworld, and Ning Shu wanted to be the bait. If they could really find out who was involved, it would be a meritorious service to the authorities if they could crack down on the underground forces. After that, Ning Shu went to Chu Xiaoran's company with some documents. This time, Ning Shu went to ask for the fine. When Chu Xiaoran saw Ning Shu, he was a little shocked. However, he immediately restrained his expression and looked at Ning Shu with a sarcastic expression. "Lawyer Su, you're really dedicated to your work. I heard that you had a car accident, but you're not recuperating in the hospital. Instead, you're meddling in other people's business and demanding payment." Ning Shu clenched his fists and then released them. He said calmly, "President Chu, you really pay attention to me. You found out about the car accident last night this morning." Chu Xiaoran sneered. "Of course I pay attention to you. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, it would be a pity. He's probably regretting that I'm fine." Ning Shu said calmly, "Although it's a small matter, work is more important. Although collecting payment is a matter for the court, the authorities have given me full authority. I naturally can't let the authorities down. President Chu, when can the 1.4 billion yuan fine be paid?" When Chu Xiaoran heard the amount of 1.4 billion yuan, his face twitched twice and his face turned black. 1.4 billion yuan was not 14 yuan, and he could afford it just like that. Recently, Chu Xiaoran's situation had been very bad. In order to protect their interests, many shareholders had directly withdrawn their investments. It was impossible for these shareholders to help pay the 1.4 billion yuan fine. The company really didn't have much money now. Some products had their production licenses revoked and could not be produced. In that case, these workers could no longer be kept. However, the funds to dismiss these workers made Chu Xiaoran's liver ache. In the past, he was proud that his factory was the largest in T City and had tens of thousands of workers. However, now that he had to dismiss these tens of thousands of workers, Chu Xiaoran wished that he did not have so many workers and that the large production base was empty. The money in his account was only going out and not coming in. The company had laid off many people. Previously, it was still a giant business group, but it suddenly collapsed. The Chu family had been ruined in her hands. All kinds of emotions flashed through Chu Xiaoran's heart. There was hatred, regret, and more than that, indignation. Now that he heard that Su Wenlang wanted to pay a fine, his heart was filled with resentment towards this man. Chu Xiaoran almost couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "It's not the deadline yet." "Lawyer Su, why are you in such a hurry?" Ning Shu smiled. "I'm not in a hurry. I'm just here to remind you to pay the fine as soon as possible. Otherwise, CEO Chu's company will be closed down." Ning Shu sat on the sofa and did not move. He picked up the coffee and took a sip. Chu Xiaoran did not want to look at Ning Shu. Seeing that he was so leisurely, he asked coldly, "Why are you still here?" Ning Shu nodded and stood up to walk to the door. He then turned around and said to Chu Xiaoran, "By the way, I haven't congratulated CEO Chu on having a son." "Congratulations." Chu Xiaoran frowned. He did not announce Xia Xiaoman's pregnancy to the public because there were too many things to do in the company. Xia Xiaoman's pregnancy would only add to his weakness. However, how did this man know about Xia Xiaoman's pregnancy? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Chu Xiaoran's mind. He said indifferently, "Thank you, but I see that Lawyer Su's glabella is turning black. I'm afraid there will be a bloody disaster. Lawyer Su, you'd better be careful." Ning Shu was vigilant in his heart, but he said indifferently, "Thank you for your concern, CEO Chu. I'll definitely be careful." Chu Xiaoran's face trembled twice, making him look very sinister. Clearly, his recent mistakes had caused Chu Xiaoran to suffer an unprecedented blow. Chu Xiaoran, who had been going smoothly, was very dispirited. He was no longer in high spirits like before. Instead, he was in a sorry state. The domineering aura of a monarch had almost been worn away. There were many people who would help him in his hour of need, and there were also many who would kick him when he was down. Chu Xiaoran had also offended some people, especially when he was in the prime of his life. He could even decide the life and death of others with a single sentence. Chu Xiaoran was like an emperor. Naturally, he did not have any close friends, nor did he need them. What he wanted was to be revered by others. Wherever he went, he could summon the wind and summon the rain. There were probably many people who wanted to find trouble with Chu Xiaoran, especially when they wanted to trample on a high and mighty figure. Chapter 526. Ning Shu purposely went to Chu Xiaoran's company to annoy him and then returned to the law firm. Ning Shu went to Chu Xiaoran with a purpose. She wanted to do what a bait should do. Instead of worrying about her life every day, she might as well catch them all at once. Although it was a little dangerous, she hoped that the results would be satisfactory. In the following days, Ning Shu clearly felt that someone was following her, but these people did not take action. They just followed her and were very cautious. If not for Ning Shu's superb martial arts skills, she would not have noticed them at all. These people looked much more powerful than the hooligans she met before. Ning Shu had a signal transmitter on her. It was placed on her by the authorities. If something really happened, the police would receive the signal and rush over. Ning Shu felt that she had gone all out for this mission. She had to fight against a man with power and influence. That was how tough it was. If you want to woo Chu Xiaoran, you don't have to go through so much trouble. 2333 suddenly appeared and said indifferently, don't they say that men conquer the world and women conquer men with their bodies? This is the advantage of women. Leave the fighting and killing to men. Woo your ass. I'm a man now. You want me, a man, to woo Chu Xiaoran? Is your system okay? I think you've been poisoned. Ning Shu wanted to kneel down to 2333. Oh, I forgot. 2333 said. Ning Shu. Do you think that if I woo a man with my charm value, he will care about me? Ning Shu asked. 2333. No. She wanted to create a brand new life for her client. Could it be that finding a good man for her client was a successful life? Could it be that marrying a powerful man was a successful life? Maybe it was a successful life, but there was nothing happier than being free to be yourself, doing what you want to do, doing what you love, and realizing your dreams. No matter what kind of person she was, having someone by her side who could help her in times of need was love. Ning Shu wanted to go on in the thousands of planes. Feelings were not important to Ning Shu. They were more of a tie. If she wanted someone to accompany her, Ning Shu hoped that it would be when she could control her own destiny. Ning Shu's goal now was to live. A person's heart was too heavy. Ning Shu had nothing to exchange for her heart. If she gave her heart away, how could she go to the thousands of planes freely? If his life wasn't his, and his heart wasn't his, then what else did he have? Ning Shu avoided having feelings for the people in the mission. Of course, others did not like her. This was a rather sad topic. You're so stubborn. 2333 laughed at Ning Shu and then went silent. Ning Shu felt that Chu Xiaoran's underground power should be quite big when she sensed that he was peeping at her like a shadow. Therefore, not only did he have to attack Chu Xiaoran's strength on the surface, but he also had to remove Chu Xiaoran's underworld forces. Chu Xiaoran's strength was not small. He was simply blessed by nature and favored by the heavens. Ning Shu drove and looked at the people following behind through the rear-view mirror. Ning Shu thought for a while and drove to a remote place. In the end, he was blocked by several cars. Ning Shu, who was in the car, pressed the button on his watch and sent out a signal. The window of a car rolled down, revealing a face that Ning Shu was very familiar with. Chu Xiaoran turned to look at Ning Shu. Lawyer Su, we meet again. Ning Shu secretly pressed the button on his watch several times and said, President Chu. Ning Shu looked around and said faintly, it's fate to meet in such a desolate place. Chu Xiaoran turned to look at Ning Shu and smiled at him. It's not a coincidence at all. I came here especially for you. Ning Shu pressed the button on his watch again and looked at the burly men around him. These men were covered in blood and had a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had taken lives. Ning Shu's heart sank. Previously, when he looked at Chu Xiaoran's company, he felt that it was going to collapse. However, now that he saw Chu Xiaoran's subordinates, Ning Shu suspected that Chu Xiaoran wanted to go from the light to the dark and only manage his underworld forces. This was not what Ning Shu wanted to see. He was afraid that Chu Xiaoran would develop in a gray area without the constraints of the law on the surface. He would only be more successful. Ning Shu kept pressing the watch on his wrist, but he did not dare to be too obvious. He said to Chu Xiaoran, then, President Chu, why are you looking for me? I'm afraid of such a big scene. Chu Xiaoran smiled evilly. Lawyer Su, you also know how to be afraid. I thought that Lawyer Su was not afraid of anything. I didn't see you being afraid when you were standing at the plaintiff's table. Chu Xiaoran waved his hand, and the burly men around him surrounded him. A man reached out and wanted to open the car door, but the door was locked by Ning Shu. Open the door. The man smashed the car window and reached his hand in, wanting to open the car door. However, Ning Shu punched the man's nose with all his might, causing blood to splatter from the man's nose. He fell to the ground and fainted. Chu Xiaoran looked at the man who fainted on the ground, then glanced at Ning Shu. With a cold and cruel expression, he said, "Catch her. I'll deal with her myself." Ning Shu originally wanted to drive away, but his car was blocked from all sides and couldn't be driven away at all. Ning Shu was pulled out of the car by a few burly men. Chu Xiaoran got out of the car. His black leather shoes were shiny, and when he stepped on the yellow sand, he was tall and handsome, giving off the vibe of a dark emperor. Ning Shu kicked the man who was pulling his arm in the crotch. The man groaned in pain, bent his body and clamped his leg, and rolled his eyes in pain. Chu Xiaoran's face darkened, and several burly men surrounded Ning Shu. Ning Shu was a little anxious. She had already sent out the signal, but why was there no response? Could it be that this place was too remote, and the signal was not good? Looking at these burly men surrounding him, Ning Shu didn't intend to fight them head-on. He just wanted to break out of the encirclement and run away as soon as possible. Ning Shu's body tensed up. He chose a direction to break out of the encirclement and fought with these men. These burly men were ruthless, but Ning Shu wasn't bad either. He had been practicing peerless martial arts ever since he came to this world. Although he didn't cultivate Qi Jin, his physical fitness was very good. Ning Shu pulled up his trousers. Ning Shu tied a dagger under his trousers. Facing these men who rushed up, Ning Shu directly stabbed at the vital parts of the men. Anyway, it was either he or she who died. Ning Shu injured a few men. He raised the dagger and was about to stab it into the burly man's throat, but he felt something cold against his head. Ning Shu rolled her eyes and saw Chu Xiaoran holding a gun in his hand and pressing it against her temple. Ning Shu's heart trembled. Chu Xiaoran actually has a gun. Chapter 527. Ning Shu originally thought that Chu Xiaoran had some underground forces, but now that he saw the gun in Chu Xiaoran's hand, Ning Shu's heart sank. It seemed that he had to reevaluate Chu Xiaoran's power. With a gun in his hand, he was no longer an ordinary gangster. Because there was a gun pointed at him, Ning Shu did not dare to act rashly. The dagger in his hand was also taken away and he could not move. Chu Xiaoran did not say anything and first punched Ning Shu's stomach. Ning Shu suddenly felt a pain in his stomach. "Secretary Su, aren't you good at fighting?" Chu Xiaoran said coldly. Chu Xiaoran still hated Ning Shu for hitting him at the entrance of the court. Ning Shu was in so much pain that he took a deep breath. He looked like he was in extreme pain. "Drag him into the car." Chu Xiaoran looked at Ning Shu's evil expression. He was probably thinking about how to torture Ning Shu to death. At this moment, the sound of police sirens came. In the blink of an eye, the police cars were getting closer and closer. Chu Xiaoran looked a little stunned. He glanced at Ning Shu and raised his gun, wanting to shoot Ning Shu to death. Ning Shu dragged the two people who were on top of him and threw one of them towards Chu Xiaoran at the risk of losing one of his arms. The person who was thrown out by Ning Shu was shot dead by Chu Xiaoran, but Chu Xiaoran was pressed down by the corpse. The police came over. Chu Xiaoran pushed away the corpse on top of him, raised his arm to cover his face, and got into the car. After getting into the car, he fired a shot at Ning Shu. Ning Shu lay on the ground, but the bullet still grazed his shoulder. It was burning, but the blood could not stop flowing. His whole body was cold. Ning Shu looked at the license plate number of Chu Xiaoran's car. When the police came, Ning Shu quickly said, "The license plate number is T-5348. The police car chased after Chu Xiaoran. Ning Shu was too tired and injured, so he was sent to the hospital and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, Ning Shu felt that his body had fallen apart. One of his hands could not move at all, and the wound on his shoulder had been bandaged. "Son, you're awake." When Mother Su came in and saw that Ning Shu had woken up, her eyes turned red. "You're finally awake. You scared your father and me. We only have one son. What are we going to do if something happens to you? Catching criminals is the job of the police. You're just a normal citizen, yet you're doing something so dangerous. Have you ever thought about your parents?" Mother Su's voice was shaking as she spoke. Ning Shu knew that Mother Su was worried about him, so he quickly promised that there would be no next time. The authorities also came to visit Ning Shu. They even gave Ning Shu a banner of the people's hero. Then, the half-crippled Ning Shu had to sit up and use his mobile hand to hold the banner and take a photo with the authorities. He had an expression that said, "I'm honored, I'm proud, I should do this." When the authorities and reporters left, Ning Shu immediately said to Mother Su, "Mom, help me to sleep. Damn it, my whole body hurts." Looking at the cheap banner, Ning Shu's body hurt even more. "I can give you a banner, but you should at least give me something practical." However, Ning Shu learned that Chu Xiaoran was eventually stopped by police cars, just like how they stopped Ning Shu previously. Ning Shu felt very happy. Chu Xiaoran was temporarily detained, and the authorities quickly raided Chu Xiaoran's lair. Chu Xiaoran was an underground gambling den and a loan shark. The interest was compounded with the profits from the gambling den, and he used Chu Xiaoran's company to launder money. When the authorities came to visit Ning Shu, they were all smiles because this was another large sum of money. The more money there was, the better Tea City would be able to develop. Ning Shu told the authorities that they must confiscate Chu Xiaoran's assets, and the authorities said that they would not even let go of a lackey. Only then did Ning Shu feel relieved. Even if he saw the cheap banner, his liver did not hurt as much. Ning Shu was hospitalized. The ligament in one of her arms was severely strained and dislocated. It was estimated that this arm would not have much strength for a year and a half. However, Ning Shu felt that it was worth it to pay such a price in exchange for Chu Xiaoran's imprisonment. Ning Shu was discharged from the hospital after resting for half a month. Chu Xiaoran's case was not tried, and the authorities released Chu Xiaoran instead. However, Chu Xiaoran's underground forces had been completely removed. Ning Shu felt very uncomfortable. If Chu Xiaoran was charged with being involved in the underworld, he would not be able to make a comeback for the rest of his life. After the authorities released Chu Xiaoran, they urged Chu Xiaoran to pay a fine of 1.4 billion yuan every day. Now, Chu Xiaoran no longer had the courage to throw a tantrum with the authorities. In the end, he collected 1.4 billion yuan in savings. As soon as Chu Xiaoran paid the fine, he was immediately detained. After a period of time, when there was enough evidence, Chu Xiaoran would be charged with being involved in the underworld. Ning Shu was speechless. He was really speechless. They released him so that Chu Xiaoran could collect enough money to pay the fine. After he paid the fine, they immediately arrested him again. It felt like Chu Xiaoran had been played to a pulp. Ning Shu immediately felt at ease and hung the banner of the people's hero in the most conspicuous place in the law firm. Without Chu Xiaoran, who was a ticking time bomb, Ning Shu felt more comfortable all over. He had never felt so relaxed before. However, some people just did not want Ning Shu to feel comfortable. Xia Xiaoman came again and howled at the entrance of the law firm. She screamed at the top of her lungs, calling Su Wenlang, come out. Now, she did not even call him Brother Wenlang and just called him Su Wenlang. Ning Shu plugged in his earphones and listened to music, ignoring Xia Xiaoman who was screaming. However, Xia Xiaoman directly knelt at the door with the sun above her head. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. Others wanted to help her up, but Xia Xiaoman glared at them fiercely, as if the person who wanted to help her was her enemy. Ning Shu pulled open the curtains and took a look. Xia Xiaoman's face was pale, her back was very straight, and she was wearing loose clothes. Ning Shu shook his head. It was one thing for her to humiliate herself, but she completely ignored the child in her womb. Xia Xiaoman fainted outside because of the sun. Ning Shu had no choice but to get someone to bring her in. The staff of the law firm fanned her while pinching her philtrum. Ning Shu saw that her eyelashes kept trembling and knew that Xia Xiaoman was pretending to be unconscious. Xia Xiaoman slowly woke up. She rolled her eyes and finally fixed them on Ning Shu. She stood up from the sofa, her lips trembling, and her expression was blank and flustered. She questioned, "Why did you do this? Why?" Ning Shu was speechless. He was so confused. He had no idea what she was talking about. "Why did you do this? What good will it do you if Chu Xiaoran goes to jail? Why did you do this?" Xia Xiaoman felt that the person in front of her was very unfamiliar. This was not the brother Wenlang in her memory. Brother Wenlang would not be so cold and heartless. Ning Shu was speechless. Why is it so tiring to talk to her? Does she not know the reason at all? Haven't you always wanted to leave Chu Xiaoran? I'm helping you. Ning Shu spread his hands expressionlessly and said, "Didn't you say that you hate Chu Xiaoran? Didn't you say that Chu Xiaoran played you? You should be happy that Chu Xiaoran is like this." Chapter 528. Now that Chu Xiaoran was in such a state, Xia Xiaoman could totally take the opportunity to get rid of him. However, Xia Xiaoman didn't do that. Previously, she was gnashing her teeth in hatred, but now that Chu Xiaoran was in dire straits, Xia Xiaoman's heart softened. "Brother Wenlang, I understand what you're saying. Although Chu Xiaoran forced himself on me and toyed with me in the beginning, he's still the father of the child in my stomach," Xia Xiaoman said to Ning Shu. "Brother Wenlang, I beg you to let Chu Xiaoran off." Ning Shu rubbed the corners of his eyes and looked at Xia Xiaoman as if he was looking at an idiot. Would he let Chu Xiaoran off just because she said so? Ning Shu was very curious about what kind of life Xia Xiaoman was living every day. He really didn't understand anything about the human world. Why did he feel that Xia Xiaoman was living a completely isolated life? All she had to do was lie in bed and serve Chu Xiaoran. "You want to save Chu Xiaoran?" Ning Shu asked in disbelief. This was the first time Ning Shu had seen someone like Xia Xiaoman. He didn't know how to describe Xia Xiaoman. She wasn't a wicked person and was even a little kind. However, she didn't seem to have a brain. Everything she did brought disaster to others, and she did it out of kindness. Xia Xiaoman was an idiot. Xia Xiaoman said firmly, "Brother Wenlang, as long as I can save Chu Xiaoran, I'm willing to do anything." Ning Shu's body trembled. Damn it, here she is again. She's willing to give up everything for the sake of her loved one. It's the same as when she endured humiliation and became Su Wenlang's mistress in order to protect the reputation of the Su and Xia families and Su Wenlang's career. Give up everything? Ning Shu looked at Xia Xiaoman's tragic expression that looked like she was about to jump off a cliff. She was speechless. Xia Xiaoman nodded. "Yes, I'm willing to give up everything. This matter happened because of me. Brother Wenlang, I know I've let you down. If you can save Chu Xiaoran, I promise you that I won't be with her anymore. Then, let's leave this place." Ning Shu hammered his chest, saying that Xia Xiaoman had given up on Chu Xiaoran in order to save him. Xia Xiaoman and he would leave this place and return a few years later. Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman would meet again, and Chu Xiaoran would feel that Xia Xiaoman had betrayed him. Xia Xiaoman would be unable to voice her bitterness, and the two of them would start a torturous relationship again. Damn it, she was still a pitiful supporting male character. For the sake of the plot, she would not touch Xia Xiaoman for the next few years. She would also raise Xia Xiaoman's child. Ning Shu hammered his chest again. Looking at Xia Xiaoman's expression, which seemed to be ready to die, Ning Shu waved his hand and said, "If you want to be with Chu Xiaoran, then go ahead. Don't drag me into this. Xia Xiaoman, when will you understand that we are already over? If you come looking for me again, I will kill Chu Xiaoran." Xia Xiaoman widened her eyes and looked at Ning Shu with tears in her almond-shaped eyes. "Brother Wenlang, as long as you save Chu Xiaoran, I'll never look for you again. Get lost." Xia Xiaoman's face turned pale and she looked sad. Obviously, she was sad because of Ning Shu's coldness. As soon as Xia Xiaoman left, Ning Shu took a deep breath. Xia Xiaoman had refreshed his worldview. Xia Xiaoman always had a mysterious confidence when facing him. "Leave this place. It's easy to say that you want me to give up my career and go with you. Where's my brain? Xia Xiaoman simply thought of one thing after another. Her mind was unbelievably simple. Chu Xiaoran had been detained and his company had completely collapsed. All the company's resources had been divided up by other companies. The large-scale production base had been auctioned off by the authorities, and the money naturally flowed into the government's pockets. In short, Chu Xiaoran's matter this time had helped the authorities remove the thorn in their side. They also reaped the benefits of not collecting money, and their finances were not so difficult. The miscellaneous items added up to nearly 10 billion yuan, which showed that Chu Xiaoran's net worth was not low. Chu Xiaoran, who had been detained, probably did not know that he had lost everything and had been robbed clean by the authorities. 10 billion yuan could support the development of one or two large-scale construction projects in T-City, such as road construction and the construction of basic urban facilities. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman was waiting foolishly for Ning Shu to rescue Chu Xiaoran, but she did not dare to look for Ning Shu. She was afraid that Ning Shu would really kill Chu Xiaoran. Now, Xia Xiaoman was somewhat afraid of Ning Shu. She stayed in the villa every day and was simply like a rock waiting for her husband. When Xia Xiaoman's mother found out about this matter, she persuaded Xia Xiaoman to give up on Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran was now a reformed-through labor prisoner and was no longer the powerful CEO Chu. Moreover, this man had forced himself on her daughter back then. Now that such a thing had happened, Xia Xiaoman's mother felt that her daughter could get rid of Chu Xiaoran and start a new life, no longer being bullied by that man. However, the child in her stomach was a problem. Xia Xiaoman's mother struggled for a while and asked Xia Xiaoman to get an abortion. Xia Xiaoman was not married yet. If she kept the child, it would be an unmarried child. Moreover, the child's father was a reformed-through labor prisoner. Would the child be happy after being born? Xia Xiaoman's mother was also considering the reality. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. Xia Xiaoman could still start a new life. However, if she kept the child in her stomach, Xia Xiaoman's life would be more painful and tortuous. When Xia Xiaoman heard her mother asking her to get an abortion, she clutched her stomach in horror. She was so shocked that her voice changed. "Mom, what are you saying? You want me to abort this child? This is my child. He's your grandson. This is a life. How can you be so cruel?" Xia Xiaoman's mother did not speak for a long time. When she heard her daughter's words, she did not know what to say. After a while, she said, "You can choose not to abort the child. Let's leave this place and move to another place. Your father and I will take care of this child. Don't have anything to do with Chu Xiaoran anymore." Xia Xiaoman shook her head and said, "Mom, I won't leave Chu Xiaoran. He's only in dire straits now. Moreover, he's the child's father. I have him in my heart." "What are you saying? Are you going to wait for Chu Xiaoran to come back? He treated you so badly in the past and forced you to break up with Su Wenlang. If it weren't for Chu Xiaoran, you would have already married Su Wenlang and had a child. Isn't the child a bastard? Now you're saying that you love Chu Xiaoran. Xia Xiaoman, are you trying to drive me and your father to death? You must leave with us. You can keep the child, but you can't see Chu Xiaoran anymore." Xia Xiaoman's mother said and went to the bedroom to pack Xia Xiaoman's things. Obviously, she wanted to take Xia Xiaoman away. Seeing her mother's tough attitude, Xia Xiaoman knelt in front of her and sobbed. "Mom, Chu Xiaoran and I are truly in love. Please give us your blessings. No matter what Chu Xiaoran is like now, I still love him in my heart. Even if I leave Chu Xiaoran, I won't marry another man," Xia Xiaoman said firmly. Chapter 529. Xia Xiaoman's mother didn't expect her daughter to be so stubborn as to insist on being with Chu Xiaoran. She really wanted to beat her to death. Xia Xiaoman's mother didn't think that Chu Xiaoran loved her daughter. If he really loved her, why didn't he get married after so many years? However, Xia Xiaoman was determined to be with Chu Xiaoran. Everything she did was out of consideration for Xia Xiaoman's future. Xia Xiaoman still had a long life ahead of her, but her daughter didn't appreciate it. Xia Xiaoman's mother was angry and anxious. She said fiercely, "If you really want to be with Chu Xiaoran, I'll take it that I've never given birth to you. Don't you have any shame? Because of you, your father and I have been treated with disdain whenever we go out. They're all laughing at us openly and secretly. The Xia family has been completely disgraced." Xia Xiaoman cried sadly and repeatedly said, "Mom, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. But I can't leave Chu Xiaoran. The child in my stomach belongs to Chu Xiaoran." Xia Xiaoman's mother looked at her daughter and asked, "You mean you want to be with Chu Xiaoran?" Xia Xiaoman nodded while sobbing. Xia Xiaoman's mother was so angry that she threw the clothes in her hand and the suitcase on the ground. "I'll take it that I've never given birth to you." Xia Xiaoman kowtowed a few times to her mother's back and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Later, the Xia family really moved. Before they left, Xia Xiaoman's mother gave Xia Xiaoman a sum of money and told her to behave herself. Over the years, the Xia family suffered a lot of rumors and slanders because of Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman's father was a teacher and was a very upright person. However, because of Xia Xiaoman, he couldn't stand up straight in front of his students. Some students would even cover their mouths and laugh when they saw Xia Xiaoman's father, saying behind his back that teacher Xia's daughter was someone else's mistress. The main reason was that Chu Xiaoran was a well-known figure in T-City. Xia Xiaoman's father lost a lot of his confidence and felt that he had lost his morals. He didn't have the confidence to discipline his students. Occasionally, his students would even disobey him and say that Xia Xiaoman was his mistress in front of him, causing him to burst into laughter. Xia Xiaoman's father was about to retire, but in the end, he couldn't take it anymore and applied for a transfer to a more remote school with poor conditions. He had really given up on Xia Xiaoman. This daughter of his could do whatever she wanted. If she wanted to be with Chu Xiaoran, so be it. When Ning Shu learned that the Xia family had moved and left Xia Xiaoman alone in T-City, he was stunned for a moment before he understood that Xia Xiaoman had been abandoned by the Xia family. Is Xia Xiaoman waiting for Chu Xiaoran to come out? This was true love that would never leave. Ning Shu sighed inwardly at Xia Xiaoman's deep love for Chu Xiaoran. The trial of Chu Xiaoran's case began. As Ning Shu was injured all over, he did not appear in court in person. Chu Xiaoran managed to find a defense lawyer through some unknown means and reduced his sentence from 3 years to 1 year. In other words, Chu Xiaoran had to go to jail for a year because of his involvement in the underworld. This punishment was actually considered light. It was possible that he would not be punished. Xia Xiaoman's face turned pale when she heard the verdict. She looked at Ning Shu, clearly dissatisfied with the verdict. Ning Shu did not pay any attention to her. In fact, Chu Xiaoran himself was quite satisfied with the verdict. After a year, he would be able to make a comeback. Chu Xiaoran, who was in the defendant's seat, glanced at the worried Xia Xiaoman from the corner of his eye and felt a warmth in his heart. However, when he saw Ning Shu, his face immediately turned sullen. He immediately imagined that Xia Xiaoman had gotten together with Su Wenlang because she saw that he was in dire straits. The more he thought about it, the more sullen his face became. Besides, Xia Xiaoman was pregnant with his child. Xia Xiaoman did not know what Chu Xiaoran was thinking. She was full of worry for him and her heart ached for him. After the trial ended, Chu Xiaoran was escorted to the detention center. Ning Shu walked out of the courthouse with a smile on her face. Torturing a person, destroying his life, destroying his beliefs, and trampling on his dignity. She had to watch as his hope was shattered, and she had to watch as the person she hated looked down on her from a high position. Xia Xiaoman caught up with Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, "Brother Wenlang, why did Chu Xiaoran have to go to jail for another year?" Ning Shu glanced at Xia Xiaoman's belly, which was already slightly protruding. Xia Xiaoman's body was delicate, and she had probably been worried about a lot of things recently. She had lost weight and her belly looked a little big. Ning Shu said calmly, "He should have been sentenced to more than 3 years, but now he only has 1 year. I was the one who secretly found Chu Xiaoran's defense lawyer. If you're still not satisfied with this, I can't do anything about it. Brother Wenlang, don't be angry. I don't mean anything else. Xia Xiaoman hurriedly said, Brother Wenlang, thank you. Don't come looking for me in the future. If you do, Chu Xiaoran will be in trouble. Ning Shu's face was cold. Xia Xiaoman's face turned bitter. She suddenly felt that the world was so big, but she had no one to rely on. Her parents had left this place, and Xia Xiaoman didn't even know where they went. It was as if they had completely disappeared from her world. Brother Wenlang was no longer the person who had been with her since she was a child. Lonely and fearful, Xia Xiaoman felt very panicked and fearful of the unknown life. Xia Xiaoman had never lived independently for a day. Ning Shu began to work without any distractions. The reputation of the law firm slowly rose, not only in T City, but also in the surrounding cities. This was the intention of the authorities. They wanted to establish a good image that could even represent the image of T City. Ning Shu was the one who was pushed to the front. Ning Shu organized the cases that were free of charge into a book. Ning Shu really didn't receive a single cent from these cases. Moreover, the background of each family was clearly investigated. Ning Shu didn't want some people to fish in troubled waters. In a year, Ning Shu was also a lawyer appointed by the government. He went to various towns and villages to disseminate legal knowledge. He went to many places, walked into the mountains, and went to the Jiangnan River. He saw all kinds of environments and helped some people along the way. When Xia Xiaoman gave birth, Ning Shu returned to T City. Xia Xiaoman was in labor pain for a day and a night before she gave birth to a son. Chu Xiaoran still had 4 months to go before he could be released from prison. He couldn't even see the birth of his child. During the period of Xia Xiaoman's pregnancy, she stayed in the villa that Chu Xiaoran used to hide his mistress. She was alone and hired hourly workers to clean the house. The money she used was given by Mother Xia in advance. If she was short on money, Xia Xiaoman would sell the jewelry and branded bags that Chu Xiaoran gave her previously. Of course, the price was only 1/10 of the original price. Xia Xiaoman was unwilling to do so at first, but under the pressure of survival, she could only sell the things cheaply. She cherished these things very much because they were given to her by Chu Xiaoran. In order to support herself, she could only sell them. When Xia Xiaoman felt aggrieved, she thought of Chu Xiaoran and forced herself to endure. Chapter 530. Xia Xiaoman had given birth to the child, but she had no idea how to take care of him. Facing the wailing child, Xia Xiaoman was at a loss and didn't know what to do. She didn't know if the child was feeling unwell or if he was hungry or peed. Her heart ached when the child cried, and there were too many emotions in her heart. Xia Xiaoman hugged the child and cried too. The empty villa was filled with the child's heart-wrenching cries. Xia Xiaoman hadn't experienced any major events in her life. The Xia family was considered a well-off family. Xia Xiaoman grew up being pampered by the heavens and the earth, and she also had Su Wenlang, her next-door brother. Everything was in front of her. She had yet to step out of society and was polished by society, but Chu Xiaoran had already snatched her away. Even if Chu Xiaoran treated her badly, Xia Xiaoran had never considered her survival and was always entangled in inexplicable matters. Now, the pressure of survival was on her, and she had to raise a child. Without anyone to rely on, Xia Xiaoman felt as if her heart was in a pot of oil. Xia Xiaoman carried the child to the law firm to look for Ning Shu. In T City, Xia Xiaoman could only think of Ning Shu. Only brother Wenlang, whom she had known for more than 10 years, could help her. However, when she arrived at the law firm, she was told that Ning Shu wasn't around. Ning Shu stood in front of the window upstairs and saw Xia Xiaoman standing at the door with the child in her arms. Xia Xiaoman had lost a lot of weight and her face was pale. A gust of wind could blow her away. Ning Shu saw Xia Xiaoman's complexion and knew that she was weak. After giving birth to the child, she didn't take good care of herself and hurt her body. It was fine when she was young, but when she grew old, she would be sick. No one else could ruin themselves like this. Xia Xiaoman had no choice but to go back. In the end, an older female employee of the law firm couldn't stand it anymore and suggested to Xia Xiaoman to hire a confinement nanny who could take care of the child. Xia Xiaoman was delighted to hear that someone could help take care of the child, but then her heart turned cold. It would definitely cost a lot of money to hire a confinement nanny, and she didn't have that much money. Xia Xiaoman didn't expect that she would have to worry about money one day. In her previous life, she didn't even have the concept of money. Now, she had to make plans for money and was conflicted for a long time. Thinking of her child, Xia Xiaoman finally gritted her teeth and hired a confinement nanny. However, she was even more nervous now. Xia Xiaoman was thinking about what other things she could sell. With the help of the confinement nanny, Xia Xiaoman could finally take a breather. Then, she stayed in front of the calendar every day and counted the days, waiting for the day that Chu Xiaoran would be released from prison. Ning Shu was also waiting for the day when Chu Xiaoran would be released from prison. What was the point of staying in prison? There were people guarding him 24 hours a day. There was food and drink. When he was bored, there was a group of people to play with him and pick up soap. On the day that Chu Xiaoran was released from prison, Ning Shu drove to the prison gate. When he arrived, Xia Xiaoman was already waiting at the gate. Today, Xia Xiaoman even dressed up. She was wearing a white dress, but she was too thin and didn't look as good as before. There was a lingering tiredness on her body. Ning Shu stayed in the car and didn't get out. He watched as people came out of the prison gate one after another. Chu Xiaoran also came out. Xia Xiaoman covered her mouth and burst into tears. She then threw herself into Chu Xiaoran's arms. Ning Shu looked at Chu Xiaoran. This was completely different from the Chu Xiaoran in his memory. The current Chu Xiaoran had completely lost his noble and proud temperament. Without countless halos, Chu Xiaoran was just an ordinary man. In fact, he couldn't even compare to an ordinary man. Now that Chu Xiaoran had nothing and even had a criminal record, it would be difficult for him to step out of society. However, Ning Shu saw that Chu Xiaoran seemed to be very confident. Ning Shu pursed his lips. Does he still think that he can get up? Even if Chu Xiaoran wanted to get up, Ning Shu wouldn't give him the chance. After glancing at the two people who had successfully joined forces, Ning Shu drove away. In front of the prison gate, Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman were still hugging each other. Xia Xiaoman felt at ease when she hugged Chu Xiaoran's waist. She felt that she had someone to rely on and was no longer afraid of anything. On the way back to the villa, Xia Xiaoman told Chu Xiaoran about what had happened in the past year. Chu Xiaoran was a little moved. He didn't expect Xia Xiaoman to give up on leaving with her family and stay behind to wait for him. Chu Xiaoran hugged Xia Xiaoman and said, "Let's get married." Xia Xiaoman was very surprised. She smiled and nodded with tears in her eyes. Although there were no flowers or diamond rings, Xia Xiaoman didn't care about these things. She only felt the joy and happiness of being able to stay with her beloved and her child. They would be a happy family. After returning to the villa, Chu Xiaoran hugged his son. His heart was full of hope. With his ability, he would soon return to his peak and give Xia Xiaoman and their child a happy life. If Chu Xiaoran wanted to make a comeback, he needed capital. However, Chu Xiaoran's assets had all been confiscated by the authorities. Chu Xiaoran decided to sell the villa. When he first bought the villa, it cost nearly 10 million yuan. At that time, 10 million yuan was nothing to Chu Xiaoran, but now, it was the only capital he had. It was the capital he needed to make a comeback. After the villa was sold, Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman moved into an ordinary house in the community and lived a life without a house. Moreover, the confinement nanny who took care of the child was also dismissed. Hence, the responsibility of taking care of the child fell on Xia Xiaoman's shoulders. Chu Xiaoran took the money from selling the villa and went out to look for business opportunities. However, he usually didn't gain anything after a day. When Chu Xiaoran returned home, he didn't even have a hot meal to eat. Without the confinement nanny by her side, Xia Xiaoman found it very difficult to take care of the child. When Chu Xiaoran returned, she asked Xia Xiaoman to take care of the child and then went to cook for him. In the past, Xia Xiaoman didn't do any household chores. Hence, one could imagine how good the food she cooked was. Chu Xiaoran ate 2 mouthfuls and stopped eating. He ate something that was either noodles or paste. Living in a cramped house, Chu Xiaoran's heart was filled with anger. When he slept at night, the child would constantly cry, causing Chu Xiaoran to feel extremely vexed. Crying, 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 wailing. Chu Xiaoran got up from the bed and went to the balcony to smoke. Frightened by Chu Xiaoran's voice, the child in the cradle cried even more ferociously. Xia Xiaoman's heart trembled when she saw that Chu Xiaoran was angry. She hurriedly hugged the child in her arms and coaxed him. Even though Chu Xiaoran was now in dire straits, Xia Xiaoman still gave in to him unconditionally because of the power he had accumulated over a long time. Chu Xiaoran was very anxious. He was eager to prove himself and stand up again. In the past, things that were easy in his eyes were now extremely difficult. He was chased out before he could even speak. The embarrassment and anger made Chu Xiaoran want to kill someone. The more it was like this, the more Chu Xiaoran wanted to return to the past and make these people who looked down on him regret and feel uneasy. Chapter 531. Ning Shu had been paying attention to Chu Xiaoran. He knew that Chu Xiaoran had sold his only villa and was preparing to start afresh with the money. Ning Shu could only say that he was a little naive. Chu Xiaoran was registered in front of the authorities. Basically, no one in T-City dared to cooperate with Chu Xiaoran. Even if they wanted to cooperate, what capital did Chu Xiaoran have? Now that Chu Xiaoran was no longer a business giant, other companies were scrambling to cooperate with him. Tea cools down when people leave. That was the reality. However, Chu Xiaoran was tenacious and seemed to be determined to succeed. Ning Shu felt that Chu Xiaoran could jump up and down because he had money in his hands. Without this money, he probably wouldn't be able to jump up and down. However, before Ning Shu could make a move, the person Ning Shu sent to monitor Chu Xiaoran told Ning Shu that Chu Xiaoran had already found a business partner. So fast. Ning Shu was a little surprised. Could it be that Chu Xiaoran was going to rise? However, news soon came that there was a new energy development project. It seemed to be very promising, and the company that cooperated with Chu Xiaoran was also very legitimate. Ning Shu sent someone to investigate, only to find that it was just a shell company. Even the office was rented and only had the name of the company hanging on it. It seemed that they were eyeing the money in Chu Xiaoran's hands. Moreover, the plan was very thorough. It seemed that Chu Xiaoran had already taken the bait. Both parties had already signed the contract and Chu Xiaoran had invested half of his money. Ning Shu just watched without saying anything. He didn't think of reminding Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran must have gone out to look for business opportunities and let slip that he had money. Then, the swindler came up with such a plan. Chu Xiaoran had only invested half of his money. The swindler would think of ways to take all his money. Chu Xiaoran was a businessman, but ever since he was released from prison, he had been in a very irritable state, causing him to lose his basic calmness and rationality. In addition, the swindler did things very formally and considered all aspects. One could find this company on the internet. Moreover, it was registered with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Only then did Chu Xiaoran agree to cooperate. Ning Shu watched from the side, as if he was watching a big show. She naturally contributed to Chu Xiaoran's difficult situation after he was released from prison. With her current social status, it was simply too easy for her to make things difficult for Chu Xiaoran. Now, the situation between her and Chu Xiaoran was completely reversed. She watched coldly as Chu Xiaoran struggled bitterly. The high and mighty Chu Shaoran would never have thought that he would have such a day. Very soon, the swindler informed Chu Shaoran that he did not have enough funds and wanted to stop the project. The money that Chu Shaoran had invested previously would be wasted. Chu Shaoran gritted his teeth and invested all the money he had. However, the next day, Chu Shaoran was faced with an empty company. The technical staff had also disappeared. Not a single one of them was left. Chu Shaoran immediately realized that he had been deceived. At this moment, Chu Shaoran's body went limp, as if his soul was about to leave his body. This sum of money was all Chu Shaoran's hope, but now, he had nothing left. In fact, he could not even guarantee his future life. The family of 3 could only wait for dinner. Chu Shaoran was too greedy. He wanted to make a fortune with the money he had and was eager to make a comeback. At that time, he had only invested half of the money. If he could stop the losses immediately, he would still have at least half of the money in his hands. Now, Chu Shaoran could be said to be completely disheartened. In fact, he even wanted to die in an instant. However, when he really stood on a tall building and looked down from above, he felt dizzy and timid. He no longer had the courage to die. The depressed Chu Shaoran drank until he was dead drunk. When he returned home and heard his child crying, the volcano in his heart erupted. He then beat the innocent Xia Shaoran up. Chu Shaoran wanted to vent the grievances in his heart. Hence, he hit Xia Shaoran very hard, causing her face to be bruised and swollen. The drunk Chu Shaoran vented his tyrannical mood on Xia Shaoran, who could only bear with it silently. The next day, when Chu Shaoran sobered up and saw the unsightly Xia Shaoran, he knelt in front of her and begged for forgiveness. He kept saying sorry to Xia Shaoran. It was because he was too depressed in his heart that he tried his best to get up and give his mother and daughter a happy family. Xia Shaoran had never seen Chu Shaoran in such a sorry state. She hugged Chu Shaoran and forgave him without saying a word. Without money, Chu Shaoran felt weak all over. He stayed at home and did not go anywhere. Xia Shaoran would send him 3 meals a day. He did not care about his appearance and did not even bother to shave his beard. He was extremely dispirited and obviously had not recovered from the shock of being deceived. Chu Shaoran could no longer be found in the current him. Chu Shaoran stayed at home all day and did nothing. However, he needed to spend money on his child's milk powder, diapers, rent, utilities, food, and clothing. Xia Shaoran originally wanted to reach out and ask Chu Shaoran for money, but she remembered that Chu Shaoran had just been cheated of some money some time ago. Chu Shaoran would feel uncomfortable if she mentioned money to him. The pressure of survival was all on Xia Shaoran. Xia Shaoran, who had never worked before, had to work to earn money. People like Xia Shaoran were not suitable for work at all. Many companies did not want Xia Shaoran, although she had a university degree. On one hand, Xia Shaoran was considered a well-known figure in Tea City because she was once the girlfriend of Tea City's Prince Charming Chu Shaoran. On the other hand, Xia Shaoran always looked lost and helpless. It was obvious that she did not have the ability to work. In the end, Xia Shaoran washed dishes in a small restaurant and even clumsily broke a plate. When she received her salary, she still had to pay for the broken plate. She did not receive much money at all. After washing dishes non-stop for a day, her waist was about to break. Her hands were wrinkled from soaking in water. When she returned home, the child wailed loudly. Chu Shaoran sat on the sofa and watched television. He did not even think of hugging his child. After coaxing the child, Xia Shaoran busied herself with cooking. After a day, Xia Shaoran's face turned pale. When she slept, her waist hurt so much that she could not turn over. When the child made a fuss in the middle of the night, she still had to get up to coax him. Even so, Xia Shaoran still did not say a word to Chu Shaoran. The next morning, she woke up and prepared breakfast. She fed the child until he was full and changed his diapers before leaving. Chu Shaoran was still sleeping in bed. Chu Shaoran, who had nothing to do, felt frustrated. Hence, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol and began to drink. The drunk Chu Xiaoran would always hit Xia Xiaoran uncontrollably. In the past, Chu Xiaoran used to treat Xia Xiaoran coldly, but now, it had developed to the point of punching and kicking. Chu Xiaoran, who had fallen from a high position and was frustrated, could only find a sense of existence in Xia Xiaoran. After sobering up, Chu Xiaoran confessed to Xia Xiaoran. He promised time and time again that there would be no next time. However, the drunk Chu Xiaoran could not remember anything. Such venting was addictive. Xia Xiaoran's forgiveness time and time again made Chu Xiaoran unscrupulously. He even felt that it was natural. Chapter 532. Ning Shu knew that when Xia Xiaoman went out to work, the family of 3 depended on her for food while Chu Xiaoran did nothing. Not only that, he even drank and hit people when he was drunk. However, Xia Xiaoman still had no regrets. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. His outlook on life was refreshed again. How much tolerance does Xia Xiaoman have to live such a life? She still treats Chu Xiaoran like a treasure. She's in the late stages of Stockholm Syndrome. He felt that Xia Xiaoman was the kind of person who could still live happily with Chu Xiaoran even after Chu Xiaoran raped her mother, raped her father, and didn't even let off the chihuahua at home. Su Wenlang treated Xia Xiaoman very well, but Xia Xiaoman couldn't feel love. Instead, Chu Xiaoran kept hurting her, but she felt that it was love. There was something wrong with his outlook on love. He didn't even have the basic respect and love. What kind of love was this? As long as Chu Xiaoran behaved a little better, Xia Xiaoman would take a step back. Xia Xiaoman was in a weak position, and she was the one who put herself in a weak position. Ning Shu only asked people to continue paying attention to them. He didn't plan to care about them at all. He looked down at the 2 of them who were struggling to survive and suffering. In the plot, they were tortured and ended up together happily. That was because they had the support of money. Now that they didn't have the capital to torture others, they would only be tortured by life. Ning Shu went to court to file a lawsuit when he had nothing to do. He would also take some time to walk around and relax. Occasionally, he would listen to the things between Chu Xiaoran and Xia Xiaoman. It seemed that Chu Xiaoran was now addicted to gambling and wanted to become rich through gambling. Every time, he would take away the money at home. That money was the money that Xia Xiaoman painstakingly earned for her children. Chu Xiaoran, who started stealing money, felt a little guilty. He told Xia Xiaoman that he would definitely win a lot of money back and didn't want to see her suffer so much. Xia Xiaoman didn't say anything and had no choice but to work harder. Wasn't Xia Xiaoman tired? She was very tired, but Xia Xiaoman only wanted to have someone to rely on. Even if it was a little tiring, she definitely wouldn't be able to hang on if she was alone. Xia Xiaoman was a person who was very afraid of loneliness. She had no independent mentality and Chu Xiaoran was her psychological support. Even if Chu Xiaoran was in a bad state now, Xia Xiaoman was still afraid that he would leave her. Chu Xiaoran did not take care of his family or his children. He was addicted to gambling all day long. He wanted to rely on gambling to win a lot of money so that he could return to the past. Gambling had always been a bottomless pit. Even if one threw in a lot of money, they might not be able to win back a lot of money. Chu Xiaoran, who had lost money, could only take money from his family and gamble day and night. He became very irritable and often asked Xia Xiaoman for money. If Xia Xiaoman didn't give it to him, he would beat Xia Xiaoman up as if she was his enemy. He even yelled why Xia Xiaoman didn't sell it. Xia Xiaoman's heart was hurt. Chu Xiaoran had asked her to sell herself as a prostitute, which had completely hurt her. However, she was beaten up by Chu Xiaoran as soon as she refuted him. Xia Xiaoman often had new wounds added to her old ones. However, Xia Xiaoman still endured it silently because if she said a word of objection, Chu Xiaoran would storm her. Without money and power, Chu Xiaoran was even more of a scumbag. In the past, the scumbag had money and good looks, so it was normal for him to be a little willful. Now, Xia Xiaoman could no longer afford the rent. She could only move to a small house that cost 2 to 300 yuan a month. However, there was only one room, and she had to eat, drink, and defecate in one room. She was surrounded by rented houses and migrant workers who left early and returned late. "Boss, there's a woman called Xia Xiaoman at the door looking for you." Ning Shu was looking at a document when his secretary walked in and said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. "Why is Xia Xiaoman looking for me?" Xia Xiaoman has not interacted with Chu Xiaoran since he went to prison. It has been almost 2 years since then. Ning Shu walked to the window and saw Xia Xiaoman standing at the door. She was wearing simple clothes that were resistant to dirt. Xia Xiaoman was very thin, and it was shocking to see her. Ning Shu felt something in his heart and an inexplicable emotion flowed out. This should be the emotion of the original owner. "Call her in." Ning Shu still had some things to ask Xia Xiaoman. The secretary brought Xia Xiaoman in. Xia Xiaoman looked a little reserved. When she met Ning Shu's gaze, she quickly lowered her head. Ning Shu saw the dark circles under Xia Xiaoman's eyes. She was obviously beaten by Chu Xiaoran. "Have a seat," Ning Shu said indifferently. Xia Xiaoman sat on the sofa trembling. Ning Shu asked again, "What do you want to drink?" No. Xia Xiaoman hurriedly waved her hand, looking very flustered. The cruel life had destroyed Xia Xiaoman into a timid and humble woman. Ning Shu saw that her hands were very rough, and there were some small wounds. She was wearing very cheap flat rubber shoes. Although Xia Xiaoman was simple in the past, she was still very beautiful when she tidied herself up. She would never leave her high heels behind when she went out. The heavy pressure of life made Xia Xiaoman have no money and no time to tidy herself up. When survival became a problem, living was the most important thing. Ning Shu looked at Xia Xiaoman. Her skin had become rough and darker than before, but her lips were pale without any color. She was anemic and malnourished. There was even a black aura between her eyebrows. Xia Xiaoman's body was seriously overdrawn, and she might even die young. Ning Shu felt very stifled. Why didn't women love themselves more? Why couldn't they leave men? Xia Xiaoman's various actions made Ning Shu hate her very much, but she herself was addicted to it. When Xia Xiaoman saw Ning Shu staring at her, she could only lower her head and pinch the corner of her clothes with her hands uneasily. She didn't even have the courage to look at Ning Shu. The man was wearing a straight suit, and his handsome appearance set her off into the mud. Xia Xiaoman's heart was full of feelings, and she was very impetuous. "Is it worth it?" Ning Shu asked. A woman could humiliate herself like this. Xia Xiaoman raised her head and looked at Ning Shu, then lowered her head and whispered, "Brother Wenlang, I can't go back." Because there was no hope, she simply saved her strength and was too lazy to struggle. Just like that. Now Xia Xiaoman was less than 30 years old, but her face looked like she was almost 40 years old. She was dark and thin, and her whole body was tired. It was a good time for a woman to go shopping and drink coffee with her best friend in beautiful high heels. Xia Xiaoman's miserable life was completely caused by herself. Perhaps she didn't feel how miserable she was. She was with the man she loved, and they had a child. It was a perfect family. Ning Shu originally wanted to ask Xia Xiaoman if she regretted it for Su Wenlang, but it was obviously unnecessary. Chapter 533. Why are you looking for me? Ning Shu said faintly. They had not contacted each other for a long time. Why did Xia Xiaoman suddenly come to him? Xia Xiaoman's face was a little red, which made her face dark red. The sunburn on her face became obvious. Xia Xiaoman pinched the corner of her clothes tightly, looking embarrassed. Ning Shu didn't rush her. She asked her secretary to pour 2 glasses of water. Xia Xiaoman wiped her hands on her clothes, picked up the glass and drank the water. Ning Shu asked his secretary to pour more water. Xia Xiaoman hurriedly waved her hand. "Thank you, Brother Wenlang. I'm not thirsty." Brother Wenlang, I. Xia Xiaoman opened her mouth but did not say anything in the end. Xia Xiaoman really could not open her mouth. She came to Ning Shu because she was forced by Chu Xiaoran. It was hard to imagine that Chu Xiaoran forced her to come. In the past, whenever she mentioned Su Wenlang's name, Chu Xiaoran would be very angry. But now, he asked her to come to Su Wenlang because Su Wenlang was rich. Chu Xiaoran often saw Ning Shu on TV, and Ning Shu was already the ambassador of Tea City. There was a public service advertisement that was often broadcast on TV. Chu Xiaoran hated Ning Shu. His eyes were red as he looked at his enemy who was infinitely famous. However, he had an idea in his heart. He wanted Xia Xiaoman to ask Ning Shu for money. Now, Chu Xiaoran did not mind his woman going to Su Wenlang at all. He no longer had any money to gamble. Since he could ask Xia Xiaoman to sell herself, it was obvious that Chu Xiaoran was only treating Xia Xiaoman as a money-making tool. Even if Xia Xiaoman really slept with Su Wenlang, he would be able to get money from Su Wenlang. With Su Wenlang's weakness in his hands, he could get more money from Su Wenlang in the future. Under the threat of Chu Xiaoran's fists, Xia Xiaoman came to Ning Shu. However, facing the person who almost became her life partner, Xia Xiaoman only felt embarrassed. She did not want to appear in front of Brother Wenlang in such a sorry state. Brother Wenlang, I'll leave first. Xia Xiaoman suddenly stood up and hurriedly left. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. Xia Xiaoman had come to tell her something, but she left without saying anything. The person who was keeping an eye on Chu Xiaoran told him that Chu Xiaoran had sent Xia Xiaoman to ask her for money. Ning Shu was instantly speechless. The current Chu Xiaoran was really disgusting. Chu Xiaoran had always been so despicable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. When Xia Xiaoman returned empty-handed, she naturally had to face Chu Xiaoran's fury. Chu Xiaoran originally expected Xia Xiaoman to bring back 2 stacks of money, but she didn't even get a single coin. In addition, Xia Xiaoman said that she would never ask Brother Wenlang for money, which angered Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran grabbed Xia Xiaoman's hair and slammed her against the wall, looking as if she was his enemy. Xia Xiaoman's face was covered in blood and she fainted. Chu Xiaoran immediately panicked. He sent Xia Xiaoman to the hospital. Xia Xiaoman relied on Chu Xiaoran, but Chu Xiaoran also relied on Xia Xiaoman. Without Xia Xiaoman, he couldn't survive. He had no food to eat and no money to gamble. When Xia Xiaoman was sent to the hospital, the doctor said that she had a concussion. However, the hospitalization fee was quite high. Chu Xiaoran scrounged up enough money at home. After paying the hospitalization fee, he was out of money and brought Xia Xiaoman home. Xia Xiaoman ignored her this time. Her mind was filled with Brother Wenlang's question, is it worth it? Xia Xiaoman didn't know if it was worth it. Chu Xiaoran probably felt that he was in the wrong, so he treated Xia Xiaoman much better this time. He even cooked for Xia Xiaoman and fed her mouthfuls of food. Xia Xiaoman's heart was numb and she didn't know what to feel. After Xia Xiaoman recovered, she started to work again. Moreover, she was carrying the child on her back when she was working. Now that the child could crawl, it would cause problems if she left him at home. Chu Xiaoran sat at the gambling table all day and didn't care about anything. Ning Shu felt that Ning Chu and Xiaoran were living too comfortably now, which was why they thought of using her as their target. Ning Shu directly found someone to cripple one of Chu Xiaoran's fingers. Chu Xiaoran's little finger was chopped off in the casino. Chu Xiaoran used to run an underground gambling den, so he should be very clear about the twists and turns in it. It was impossible to make a fortune by relying on gambling. Chu Xiaoran probably knew in his heart, but he had to vent his frustrations. Besides, gambling was addictive. Once he walked on this path of no return. Chu Xiaoran was sent to the hospital. Xia Xiaoman tried her best to collect enough money to reattach Chu Xiaoran's finger, but it required too much money. Xia Xiaoman couldn't afford it and couldn't do anything about it. For Chu Xiaoran, Xia Xiaoman put down the last bit of dignity in her heart and came to Ning Shu to beg. However, she was told that Ning Shu wasn't there. Xia Xiaoman was burning with anxiety. She waited at the door, but Ning Shu didn't come out. At this time, Ning Shu had already gone to the countryside to spread his knowledge of the law. In the end, Chu Xiaoran's finger couldn't be reconnected and he became a disabled person. Knowing that his finger was gone, Chu Xiaoran was furious. He vented all his emotions on Xia Xiaoman and beat her up until she was sent to the hospital. The two of them were lying in the hospital. They had no money and were driven out of the hospital the next day. In the end, the two injured people could only help each other home. Ning Shu knew about these things, but she just smiled faintly. Supporting each other like this was also true love. Ding, do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice appeared in Ning Shu's mind. Leave. He had stayed in this world for a long time, about 5 years. This was the first time he had stayed in this world for so long. He had to leave. Mother Su was very irritable now. Her son didn't want to get married and was almost never at home. When she asked him to go on blind dates, he would run far away. Today, he was in the city. Tomorrow, he would run to the mountains. Mother Su originally thought that she was already very irritable due to menopause. Her son's marriage made her even more irritable. Ning Shu couldn't do anything to Mother Su. This kind of thing had to wait for the original owner to come back and deal with. Ning Shu's head became dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Ning Shu didn't care about anything and just lay on the bed to sleep. This mission was really too tiring. It was really not easy to fight with the rich and powerful Chu Xiaoran. He didn't know how long he slept, but he was finally full. When Ning Shu woke up, he saw that his soul was a little dim. Obviously, staying in the mission world for too long had hurt Ning Shu. Ning Shu sat on the ground and began to cultivate. When his soul was full, Ning Shu stretched and asked 2333, why did I become a man again? Didn't you say that you fixed the system last time? Why are you always so hung up on this? Men and women are just shells. They are all fake. Why do you have to be so hung up on it? 2333 said with some dissatisfaction. Ning Shu stared blankly at him, speechless. You still have a reason. Chapter 534. Ning Shu gave up on talking about life with 2333. It was just a stupid system. Let's look at the points this time. Ning Shu was looking forward to the points this time. After all, she had helped Su Wenlang find a new life and become a famous lawyer with a law firm. Number 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 550, 000-1, Soul, 300 HP, 71 Wisdom, 140 Charm, 3 Luck, 67 MP, 120 Faith, 1415 Aptitude, 39 Strength, 92 Merit, 36 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Martial Arts, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skills Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qin Shi's Blessing, Leader. Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Fulfill Su Wenlang's Wish, Revenge on Chu Xiaoran. Mission Completion, 100. Reward, 1,000,000 points, 50 Attribute points, 15 Faith points. Ning Shu, oh, Ning Shu was stunned. 1,000,000 points, 50 Attribute points. It was an unprecedented amount of points. Ning Shu even suspected that she had seen wrongly. Is there a mistake? Ning Shu asked 2333. He felt that it was too unreal. 2333's voice was a little surprised. What did you do to get so many points? Ning Shu, damn, I want to beat the shit out of 2333. Ning Shu suddenly felt that 300,000 points was not that expensive. He could earn it back with just one mission. Such a high number of points should be because Su Wenlang won a respectable position in society and escaped the tragic fate of dying young. Ning Shu's entire body felt refreshed, and she happily jumped on the spot. Then, she coughed and said, "Aya, how should I distribute 50 attribute points? I've never had so many attribute points before." "Show off." 2333 murmured. Then, he continued to advise Ning Shu, "Add 1 point to your luck. Luck is a mysterious thing. If you encounter a treasure, you might not be able to get it. You might just watch it slip away in front of your eyes." Ning Shu listened to 2333's advice and put his attribute points into intelligence, luck, and force. With so many points, Ning Shu felt like a nouveau riche. The attribute panel began to change. Serial number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Primary Mission Enforcer, Age, 27 points, 1, 550, 000 Soul Value, 300 HP, 71 Wisdom, 14030 Charm, 3 Luck, 3410 Spiritual Power, 120 Faith, 19 Aptitude, 39 Combat Power, 9, 210 Merit, 36 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Entry to Unique Martial Arts, Elementary Business Management Knowledge, Elementary Code Programming, Elementary Lawyer Skills. Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. This time, the high points made Ning Shu very happy. He felt that he had found the right direction and that the consultant did not lie to him. It was to treat the mission enforcer's life as your own and strive for a brilliant life. Fame, status, money, power, as long as you achieve one, it would be a successful life. Ning Shu calmed himself down and prepared to go to the virtual space. Although he could not afford to buy anything, it was good to broaden his horizons. Last time, he saw the school doctor. Ning Shu wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet the school doctor again. 2333 was really a piece of trash. He did not know anything when you asked him. After a moment of weightlessness, Ning Shu found himself standing on the quaint street. Ning Shu first went to the consultation room to thank the silver-haired man. But when he reached the door, Ning Shu stopped. It was better not to go in. She would be speechless if he asked her for points after saying a few words. Ning Shu turned around and left. He was going to the restaurant to eat something to satisfy his appetite. Ning Shu liked this kind of lively place where he could hear a lot of gossip. With so many mission enforcers gathered together, he could always hear some more important information. Ning Shu ordered some dishes and listened to the gossip of the people around him. In fact, Ning Shu wanted to know about the school doctor. Originally, Ning Shu only thought that the school doctor was a little badass, a little evil, a little misophobic, and a little abstinent. But after seeing the school doctor in the virtual space, Ning Shu felt that the school doctor was even more evil. For some reason, he felt that the school doctor's evil aura was even stronger. He was a little scared. Ning Shu gnawed on a drumstick while listening to other people's conversations. After listening for a long time, he did not hear anything about the school doctor. Was he hallucinating when he saw the school doctor? The school doctor who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Ning Shu was too lazy to care about the school doctor. He ate a table full of dishes, paid the bill, and wandered around the virtual space. Ning Shu saw a pet shop. Pet shop. There were pets here. Ning Shu walked in. The shop was full of cages with all kinds of pets. There were cats, dogs, and some animals that Ning Shu did not recognize. They were probably products of other dimensions. Ning Shu saw a husky. This husky was lying on the ground with its long tongue hanging by the side of its mouth. It had an expression that said, "What are you looking at?" Ning Shu wandered around. He wanted to buy one back, but he remembered that he was doing missions most of the time. It was not good to leave a pet in the system space where time did not pass. The system space was very quiet. Staying in the system space for too long was actually not good for one's mentality. Ning Shu gave up on buying a pet. After wandering around for a while, Ning Shu decided to go back. 2333, let's go back. After a moment of weightlessness, he returned to the system space. Ning Shu took a book from the bookshelf and started reading. He planned to finish reading a book before doing a mission. He could always finish all the books on the bookshelf. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu finally finished reading a book. It was probably because his IQ attribute points had increased. Ning Shu felt that the things he read were engraved in his mind. Yes, Ning Shu's goal was to turn his brain into a library and become a woman who read books and poems. A beautiful woman with a heart full of literature and a mind as deep as a valley. Oh, he. Charm was not important. What was important was temperament. Ning Shu watered the potted plant again. Then, he slowly opened the exchange shop. As usual, he exchanged for fasting pills, water, medicine, fake death medicine, and realgar powder. After browsing the shop for a while, Ning Shu resisted the urge to chop off his hands. He now had 5 million points. He only needed 5 million more to become an intermediate mission taker. Chapter 535. Ning Shu's current goal was to become an intermediate task enforcer. This way, he would be able to choose his own missions and talk to the person who commissioned him face to face. He would be able to understand what the person wanted and complete the mission better. Most importantly, he would be able to bargain. Awesome! He estimated that he would be able to become an intermediate task enforcer after completing 3 more missions. Ning Shu now wanted to save his points to become an intermediate task enforcer. He felt that he would only have a little say after becoming an intermediate task enforcer. He would be able to choose the missions he wanted to do. 2333, let's do the mission, Ning Shu said. This time, you cannot become a man. Let me tell you, before Ning Shu could finish his sentence, he felt dizzy. Damn, 2333, this idiot, he felt that his soul was merging with a body. A female voice sounded beside his ear, but this female voice was slightly hoarse. Your Majesty, it's time to leave the bed. Ning Shu was still feeling a little uncomfortable, but when he heard the name, Your Majesty, he suddenly opened his eyes and quickly touched his lower body. Phew, luckily, it was a woman. Your Majesty. It was the Empress. Seeing Ning Shu's lifeless eyes, the female official beside her said, Your Majesty, it's time to go to court. Ning Shu had not accepted the plot and was still at a loss. The woman beside his ear kept talking, so Ning Shu could only get up. Another large group of servants came in and helped Ning Shu change his clothes. A cup of water was placed in front of Ning Shu's mouth. Ning Shu lowered her head and took a sip, swallowing it down with a gulp. Your Majesty, please rinse your mouth. The female official beside her saw Ning Shu drinking the water and quickly said. Ning Shu was speechless. Why didn't she say that this was mouthwash earlier? Ning Shu's expression did not change as he drank another mouthful and rinsed his mouth. A palace servant held a spittoon and Ning Shu spat out the water in his mouth. His days were really extravagant. He stretched out his hand for clothes and opened his mouth for food. The palace servants then combed Ning Shu's hair. They combed it into an extremely complicated bun and then inserted all kinds of luxurious hairpins into it. It was incomparably luxurious. Ning Shu felt that his neck was about to be twisted. He didn't dare to move. Surrounded by a group of people, Ning Shu, who didn't know anything, arrived at the place where the imperial court was to be held. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted beside him, Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. All officials kneel to welcome her. Ning Shu was startled by the female official's voice. Then, he slowly walked over and sat on the dragon throne. Seeing so many people kneeling below, he stood up and said in a clear voice, Rise. Ning Shu wanted to sit down, but when he saw all the women below, he was surprised. Could it be Womanland? Ning Shu coughed and said, If you have something to say, just say it. I have a headache. Just as Ning Shu's voice fell, a woman wearing light green clothes and a gem between her eyebrows made her look refreshing and feminine. Her eyes were filled with worry for Ning Shu. She asked, Mother Empress, are you okay? Why do you have a headache? Mother Empress? Ning Shu looked at this young girl. She was about 15 or 16 years old. With such a big child, the original owner of this body shouldn't be young. Ning Shu didn't know who this girl was. He only said, I just haven't rested well. The girl said, Oh. Mother Empress, do you need an imperial physician to take a look? Another woman wearing bright yellow clothes asked. Ning Shu originally didn't have a headache, but this time, it really hurt. He didn't accept the plot and was stunned. The female official at the side saw that Ning Shu's expression was somewhat impatient. She quickly shouted, If there's something to report, the imperial court is dismissed. Every time he heard this female official speak, Ning Shu felt that his ears couldn't stand it. Fortunately, these people were more tactful. They didn't say anything and left the imperial court. Returning to the palace, Ning Shu said to the female official beside him, I will rest for a while. Don't come in and disturb me. Yes. Ning Shu laid on the chaise lounge and began to accept the plot. This was a time where women were respected. Men's status was lower. It was a world where men were superior and women were inferior. Women were able to support their families. Only women could become officials in the imperial court. The country was managed by women. The women here were treated like beasts, and the men were married to the women. The original owner of this body was called Munishang. She was the empress of Xian country. She looked like she was in her 30s. The original owner of this body was a mediocre emperor. She didn't have any great talents and didn't have any great achievements. However, she was still a qualified emperor. She only wanted to peacefully live out her life as an emperor and hand over the country to a suitable successor. But in terms of the successor, Munishang ruined Xian country. Originally, Xian country already had a crown princess. It was the woman in the bright yellow dress in the imperial court. However, Munishang doted on the fourth princess. She even abolished the crown princess for the sake of the fourth princess and supported the fourth princess. The fourth princess didn't notice Munishang's painstaking efforts. In fact, this fourth princess was a soft and cute girl. The real fourth princess was a cruel and lustful person. She was killed by her own husband and the soft and cute girl transmigrated. In this world where women were respected, the soft and cute girl knew how to act coquettishly and blush. She also knew how to act cute. She also inherited the beauty of the imperial family and attracted the attention of all kinds of men. This was actually a story of a girl who attracted love everywhere. She fell in love with all kinds of men. The cute girl was indeed kind-hearted and treated Munishang well. She treated Munishang as her real mother. It was easy to tell if people were sincere or hypocritical when interacting with each other. Moreover, Munishang had been the empress for many years. The fourth princess's care for Munishang was sincere. Munishang protected her daughter openly and secretly. It was inevitable that she would spoil her a little. The empress didn't like her position being coveted by others. Munishang even tested the fourth princess a few times, saying that she wanted to pass the throne to the fourth princess. However, the fourth princess didn't agree. Moreover, the fourth princess disliked the throne. The fourth princess wanted to be a carefree prince and play everywhere. Being the empress meant being trapped in the palace. People were like this. If you insist on snatching, I won't give it to you. If you don't want it, I will give it to you. In the end, the throne was still in the hands of the fourth princess. The fourth princess was a soft and gentle girl. How could she handle the affairs of the imperial court? She was completely clueless. Even when Munishang taught her how to rule the country, she was still sloppy. After ascending the throne, the fourth princess's official husband was in charge of handling the affairs of the imperial court. This fourth princess was the son of the prime minister. He was very knowledgeable. After the fourth princess gave birth to his son, he taught his son how to rule the country step by step. When his son was able to take charge, the fourth princess told the fourth princess to let her son be the emperor. Then, the group of them would go sightseeing. The fourth princess was naturally willing. She didn't have any objections to a man being the emperor. After all, in her time and space, it was always men who were the emperors. Then, the fourth princess brought her 3 husbands and 4 attendants to sightsee. She enjoyed the happiness of having multiple men and occasionally came back to see her son. Then, the country became the Yuan families. It was still a man who was the emperor. The status of men and women slowly shifted. Chapter 536. In fact, in the hundreds of years that the Mu family ruled Xian country, male chauvinism had begun to sprout. That is, men were no longer satisfied with staying at home and being controlled by women. Men's male hormones had always been full of plunder and invasion. Even if the men of today acted coquettishly and put on makeup, the desire for power lurked in their bones. Huang Siku's personality was very attractive to men. Her personality was different from the strong women of this era. The men who could follow Huang Siku all loved her very much. Even if the mother had ambitions in her heart, she still wanted her son to become the emperor so that she could play with her beloved. If she did not love Huang Siku, she would have become the emperor. Huang Siku was a girl worthy of deep love. She was sincere to people. She was a little silly and simple-minded, but she was lovable. The original owner's wish was to protect Xian country and not let the lowly men control it. She did not want Huang Siku to become the empress, but she hoped that Huang Siku would be safe. Mu Nishang did not have any hatred for Huang Siku. After all, it was her own love for Huang Siku that blinded her and gave the people around Huang Siku an opportunity. After Ning Shu accepted the plot, he felt that this task was relatively simple. Huang Siku did not want to be the emperor. The country already had a crown prince, so the country could be handed over to the crown princess. Sozi. Ning Shu felt that this task was not difficult. The only difficulty was that she had never been the emperor. So now she had to learn how to deal with court affairs and be a qualified emperor. Your Majesty, Her Highness Huang Siku is waiting for Your Majesty at the door. I said that Your Majesty was resting, but Her Highness Huang Siku said that she would wait until Your Majesty woke up. The female official saw that Ning Shu had woken up and came over to inform Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. Let her in. Huang Xinu walked in and bowed towards Ning Shu. She was still wearing the light green robes that she wore to the morning court. It seemed that she had not returned to the Fu at all and had come here to wait after the morning court. Just this gesture made Ning Shu's heart feel warm. No wonder Mu Nishang loved this girl so much. Even if the country was ruined, she did not blame her. Imperial Mother, how is your body? Have you called the imperial physician? Did you not sleep well last night? Imperial Mother, you should walk more. Don't stay in the hall all the time. Go out and take in some fresh air. Imperial Mother, why don't you learn yoga from your son? It can help you shape your body, exercise your body, and release pressure. It's only comfortable when you sweat all over, Imperial Mother. Mu Yao was a chatterbox. Ning Shu's ears were filled with Mu Yao's chattering. The corners of Ning Shu's mouth held a smile as he waited for her to speak. After Mu Yao finished speaking, she looked at Ning Shu with clear eyes. Imperial Mother, what do you think? Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu stiffly changed the topic. I heard that the servants in your inner courtyard are causing trouble again recently. Men should be disciplined more, don't spoil them all the time. Mu Yao's face reddened. She shook Ning Shu's arm and said coquettishly, your son knows that they have no ill intentions. If they had no ill intentions, how could they have caused Mu Yao's death? Now that they sensed that Mu Yao had changed, each and every one of them had taken a fancy to her. However, they just had to put on a tsundere appearance and try their best to seduce her. Even the guards that Mu Nishang had sent to Mu Yao fell in love with her. The main thing was that Mu Yao was really too different. Even the son of the prime minister and the son of the minister who had his eyes above his head treated Mu Yao differently. Imperial mother, your son will give you a massage. Your head will feel better. Mu Yao did not wait for Ning Shu's reply. She reached out to press on Ning Shu's temples and gently massaged around his eyes. Needless to say, Mu Yao's massage technique was really not bad. Ning Shu felt very comfortable. Yao, you're a noble daughter of the imperial family. You have to show a bit of dignity, understand? Ning Shu said with his eyes closed. Mu Yao was a soft and cute girl. Your son understands, Mu Yao said obediently. However, when faced with so many men, she had a feeling of being unable to straighten her back. Ning Shu did not really mind. Mu Yao's character was like this, and it could not be changed. Ning Shu had Mu Yao stay for breakfast, but during breakfast, Mu Yao was somewhat absent-minded. Ning Shu saw her like this and had her leave. Mu Yao bowed to Ning Shu, then ran back to her estate as if her butt was on fire. The beautiful men in the estate had made breakfast for her. If she returned late, they would throw a tantrum with her again. Mu Yao was different from the female chauvinism of this world. She was very good to the male servants in the inner courtyard. Mu Yao was a good woman. After breakfast, Ning Shu began to review the memorials. Although he had the original owner's memories, Ning Shu stared at these memorials for a long time before his mind wandered. Because these memorials were rambling for a long time, he did not know what to say. After a long string of words, he finally got to the main topic. Being an emperor was so difficult because of the people below. Moreover, there was not a single punctuation mark in the entire memorial. When Ning Shu silently read a sentence, he was already on the verge of death. He completely did not know where to stop the sentence. What a headache! Ning Shu read 2 memorials with difficulty. His head was dizzy and he closed the memorial. The female official Ning Shu said, Your Majesty, the Phoenix Empress heard that Your Majesty was not feeling well and made a tonic soup. Phoenix. Phoenix Empress? Ning Shu immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. Previously, he only felt that this mission was simple. However, he neglected the fact that Mu Nishang was an emperor. She had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards in the imperial harem and so many male concubines. Ning Shu felt dizzy. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Did she have to pamper the men in the imperial harem? Her kidneys would be weak. The female official waited for Ning Shu's reply. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead and said, Let the Phoenix Empress come in. A man wearing ivory white clothes walked in. This man was handsome, but his every movement was dignified and magnanimous. He carried a box of food in his hand and bowed to Ning Shu. He took out the tonic soup from the box and gently said to Ning Shu, Changqing greets Your Majesty. Mu Nishang's Phoenix Empress was called Lu Changqing. He was the crown princess's father. Ning Shu recalled the plot. It seemed that he was banished to the cold palace by Mu Nishang. Mu Nishang did not even see him before she died. Lu Changqing's eyebrows and eyes were like a painting. His hair was slightly loose and there was a xiangfei bamboo flute at his waist. He was a very elegant man. Thank you, Phoenix Empress. Ning Shu looked at the tonic soup and said, I will drink it later. Lu Changqing smiled faintly. He did not force Ning Shu to drink the tonic soup. He only said, Your Majesty, drink it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Ning Shu nodded and lowered his head to look at the memorial. Lu Changqing bowed and turned to leave. The jade at his waist made a low sound when it collided with the xiangfei bamboo. Lu Changqing was a very charming man. Ning Shu did not drink the tonic soup. Instead, he gave it to the female official beside him. This was because when he faced Lu Changqing, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. This feeling was not Ning Shu's, but the original owner's. Ning Shu did not know what this feeling contained, but it made Ning Shu wary. Chapter 537. Ning Shu's scalp went numb at the thought of having so many hot male concubines in the harem. Actually, Mu Nishang was a woman with a strong desire. As the empress, there was no way she could stay in front of so many handsome men. Phoenix Empress Lu Changqing had just delivered the tonic soup. Not long after, Crown Princess Mu Shui sent someone to deliver something into the palace. Ning Shu looked at the box that the Empress Dowager had given her. It was filled with pills that looked like mud balls. Looking at the color, she had no appetite at all. What's more, pills were things like cinnabar, sulfur, alchemy stones, and the like mixed together. If it was a little exaggerated, it would be like adding a little bit of a maiden's blood into the pill furnace to refine it. This thing could cure all diseases and make one immortal. The original owner had a habit of eating pills because it could double Mu Nishang's pleasure in bed. Over time, she couldn't leave these things. Your Majesty, the Crown Princess said that the pills this time are better and gentler. They can also nourish the body, the female official said to Ning Shu as she held the box. Ning Shu glanced at the female official. He felt that this official was very talkative. She seemed to have been by Mu Nishang's side since she was young. She could be considered loyal. Official Autumn, don't talk so much in the future. My head hurts, Ning Shu said indifferently. Official Autumn's expression froze. She knelt on the ground and said fearfully, Your Majesty, please forgive this servant. This servant will not speak anymore. Rise. Ning Shu faintly said. She reached out and took out a pill from the box. She placed it on the tip of her nose and smelled it. There was the smell of rosin and sulfur. She guessed that the rosin was suppressing the other smells. Thinking that there might be the blood of a young woman inside, Ning Shu felt a chill. Put the pill in my chambers. Ning Shu held a cinnabar brush in her hand as she stared at the memorial. She somewhat understood that Mu Nishang didn't just abolish the crown princess because she doted on Mu Yao. It was most likely that the current crown princess was somewhat impatient and wanted to ascend the throne. What kind of daughter would give her mother pills? Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this thing wasn't an immortality pill, but something that could take one's life. It drained one's energy and destroyed one's body. Especially the 5 minerals powder, which was the ancient version of drugs. It was a chronic poisoning. Ning Shu frowned. Originally, he wanted to give the throne to the rightful crown prince, but now it seemed that giving the country to Mu Shui was not what the original owner wanted. Otherwise, Mu Nishang would not have taken such a big risk to depose the crown prince. In other words, she still wants to do the same as in the plot, cripple Mu Yao and establish a new crown prince? In any case, it was impossible for the 4 imperial daughters to inherit the throne. Otherwise, the Yuan family would have the opportunity to control the imperial court. Excluding these 2 adult princesses, there were still 2 princesses in the middle, but they didn't have much of a presence. Ning Shu felt a headache coming on. Previously, he had thought that this quest would be simple. Now, it seemed that it wasn't simple at all. Ning Shu closed the memorial and said to Maid Qiu, call the 4th princess into the palace. I have something to say to her. Yes. Maid Qiu immediately went to do it. Not long after, Mu Yao hurried over. Lifting her skirt, she stepped over the threshold and walked into the palace. Her forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that she had rushed over after getting off the carriage at the palace entrance. Mu Yao was a little breathless as she bowed to Ning Shu. Then, Ning Shu asked, Imperial Mother, why are you looking for me? It's nothing. I just want someone to accompany Imperial Mother for dinner. Ning Shu said with a smile. Mu Yao sighed. Imperial Mother suddenly summoned me into the palace. I thought it was something important. You were too anxious. Ning Shu said with a smile. No wonder Mu Nishang doted on Mu Yao. Mu Yao had a silly air about her and was very serious when she encountered things. Everyone liked the feeling of being cared for. From Mu Yao's actions just now, it was clear that Mu Yao cared about Mu Nishang in her heart. She ran over as soon as she was called. Ning Shu didn't have any ill intentions towards Mu Yao. Moreover, the original owner of this body hoped that Mu Yao could be safe and happy. Ning Shu would also do his best to protect Mu Yao. He didn't know if the original owner of this body, Mu Nishang, could tell that this Mu Yao was no longer her woman. The two of them had changed so much. She should be able to tell that the original Mu Yao was violent, cruel, lustful and lascivious. She definitely wasn't like the current Mu Yao. However, she still protected Mu Yao openly and secretly. She even gave the empire to Mu Yao. This showed that this Mu Yao had walked into Mu Nishang's heart. Even if she knew that this Mu Yao was suspicious. As an empress, Mu Nishang's heart was lonely. Ning Shu told Maid Qiu to tell her what she liked and let the imperial kitchen make it. Mu Yao didn't stand on ceremony. She ordered what she liked to eat and also ordered what Ning Shu liked to eat. Ning Shu watched from the side and didn't say anything. Mu Yao asked Ning Shu, "Imperial Mother, is this okay?" Ning Shu nodded. "Yes." Mu Yao immediately smiled and said to Maid Qiu, "I'll have to trouble Maid Qiu. This servant doesn't dare. This is this servant's duty." Maid Qiu hurriedly said. Mu Yao looked at Ning Shu's tired expression. She got up from the chair and walked behind Ning Shu. She stretched out her hand and placed it on Ning Shu's temple. She slowly rubbed it while saying, "Imperial Mother, you're working too hard. Imperial Mother has so many ministers. There are some things that you should just let them do. You're the empress, so you should be relaxed." Ning Shu could only say that Mu Yao was foolish. There were some things that only an empress could do. If a minister did it, then it would be disgraceful. Some power must be held in one's hands. Imperial Mother, people should be happy. If they can enjoy happiness, then they should enjoy it. If they can be a rice worm, then they should be a rice worm. Your son's wish is to be a rice worm. Mu Yao said in a very sincere and light tone. Everyone is in this lifetime. Imperial Mother should do something that makes you happy. For example, your son likes to go shopping and buy things. Imperial Mother, you know that there are a lot of delicious food in Xian City. The osmanthus wine from Drunken Immortal Restaurant is fragrant and sweet. There's also sesame pancakes from Biscuit Shop that are crispy and fragrant. Ning Shu, I'm so sleepy. Ning Shu listened to Mu Yao talk non-stop. It was like a lullaby. When it was time to eat, Mu Yao would pick up food for Ning Shu. Then she would eat very happily. It was as if these things were delicacies in the world. Mu Yao ate very happily. Even Ning Shu felt that he had an appetite. From the moment he entered this body, Ning Shu felt all kinds of chest tightness and shortness of breath. His entire body was very weak. Ning Shu knew that this was because he had eaten too many pills. There was a lot of pill toxins in his body. Moreover, Ning Shu really wanted to eat pills. The original owner of this body ate pills when he was spiritless. After taking the pills, he would instantly feel refreshed and his strength would increase. This was actually a kind of short-term effect to confuse people. It was simply a vicious cycle. Ning Shu didn't plan to eat that pill. Every time he was upset, he would silently recite the clear heart incantation. Coupled with the effect of the calm halo, it wasn't that uncomfortable. After dinner, Ning Shu had Mu Yao go back. Call the imperial physician over. I'm not feeling well. Ning Shu said to Maid Autumn. Maid Autumn's face was filled with worry when she heard that Ning Shu wasn't feeling well. She immediately sent someone to call the imperial physician. Chapter 538. Ning Shu felt like he had to find a reason not to sleep with so many male concubines. Ning Shu was very afraid of dying in bed. This body was the worst Ning Shu had ever encountered. Doctor, how is my body? Ning Shu asked the doctor who was checking his pulse. The doctor's hand shook as she took his pulse. She knelt on the ground and said, Your body needs to rest. If I may be so bold, Your Majesty should eat less medicine. What does resting involve? Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at the doctor. The doctor was shocked at first, but then she said, Your Majesty should abstain for a while. Okay, that was the answer Ning Shu wanted. The doctor left. Ning Shu planned to practice his ultimate martial arts. He had to get his body well. His body was very weak, and he was always sweating. Your Majesty, today is the 15th, Ning Shu said. So? Ning Shu understood immediately. The 15th should be at the Phoenix Queen's palace. Ning Shu thought about it and decided to go to Phoenix Palace. Mu Nishang always went to Lu Changqing's palace on the 15th every month. Ning Shu couldn't change that. They arrived at Feng Qi Palace. Lu Changqing was dressed in blue, but he never left his bamboo flute. Lu Changqing was a very elegant and charming man. He always had an indifferent and quiet temperament. Seeing Lu Changqing, Ning Shu's heart had a strange feeling. It was like something was going to break out of his heart. Why was Mu Nishang's feelings for Lu Changqing so complicated? It was so complicated that Ning Shu couldn't tell what Mu Nishang's attitude towards Lu Changqing was. However, she was certain that Mu Nishang loved her Phoenix Queen. Lu Changqing was a quiet person. He didn't talk much in front of Ning Shu. It was awkward for the two of them to sit like this. Ning Shu coughed. Lu Changqing looked at Ning Shu and said, Your Majesty, how about I play the flute for you? Ning Shu shook his head. It was already so late, playing the flute would disturb the people. Let's go to bed. A subtle expression flashed across Lu Changqing's face. He walked forward to help Ning Shu change his clothes. Lu Changqing's bony fingers brushed across Ning Shu's neck, making Ning Shu feel a burst of numbness and goosebumps all over his body. Ning Shu almost couldn't control himself and wanted to push Lu Changqing away. However, Ning Shu noticed that Lu Changqing's hand was slightly trembling. Ning Shu calmed down and held Lu Changqing's hand. Lu Changqing's hand was a bit cold, as if he was holding a piece of jade. There's no need to trouble yourself. The imperial physician said that I need to recuperate, Ning Shu said. Lu Changqing discreetly broke free from Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu revealed a faint smile, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Lu Changqing and Ning Shu lay on the bed. The two of them were speechless. They just looked at the top of the bed. Ning Shu felt as if he had long burrs. His entire body was uncomfortable. He said, The matters of the imperial harem are all thanks to the Phoenix Queen's concern. I thank you. Lu Changqing was silent for a moment. Then, he said lightly, This is my responsibility. Then, the two of them were speechless again. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Ning Shu, why was it so tiring to talk? Ning Shu turned his back to Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing turned his head slightly and looked at Ning Shu's back. His eyes were unfocused. He reached out and placed his hand on Ning Shu's waist. He said lightly, Your Majesty, sleep early. There's still morning court tomorrow. Ning Shu, fuck, can you not put your hand on my waist? It's so prickly. While Ning Shu was still struggling, Lu Changqing had already taken his hand back. Then, he turned his body so that he was back to back with Ning Shu. In this situation, it was truly husband and wife sharing the same bed but dreaming different dreams. Ning Shu frowned. Lu Changqing, the Phoenix Queen, was really strange. Ning Shu turned around. He reached out and grabbed a handful of Lu Changqing's ink-black hair. Then, he clearly felt Lu Changqing's body stiffen and become motionless. As expected, there was a problem. Ning Shu took his hand back and sat up from the bed. He said to Lu Changqing, I suddenly remembered an important political matter to take care of. I'll be leaving first. Lu Changqing held Ning Shu's hand. His hand was very cold. As soon as he held Ning Shu's hand, Ning Shu shivered. The coldness seemed to have invaded his heart. Your Majesty, rest. It's already midnight. There'll be morning court soon. Lu Changqing's voice was clear and cold. He was saying words of concern, but his tone was both affectionate and emotionless. Ning Shu tightly frowned. Fuck, his heart was irritable. Especially when faced with this kind of Lu Changqing, who wanted to die but didn't die, who wanted to live but didn't have any energy. Ning Shu's heart had a lingering sense of irritation. This should be the original owner's mood. Ning Shu silently chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart to suppress this irritation. Okay, sleep. Ning Shu lay down and chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart. As he chanted, he fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Lu Changqing's cold voice sounded in his ear. Your Majesty, it's time to leave the bed. Ning Shu woke up with a start. He felt his mouth and tongue dry, his body hot and dry. His heart was beating very fast. This body was really too weak. Ning Shu looked at Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing was sitting by the window with a book in his hand. The sunlight shone on his body, forming a faint layer of light. Even the cold and indifferent aura on his body dissipated by quite a bit. He was really a handsome man. Lu Changqing put down the book. Ning Shu walked over and picked up the clothes on the clothes rack. He said to Ning Shu, Your Majesty, change your clothes. Ning Shu opened his arms and waited for Lu Changqing to put on his clothes. When Lu Changqing came closer, Ning Shu smelled the elegant scent on his body. Ning Shu felt that Mu Nishang must have liked this Lu Changqing. But in the short time he had spent with Lu Changqing, he didn't feel Lu Changqing's love for Mu Nishang. In other words, Lu Changqing didn't love Mu Nishang. So annoying. Whatever. The male concubines in the harem had nothing to do with her. She couldn't be bothered to worry about them. Lu Changqing helped Ning Shu tidy up his clothes. Ning Shu left. When she reached the door, Lu Changqing called out to her. Ning Shu turned around and looked at Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing was silent for a moment and said, Your Majesty, take care of your body. Don't overwork yourself. Ning Shu smiled, nodded, and left. After leaving Phoenix Perch Hall, Ning Shu didn't rush to go to court. Instead, he returned to his own palace and gulped down a teapot of water. He was so thirsty that he felt like he was going to be dehydrated. Ning Shu checked his own pulse. This body had been hollowed out by elixirs. In the Phoenix Perch Hall, Ning Shu endured her thirst and didn't drink any water. She didn't know why, but whenever Ning Shu faced Lu Changqing, she always felt her hair stand on end. This kind of person who didn't like to talk and kept to himself, it was impossible to know what he was thinking. Lu Changqing wasn't very deep. He seemed like he didn't care about anything. He was indifferent and quiet. He managed the harem and didn't seek favor. Ning Shu tried hard to recall the plot. He wanted to know how Mu Nishang and Lu Changqing got along. There didn't seem to be anything special. Mu Nishang would go to Lu Changqing's Phoenix Perch Hall on the 15th of every month. The two had a daughter, Crown Princess Mu Shui. Chapter 539. Ning Shu didn't notice anything wrong with Lu Changqing, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. Ning Shu let go of his doubts and went to the morning court. He sat on the dragon throne and looked at the civil and military officials kneeling in front of him. Ning Shu's eyes focused on Crown Princess Mu Shui, who was wearing a bright yellow dress. Mu Shui looked more like Lu Changqing, but she didn't have Lu Changqing's indifference. She was full of the majesty of the imperial family. In this way, the crown princess was qualified to be the heir apparent. Ning Shu flicked his sleeve and said, Do you have something to report? Mu Shui stood up and bowed. Imperial Mother, I have something to report. Speak. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and observed Mu Shui. Mu Shui didn't have any accessories on her body. Her hair was combed into a bun, and her long hair was like a ponytail. She didn't even have earrings on her ears. It was very simple. Mu Yao and the other two imperial daughters were dressed much more beautifully than the crown princess. Ning Shuqi narrowed her eyes and looked at Mu Shui carefully. Her eyebrows had been trimmed and were no longer willowy. Instead, they were thicker with a pen. The ends of her eyebrows were raised and flew diagonally to her temples. It was hard to tell her gender. Imperial Mother, this is what I want to report. Mu Shui had a report in her hand. Mei Qiu quickly handed it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened it and was very surprised because he saw all kinds of punctuation marks on the report. Mu Shui introduced these punctuation marks in detail. Ning Shu was suspicious in his heart. He couldn't hide the surprise on his face. He asked Mu Shui, "What does this mean?" Mu Shui respectfully said, "I got the inspiration from Fourth Imperial Sister." Ah! Mu Yao, who had nothing to do and was almost sleepy, was puzzled when she heard Mu Shui's words. Mu Shui smiled and said, "Imperial Sister, didn't you say you have a hard time reading and don't know how to break sentences? I got the inspiration from it. Old 4, take a look." Ning Shu handed the memorial to Mu Yao. Mu Yao took the memorial from Mei Qiu's hands and instantly revealed an expression of sincere admiration. "Eldest Imperial Sister, you're really too amazing. I only said that and you came up with these punctuation marks." Mu Shui smiled and said nothing. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Shui. When Mu Shui met Ning Shu's gaze, she hurriedly said respectfully, "Mother, I hope that these symbols can be popularized." Ning Shu nodded. "I hope that every minister will use the memorials tomorrow morning." Ning Shu then looked at Mu Shui. "What's this?" "Imperial Mother, these are punctuation marks." Mu Yao was the first to speak. "Yes, punctuation marks. We hope that tomorrow's memorials will all have punctuation marks." Ning Shu said to Mu Shui, "You've done a good job. Spread this to all the private schools." "Yes, Imperial Mother," said Mu Shui. "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, then court is dismissed." Ning Shu's face showed signs of exhaustion. Mu Shui saw Ning Shu's state and cupped her hands in salute. "I still have something to report." "Speak." Ning Shu looked at Mu Shui. Mu Shui deliberated for a moment before saying cautiously, "I think that men should be allowed to leave their homes and study in private schools. Men can make contributions and work for the country." When Mu Shui said this, the hall fell silent. No one said a word. Impudent. Men should stay at home and abide by the 3 husbands and 4 virtues. How can they show their faces in public? Ning Shu said sternly. "Don't let us hear something like this again." "Yes, I know my mistake." After being scolded by Ning Shu, Mu Shui's face flashed with a dark and gloomy expression. She lowered her head and said in a muffled voice. Mu Yao wanted to agree with Mu Shui, but when she saw her mother's ashen face, she shut her mouth and didn't say anything. "Court is dismissed." Ning Shu suddenly stood up. His vision suddenly darkened and he staggered. Fortunately, Ning Shu steadied himself and didn't fall. Ning Shu's heart froze. Although she appeared angry, she wasn't angry at all. But when she stood up, her vision darkened. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Ning Shu looked at the 4 adult princesses and felt that this mission was very troublesome. Mu Shui was also very abnormal. She was definitely a modern person who knew punctuation. Could it be that the current Mu Shui had also been transmigrated? Ning Shu rubbed his forehead and turned to leave the palace. The officials knelt to see Ning Shu off. After Ning Shu left, Mu Yao stood up and said to Mu Shui, "Eldest sister, don't be discouraged. I support you." Mu Shui looked at Mu Yao indifferently. Coldness flashed in her eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. She said, "Thank you, 4th sister." "There's no need to thank me." Mu Yao smiled sweetly and her eyes were especially sincere. Mu Shui looked at Mu Yao's smile and was dazed for a moment. This woman was really like the woman in her memory. Mu Shui glanced at Mu Yao and turned to leave. Mu Yao was a bit confused. She shrugged and planned to go back to the palace to sleep. Ning Shu returned to his palace. He first drank a cup of water and rubbed his forehead. "Why do I feel like I'm going to have a brain hemorrhage?" He was also speechless. Why did Mu Nishan eat so many pills? There should be a limit to greed. Ning Shu called a royal shadow guard over and told him, "Go and investigate the crown princess living habits for me." If there is anything unusual, report it to me. Not only did Ning Shu suspect that Mu Shui had been possessed, but she also suspected that the person inside Mu Shui's body was a man. She had changed her style of dressing and makeup slightly. Mu Shui's words on behalf of a man made Ning Shu think that the person inside Mu Shui's body was a man. Mu Shui had been living with such rules since she was young. Not to mention, she was the crown princess of a country. She didn't put men in her eyes. Just like in this world where men were superior to women, the crown prince of a country didn't put women in his eyes. He wouldn't say things like letting women go out of the house to receive education and build a career. The status of men in this world was extremely low. That was why Mu Nishang didn't accept a man sitting on the throne of Xian. Mu Nishang directly called men lowly people. The status of men living at the bottom was even lower. The germination of male chauvinism mainly came from the noble young masters who could receive education. Mu Shui's core was a man. She couldn't give the throne of Xian to her. What was the difference between this and a man sitting on the throne? Now, she wanted a man to receive education and build a career. To put it bluntly, she wanted a man to rule the country and control the country's resources. The result was the same as the crown princess's son ascending the throne. Perhaps in a few hundred years, it would become a world where men were superior to women. Ning Shu patted his chest. He felt very flustered. He didn't look at the memorial anymore. He sat cross-legged on the dragon bed and prepared to cultivate a peerless martial art. Without a good body, he couldn't do anything.